Hey everyone, welcome to my channel, Anarchy for Freedom. Oh, I can't even say that, man. Like, my fucking channel got deleted. This is just the way I introduce my thing. So, yeah, welcome to Anarchy for Freedom. And I'm really, really excited. Today I have Tom on again for round two. We did like a super packed interview last time. Bro, it really took off, man. Like, when it was there, I think before it got taken down, it almost reached 8,000 views. You put it
Wow.
up again, it's got like 2,000 more. Loads of people dug it. I know like so many of my like circle and network people have just been really inspired and moved by that piece of content, and it's changed a lot of lives. So yeah, I mean, like I really loved having you on for such a long extensive conversation last time and putting that out, and I'm glad we can do this again. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to finishing up some of the questions that we couldn't cover last time.
For
Even though
sure.
we had 4 hours, we had 4.5 hours last time, but I think we'll need another couple.
That's how it is with you, man. You like really stretch out how much of knowledge you have on everything. You have so much because you've been at this for so long. So I
Hmm.
guess that's just how it goes. So yeah, man. Like again, just before starting, I want to tell you like thank you so much. Loads of gratitude to you. I was telling you before the interview as well. Been applying some of the shit that you've been talking about. Never heard it before anywhere else in the way that you present it. Of course, everyone has a unique style, which like yours appeals to me a lot more because of my intellectual side of things. And I've been able to pretty much like transform my life and create abundance in many different areas, which I was struggling with earlier because of my own mindset. Of course, so just like shifting my vibe and really getting to that high state in terms of my consciousness has been able to help me like do a lot of stuff in life right now. That's really helping. Even I'll give you one example. So I was wondering, like, my channel got taken down, and I was thinking maybe there's some way in which it could come back. So it's just like a thought and an intention. Then this guy reached out to me, who's like a big time person in Indian media. He comes on the television and appears in debates, and he likes my work.
Hmm.
So he just sent me a message yesterday, and he's like, "There's this portal. Put a request over there, and I'll push this with the ministry and help to get your channel back." Without he's done that for a couple of his other friends.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I mean, just like small things like that, like even the synchronicities have got really crazy. Like numbers are just chasing me all around. I remember like one morning I think I was watching David Icke's interview about something, and he said like Senator Chuck Schumer, and like right before he said it, it came in my mind like Chuck Schumer, and then I thought about it, and then he just said it.
Hmm.
So there's so much shit like that that's been happening, which really like, I mean, it cements and proves to someone interpersonally that reality is so malleable with consciousness, and we can just shift so much stuff outside. And I feel like people really understanding that knowledge and applying it is where the game changes. I mean, I can only imagine like if more people started doing this, then it would not just make people's lives better, but it would also reduce the power of the deep state and the elite a lot.
Hmm.
So I want to get into this in more detail, like after I'm through with my questions. But yeah, you have any thoughts before we start, bro?
No, I'm looking forward to it. Let's do it.
Done. So today is 29th, and it happens to be a full moon, I think.
Hmm.
Like, is it a full moon or new moon? Full moon, right?
It's a full moon.
Yeah. So typically, I mean, from your writing, what you talk about is that the moon is like a portal for opening up to the negative layers of the astral realm, like the fifth density.
Hmm.
And there are beings that use moon cycles, astrology cycles, in order to kind of find entry points to be like easier for them to manipulate humans with respect to our weaknesses and all of that. So since today is a full moon, why don't you just like tell people about your views on the moon? I've read your writing, so you've spoken about different ancient sources that have kind of come to this understanding that the moon is like the way I described it in summary, and
Hmm.
also like the techniques that you figured out to be able to count the interference in this time specifically.
Yeah. So the first time I really started to look into the moon and its particular effects was when I used to run a forum back from 2004 through 2008. It was a Noble Realms forum. And I was the sole moderator, the sole administrator, so I was in charge of keeping the peace. And I noticed how every month, at least 2 times, there would always be these massive outbreaks of trolling, fighting, disagreements, just big blowups. And so I started to log it, and I noticed month after month after month, it would always sort of land sort of on the same time of each month, but shifted by 1 or 2 days each month.
Hmm.
So after doing this for about a year or two, I kind of looked back on all the logs and I realized, okay, there must be some sort of like a 30-day cycle, like a 28-day cycle or something like that. And so then I realized, well, wait a minute, what if it's the moon? So I looked up the moon chart, and sure enough, all the full moons, all the new moons lined up perfectly with these outbreaks. And to me, that's definitely proof that it's not just confirmation bias. Like you're expecting something to happen on the full moon, so therefore you look for it. Not at all. It was something that I just started to notice, and only after the fact did I realize that it had to do with the moon.
Yeah, like
And so,
you're totally not considering that as a possibility in your mind. You're just trying to find the pattern in the dates, and then you stumble across it being so. Yeah, that
yeah,
does put a lot of weight to that for sure.
right. Because initially I thought, well, what if it's just like a monthly numerology thing? Like what if the 15th of the month is like the 15th card of the major arcana in the tarot, which is the devil card. So maybe what if that's like that? But it couldn't be because it shifted a couple days each month. So then, of course, it had to do with the moon. And so then I started really digging into the moon. And one of the important things to realize is that in astrology, when you have a full moon, what that really is, they call it moon conjunct sun, like moon and the sun are aligned. Actually, no, that'd be the new moon because, the moon's in front of the sun, so it'd be kind of dark. So full moon is actually sun oppose moon. That's what the full moon is. And in astrology, when things oppose like that, there's a certain level of tension that happens. Same when you get squares, like a sun square moon. That's when you get they call it quarter moon, but technically it's like half of the moon is lit up. So like a perfect vertical line down the moon. And I noticed that quarter moons like that, they also have certain effects. And the particular effect of the quarter moon is that there tends to be kind of a temporary panic, like a temporary negative panic, and like a oh crap situation that resolves itself relatively quickly. So within a couple of days, it's already done and dealt with. Whereas the full moon, I noticed, has more to do with outward negativity, like outward aggression. So people biting each other's heads off and being aggressive. Whereas the new moon, I noticed, has more to do with internal negativity, like depression, disillusionment, being overly sensitive, and being upset at someone or quitting your job, like feeling like you just want to quit life. I noticed like a lot of negativity that has to do with the new moon has to do with like over emotional sensitivity like that. So that's what I noticed. On the other hand, when there is sun trine moon, where the moon is sort of like a half, like a third crescent shape, then things are actually pretty good. So to me, that tells me that it's not so much that the moon is negative. It's just that the alignment between the moon and the sun and the sort of archetypal meaning that has within the greater Maya illusion of reality, whatever that symbolic meaning is, it gets modulated by those particular sun to moon alignments. So, with sun trine moon, that's a relatively good, that's a pretty good energy. But yeah, quarter moon is temporary panic, full moon is outward aggression, new moon is inward aggression. So that's what I deduced based on logging all of the disruptions on my forum, And so then I started looking into it more and what some of these mystics had to say. For example, Gurdjieff, Uspensky, Muraviev, Plutarch, Rudolf Steiner. And each of them had something very interesting to say about the moon. For example, if we look into the fourth way type thinking, like Gurdjieff and Uspensky in particular, according to them, the moon, well, they had a lot to say about the moon, but primarily the way that the moon affects us, here humans on Earth, is that it's almost like we are puppets with strings. In other words, our programmed, our mechanical, reactive parts of ourselves, the buttons that get pushed, that is very easily controlled by the moon itself. It's almost like that's like the puppet master that pulls on the strings. And so the more mechanical, the more reactive you are, the more buttons you have, the more subject you are to the influences of the moon. And I definitely noticed that on my Noble Realms forum, how it was always the most mechanical, unthinking, mindless people that would be most easily triggered into acting out these orchestrations and blowing things up, So that's what I noticed there. Now, Gurdjieff, he also talked about how another way to think about it is it's almost like we are those old grandfather clocks that have like a pendulum that swings back and forth, like those really old clocks, right? And the moon is almost like that pendulum that goes back and forth and makes the clock, the gears turn. And we are the clock with our programming is our gears within us. And so when the moon exists and does its thing, it drives our mechanical reactive components. So that's how the fourth way type thinking portrays it. Now, Boris Muraviev, he was someone who he claims to have independently arrived at a similar view as Gurdjieff, except for he believed that Gurdjieff was only in possession of a partial system, whereas Moraviev was in
Okay.
possession of the
A
full.
more holistic, broader one. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Also,
that's what
can you give a
he.
little bit of a background? I think from my memory, Gurdjieff is the like guy who's linked to Eastern Orthodoxy, if I'm not mistaken, and then there's another person who's linked to I forgot like what the other person is linked to. Can you give a little bit of a background on who these mystics are and what schools of thought they
Mhm.
come from?
Yeah, so Gurdjieff was active in the early 1900s, the early 1900s to the early mid 1900s, and he was a mystic associated with what you would find in the Middle East, essentially.
Okay.
So the Sufis,
Sufis, yeah, right.
yeah, the Sufis and various I forget what they're called, Yazidis or something like that. But some other mystical tribes
Hmm.
in the area that they had their own tradition. They were involved also with Eastern Orthodox
Okay.
religion, so like inner Christianity. That's what Boris Moraviev, who I forget his biographical background, but he came a couple decades later, and he put out a series of books called Gnosis 1, 2, and 3. They're pretty interesting, but it's basically esoteric Christianity mixed with a bit of Sufism, and some other very dense esoteric things. But the way that he describes it is he describes that the moon is almost like it's like a cosmic embryo that is feeding off the life force energy of the Earth in order to one day hope to become a planet.
Or
So it's almost like moons become planets, planets become, eventually they become stars. That's a weird concept. I mean, astronomy would think that that's ridiculous. Like astrophysics wouldn't believe in that. But you find that idea in various esoteric traditions. From Fourth Way, I think anthroposophy with Steiner might have something like that as well. So it's an ancient esoteric belief that that's how the cosmic order of evolution works. And maybe it's true, or maybe it's just how they were able to explain certain things. Maybe that's how they were able to explain picking up on the fact that the moon somehow has something to do with feeding on our life force, loose emotional energy. And on the new moons and the full moons and partially on the quarter moons, that's when it exerts influences that create eruptions of emotions and fights and so on. And then the emitted emotional energy goes towards it and is used in some other way, either by negative forces or maybe towards its own cosmic evolution, as Gurdjieff and Moraviev and others have said. But the important thing is that it all kind of fits in the sense that if it's true that the moon has some sort of influence over our reactive trigger components, then naturally, when those do get triggered, then we do emit energy, and then that energy does go somewhere and is used for
yeah.
some purpose. So that's why Moraviev was quite specific about the importance of not wasting our energy, being more mindful of ourselves, and demechanizing ourselves of these triggers, these shadow-based emotional triggers, so that we're not as easily yanked around like puppets on a string or like a mechanical clock that chimes on the hour. So that's essentially what these guys were saying. Now, what I noticed too many years later is that in between the full moon and let's say the next new moon or the next full moon, that period of time in between, the more karmic baggage you accumulate in that time period, the worse that particular moon period is going to be that's coming up.
Okay, I've never heard this from you. This is like new insights. Yeah.
Yeah, so I noticed that myself how so you accumulate more and more like karmic baggage in a sense. And it can come from, having a really low vibe, like thinking impure thoughts, base emotions, just being a cocky, ego, arrogant bastard, kind of just someone who deserves some level of correction in a way, like instant karma kind of. And so that builds up over a period of time, and then the more of that there is, the worse that particular moon period is going to be. So I've tested this out by making very sure for a period of time to watch all my thoughts, watch all my feelings, and not allow any of that to build up. And sure enough, the moon period was quite fine. However, very interestingly, I would have nightmares during the full moon and the new moon if I do this.
Okay.
So it's almost like I prevented the loosh feeding in an outward physical sense by being very careful with all my moves and all my thoughts.
But then when you
So-
weren't in control of your mind, like they got you then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they'd be very long, very stressful, energy draining dreams. So
I'm
in
not
the
letting you
end,
sleep tonight then. No, no nightmares.
right?
We're gonna have you for 8 hours.
Yeah. So in the end, I ended up paying rent to the Matrix landlord anyway
Yeah.
by being careful. But
Mm.
at the same time, I also noticed though that if I do keep my vibes up like quite a bit, then the nightmares aren't really too bad.
Okay.
So the thing is, you can prevent these things by watching your actions, but what ultimately counts is your mindset and your vibe. That's what ultimately counts. That's what does it. So you can't really cheat the system. If you try to cheat it by just not outwardly acting negative, then you're still going to get the nightmares. You
Got
know.
it.
But if you watch yourself inwardly, spiritually, mentally, then it's fine.
Yeah, I can kind of feel it energetically because the last couple of full moons, new moons, like I was tracking it on your website and then seeing like it did affect my vibe a little bit. But it's so far, like today, I was expecting maybe some interference, like the headphones weren't working, but then that got sorted out in a minute. So yeah, it's going great so far, and I've been trying to maintain my vibe till now. So yeah, let's see how today goes.
Yeah,
And
no, it's good.
I think the interference, like you said, that you've seen it extend to like 2.5 days after a full new moon and a new moon as well.
For the most part, now that's a 5 day window, like 2.5 days before, two
Before,
and a half days
okay,
after. It's like
got it.
5 day span. So that's quite a big span of time. So
Yeah,
it's not really too much towards the end, but primarily towards the middle.
got it.
I mean, I noticed the same thing with Mercury retrogrades. How the Mercury retrograde lasts for what, like 2 or 3 weeks, and for me, it's always the worst just going into it and then coming out of it, but not directly during it. Now with the moon, sometimes that's the case and sometimes it's not. But I think I mean, obviously the moon is the biggest celestial object that we have in our skies, like
Yeah.
the nearest to Earth. So it's going to have the strongest pull, followed by the sun, probably followed by Jupiter, and all these other astrological influences. So I think noticing the moon cycles and how it relates to your own life is a pretty fun way to see if there's a pattern to the way life works.
Let's address some of the common people like who have influence in the conspiracy movement, like
Mhm.
their views on this. So there's one camp that believes that the moon is just like a light and the earth is flat. So like the moon
Oh yeah.
doesn't actually exist. It's just like a holographic light bulb that's put in there somehow. I know you don't believe in flat earth. Maybe you can share some thoughts of yours on that. And then there's also David Icke. I personally read Human Race, Get Off Your Knees, and he references the work of these scientists who talk about how like the moon is very has a lot of anomalies with respect to
Mhm.
its surface, and the NASA experiments where they dropped TNT on the moon and it rang like a bell. And there's a lot that Ike brings out in that book, with the intuition and the sources that were guiding him at the time, and all the like evidence he found just researching the subject, that the moon is kind of like a space station and there's bases underground over there that are occupied by different factions. And then there's
Mhm.
also research about the Apollo missions and what really happened when they got to the moon. And there's some anecdotes that they encountered reptilians and they told them to go off. Have you come across all of this stuff, and how does like your understanding square with Ike's understanding that the moon is like a insert by the archons in order to amplify the frequencies of Saturn and pull us deeper
Right.
into the matrix?
Yeah. I think Ike is picking up on something really legitimate.
Okay.
He's picking up on it, but it's David Icke. He talks fast, he writes fast. I don't think he thinks as fast as he talks. So he doesn't digest sometimes things as much as like I would, for example. That's just
Got
my
it.
personal subjective impression.
Mhm.
But he's always like generally pointing in the right direction. That's why I like him. That's why I recommend his
Got it.
books.
Mhm.
Because he says a lot of good stuff. Now, backing up to the flat Earth thing, and that the Earth is flat and the Moon is just a light in the sky. Well, first of all, if the Moon is just rotating above the flat Earth, then there's no way it could ever set below the horizon. Now, of course, people say, well, yeah, but then if it goes far enough away, you would say you see it get closer and closer to the horizon. But if that's true, then the moon should also get smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes towards the horizon. And it doesn't. I mean, you can measure it, and it's the same angle each time. So flat Earth is ruled out.
Yeah, I've seen that. Like even with the sun, so they've done experiments. So they taken a telescope, and if the sun is like so close to the atmosphere as these people say, it would shift in size as it moved around in the telescope.
Hmm.
But then it behaves like it's an object that's very very far away. The size stays consistent
Yeah.
throughout the day. So yeah, I've seen a lot of flat Earth globe debates. Like initially there was a time where I was a little bit more
Hmm.
open to the idea, but then you just have to watch the debates. I feel like that's where the claims get addressed in real time. Otherwise, you can just have someone go on and talk about their theory for hours without ever being challenged. So yeah,
Yeah.
insightful stuff.
Now,
Thanks.
I mean, I believe in a fake reality, a
Mm,
fake Earth, but not like a flat Earth, more like fake Earth.
yeah.
So, I mean,
I know you talk about like how like these flat earthers aren't really focusing on the right aspect of things. Like they get stuck in the whole holographic kind of projection of it, but not really questioning reality in a deeper sense and the metaphysical levels to it. So yeah, so I think you were writing about how their mental energy kind of gets diverted to that, so they don't look into some of the other
Mhm.
things that we're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, because there's a lot of anomalies about reality. You know,
yeah.
UFOs, other dimensions, and portals, and people going missing, and you know, there's underground civilizations. I mean, not really Hollow Earth, but more like giant underground cities and caverns and things that other civilizations live within. That's possible. I mean, the same thing with the moon. You know, they talk about the moon being hollow, for example, but I think was it the Russians who did a gravitational study of it, and they found that there were like three giant gravitational anomalies within the moon. So it's almost like the moon has inner cavities that things could live within. You know,
Good. Mm,
versus the entire thing being hollow.
good. Okay. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
same with the Earth. So I believe more in a honeycomb Earth, at least within the crust. See, the problem with going underground in the Earth is that the deeper you go, the closer you get to the mantle, the hotter it gets. So there's only so many miles down that you can go before it gets too hot to live. So typically, underground bases are no more than 3 miles underground. If you go any further, it's like 120 degrees Fahrenheit. You know,
Hmm.
whatever that is in Celsius, like 40 degrees Celsius or something. Yeah, now as far as the moon goes, there have been a lot of amateur astronomers who have been looking at the moon and seeing anomalies like flashing lights and moving objects, and even during the early days of astronomy, people were reporting seeing almost like different seasons on the moon in terms of things changing. Like they thought it was vegetation, you know, but it could have been something else. It could have been construction projects, for all I know, whatever. So there's a lot of anomalies there. Not to mention that whole thing about the moon being 400 times smaller than the sun, but also 400 times closer.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's how we can have these
Hmm.
almost perfect solar eclipses here. How does that happen? You know, even if the moon were real, like a real object, it was still installed artificially. It was still towed into orbit at that exact position.
Yeah.
You know, because if you go back in time,
So you
supposedly,
do believe that then it was like inserted somehow
oh yeah,
by certain forces. Okay, got it.
yeah, no doubt about it. And the surface of the moon itself is also weird because you have this dusty, soft outer layer, which acts almost like a shock absorber, and then beneath that is a very hard shell, almost like a bulletproof
Yeah,
armor.
which is
And
why the craters seem to be of a similar depth when they've studied
yes,
that. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, exactly. So it's almost like something was partially hollowed out, and a lot of the soft inner material was put on the surface,
Hmm.
and then what was underneath it was like heat treated to become this really hard mineral, you know, that would resist meteor impacts and so on. And that is essentially the perfect space vessel if you think about it. Like why build a spaceship out of like metal panels and engines and things when you can just take some celestial object, hollow it out, burrow into it, and now you've got the shell. You know, it's
Hmm.
almost like you're a cosmic hermit crab taking a shell and making it your home. I mean, that's a much more efficient way of building like a space ark or like a space station,
Yeah.
right? So I think that's what's going on there. Yeah.
Also, man, it helps to know this, but then how have you tried to counter the negative influence? Like you spoke about maintaining a high vibe, but from your writings, I've also seen that you kind of promote the idea that we should be meditating or like trying because it's opening up the dimensional veil. We should also be using that to our advantage to try to manifest the things that we want in our lives on those days. Do you have any thoughts about how people can go about doing that?
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty big topic. So as far as okay, first thing we have to do is we have to separate the different spheres or realms of action that we can take that we can put on the world.
Mhm.
At the bottom, you have physical action. So that's things like saving money, wearing your seatbelt, locking the door, eating healthy, exercising. Right? Those things are physical things that you can do that prevent problems. Now, beyond that, you have the synchronistic level of action, and that's where things like good luck, bad luck, astrology, upping your vibes, manifesting, prayer, spiritual protection, destiny, karma, that's where all that takes place within. And since we are dual beings, we have both the physical part and the synchronistic part that we are living within. We're capable of both realms of action. And so for me, whatever problem you're dealing with, it's a good idea to deal with it on both levels. So you can think about it just logically and physically, and you can think about like, well, how can I prevent this particular threat or this particular problem physically and logically? And you can come up with all sorts of ways that you can do that. Like if you're around someone who's very emotionally sensitive, then you can just be careful about what you say. See, that's a physical action that cuts off certain possibilities. Because if you don't say something that's very triggering, then they can't be triggered, in response to that. But on top of that,
Because they're like a social justice warrior, they can probably get triggered into silence as well. Then.
yeah, like they can point to me and say, "Hey, look, your Nazi haircut. I hate you. Let's have a fight about that and whatever." Yeah, but as far as like the synchronistic action goes, as I mentioned earlier, the whole thing about not accumulating karma in between moon periods, that's one. Another is you mentioned meditation. Now, of course, meditation, that's like saying exercise. What kind of exercise are we talking about? Running, swimming, lifting weights, whatever. Same with meditation. There's so many different kinds. And what we're talking about here in terms of synchronistic action, that's primarily a vibe raising meditation. So the Buddhists would have something called like the inner smile meditation, for example. And you can look up the inner smile meditation. There's all sorts of variations of it. And the only thing about them that is really different is that they add different superfluous, redundant things to it that we don't really need. The most basic inner smile meditation is where you simply close your eyes and you focus within you and you imagine that your whole entire body is smiling. You imagine like each of your energy centers, each part of your body, each of your organs is like happy. It's like it's feeling really good. And you might even have a slight smile on your face. Now, even if you don't feel happy right in that moment, if you just focus on that concept and kind of like visualize it and put a slight smile on your face, you get into this subliminal feedback loop with yourself where within about 2, 3, maybe even 5 minutes, you'll start feeling it. And it's almost like kindling a fire where first it's a little spark, right? And then it grows a little bit and then grows more and more and more. And so if you keep this up for a couple minutes, like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, you should be feeling pretty good at the end of it. And maybe that's all you can muster for that day. And if you do it again the next day, you'll find that it's a little bit easier. Do it again the next day, it's even easier than that. Because what's happening is each time you do it, you're building up momentum. So the next day, there's already momentum going and you're riding it, right? So you're adding continually to this momentum. And this momentum then keeps on growing and growing and growing. And so that's why within about a week, you feel totally turned around from how you started out, right? So that's the kind of meditation that I would recommend, some sort of a vibe-raising meditation. Right. And if that's the only thing you do, right? If that's the only thing you do, then you're going to essentially activate your heart chakra. Mm-hmm. So your heart chakra is going to be activated that way through the positive emotion that you're calling out forth from it, right? Now, you might wonder like, okay, well, what other ways are there to raise your vibes, like to get your mindset up? Well, but besides just feeling like your whole entire inner body is smiling, you can also have love and goodwill and blessing towards other people, like your loved ones, maybe loved ones who have died and crossed over, like sending them positive thoughts, or maybe blessing the world at large and hoping for a positive future. Any sort of goodwill or good gesture or like a selfless love towards others and towards the world at large, that has the effect of putting a higher spiritual light within you, within your soul, from your top to the bottom. It adds like actual literal spiritual light into you. And so you start glowing more and more. And so that's why during prior centuries, you had these Christian or Hindu or other saints who did that so well and so constantly that this spiritual light actually became visible. And so then they would have a halo around themselves. And so that's why in these old paintings, you would see a golden halo around these saints, because they would have an active energy field that comes from communion with the divine, which not only made them more psychic, but it also activated their heart chakra, probably their crown chakra as well. And that's why you got the halo around the head. So that's the end result of doing this for a long time and just channeling more, or I don't want to say channeling. It's more like embodying more and more of the rest of your being and the rest of creation, the higher positive creation within you. Now, one thing I want to point out about that, which is quite important, is that a lot of times in the New Age practices, you hear about certain chakra activation meditations that involve just visualization, right? So, oh, I'm visualizing, let's say, my heart chakra glowing and spinning, having a certain color, like radiating a certain way. But the problem is, a lot of times they don't put the emotion into it. They're only visualizing it intellectually, and that's kind of that's like counterfeit. It's like wax fruit or some sort of a counterfeit
Oh,
good.
I
It
love your
looks it,
metaphors, man.
yeah, it looks like a real apple. It looks like a real banana, but
Yeah,
there's no nutrition, right? There's no substance in it.
yeah,
So I'm thinking, if you're going to exercise a heart chakra, why not do what the heart chakra does, right?
yeah.
Which is love, bless, goodwill, compassion, joy, happiness. Those are the actual higher grade loosh energies, the positive loosh that is generated from that heart center, right? So if you want to exercise the center, get into those feelings, get into that mindset, and not just mechanically visualize it. So that's pretty much one of the main things you can do.
Yeah, and that kind of overlaps with your understanding about manifestation in general as well. Like I
Hmm.
was listening to your recent podcast streak with your, I don't know, wife, girlfriend, your partner,
Hmm. Yep.
and I mean that was pretty insightful as well. So in that you talk about how our emotions are kind of like a gateway to access the universal subconscious and put our imprint over there so that we can start attracting things on a more astral level. And I've seen that personally, just energizing positive thought forms. That they're saying, like, in the beginning it's harder, but
Hmm.
once you keep doing it, it kind of cements positive habit flow, which you talk about how that's driven by these astral proper like thought form entities, which keep pushing you to move in the same direction. So yeah, great insights, man. Thank you so much. I hope that helps people, and I hope people try to apply some of the stuff today.
Yeah, and
uh,
just to kind of quickly expand on what you're just talking about.
Bro, just give me one second. I'm like dying in heat. I only need to turn on the AC. One second.
Sure.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Yeah, so to expand just a little bit on what you're just talking about there. So the way that I conceive of reality is that reality is essentially, and I mentioned this in our previous part, so I'll just kind of quickly recap. I do think that reality is, for the most part, a collective consciousness construct. That is, it's held together by a higher universal mind that consists of two parts. It consists of an astral layer and an etheric layer. And the astral layer is what has to do with emotions, emotional energies, higher grade loose energy. So, and also the astral body within us, which has to do with emotions, impressions, sentience, and so on. And so when you engage in these types of meditations or prayer, what you're doing is you're building up an astral thought form field around yourself. And this astral thought form field is a portion of the greater thought form field within reality itself. And so the thing that generates all of reality, you're plugging into that through your own energy emissions, and it's mixing with it, and it's feeding back in terms of actual real physical experiences. It precipitates as probable futures,
Mm.
you know? And so earlier when you mentioned thought forms or these astral thought constructs, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a portion of the greater astral energy consciousness field that we're all immersed in, that generates reality, that we are grabbing hold of and energizing and programming in our own way in order to bias the probability of what happens in our lives. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Amazing, man. Great insights, bro. So, I really wanted to pick your brain a little bit about the soul trap thing. Like, we kind of spoke about it in passing last
Mhm.
time, but I wanted you to go a little bit more in depth because I read your writing on this and it did give me a lot of clarity in terms of just making sense of some of the points that people use to make the case that most suffering is meaningless and we're just kind of being forced to reincarnate here over and over again with memory wipeouts. And like a lot of
Mhm.
people make the case as to why it's just like needless torture by the archons to harvest us lifetime after lifetime. And people are very skeptical in general about the memory wipeouts, and
Yeah.
rightly so. I mean, there is like some merit to at least questioning that, because it does predispose us to making a lot more mistakes, which then have karmic consequences and everything. But I like reading your work and really thinking this through in depth. Um, to say that the entire cycle of incarnation doesn't have a purpose, or it seems to be just like something to torture us. That doesn't make sense either, like just
Mm.
broadly speaking overall, because if it if that was truly the case, then there would be no continuity, like lifetime after lifetime. Even just our own souls and our nature, like we might come with a physical memory wipeout, but then, like the thing I appreciate a lot after reading your work is that there's an entire like invisible tapestry of beings that are trying to guide us subtly. So it's not like we totally lose that side of things. Like we might have a physical memory wipe, but then angels and the spirit guide and your higher self and
Mhm.
your intuition and your dreams, everything is like a synchronicity. It's all trying to guide you throughout your life to try to make the right choice when you're faced with the incidents that more like a lot of them we plan before we incarnate, like the major incidents that will come into your life, and then it's up to us, how we choose to react to that, and that decides our path in life and what we're able to
Mhm.
accomplish. So what are your deeper insights on this entire tunnel of light being a trap, and this just like people who are seriously skeptical about reincarnation as a whole?
Pretty much what you just said is my viewpoint. So you touched on some of the things that I could elaborate on it, but I think it's important to kind of get into just the basic facts, the things that we do know from the research out there. For example, discarnate entities like ghosts, entity attachments, things like that. If you look at the research, any time that people interact with these entities or try to get rid of them, it's always discovered that these are the beings that did not go into the light. You know,
Mm.
either because they couldn't see it, or because they didn't want to, or they're scared of it, or maybe maybe after death they had too much trauma, so they're too attached to the pain, to the earthly attachments that were occupying their mind upon the moment of death, and so they didn't go where they needed to go, or to get out of here, to get out of this realm. So now they're just like these homeless ghosts, or ghosts that haunt a particular home or location, or they attach themselves to a person and live through the person. Like when the person eats or smokes or drinks alcohol or has sex or whatever, the being can experience that through the person by linking their mind into the person. So it's almost like they're a hitchhiker, living vicariously through the living and feeding off their experiences and their energies. And that's not good, right? That's not good. So we do know, based on this data, that certain humans can die, not go through the light, and wind up as these entity attachments or ghosts, or whatever. Yeah, I think some of the really dark, negative people, they might even become demons. Maybe that's what some demons are. They're just these
Mm.
negative people that died, stuck around the earth plane, fed off the life force energy of people in order to build themselves up, and then over the decades or centuries, just astrally modified themselves more and more to look increasingly intimidating. And then now we know them as demons. I'm not saying that's what all demons are, but I do think that some demons have a human energy signature. Like, for example, they talk about shadow people, right? There's
Yeah,
a
I was
certain
going to talk about the Hat Man, and like you've spoken about that and how
yeah.
that could be a past actual like a discarnate entity who's evolved into something like that.
Yeah, because a hat man, that kind of hat, you don't really see that kind of hat going back in history until 1700, 1650, that time period. So if you had an entity, a very powerful dark magician or sorcerer or something who died at the time, he could still be around, and he might be like the head mafia boss. He might be the John Gotti of human discarnate demons, for all we know, right? He's got his minions of
Mm.
demons, and he's got this big loose energy harvesting racket going on, scaring the hell out of people. So for all we know, that's what the Hat Man actually is. Like, why would a demon or an entity wear a hat in the first place? Is it raining in the astral planes? Is it sunny there? Does he need to prevent getting a sunburn? I don't think so. I think it's kind of like in the first Matrix movie when they jack into the Matrix, and then Neo or some of the people were commenting on looking how they look in the Matrix, and one of them commented that, yeah, this is like a digital representation of your ego self, your ego identity. So it's almost like you carry your ego identity with you after death. And in the case of the Hat Man, maybe that was his signature identity. You know.
Right.
So I think that's what it is. It's probably more symbolic than technological or an actual physical need for a hat.
Yeah, makes sense, man. So I feel like a lot of people who research the negative entity interference side of things and the entire like alien demonic presence, I think a lot of what puts those kind of people off is that there's a dichotomy
Mhm.
that the new age material that really goes into reincarnation and past lives, like their whole mindset is typically very dismissive of negative stuff because of their misinterpretation and misunderstanding of the law of attraction and how they apply it. So I think that's what puts a lot of people off, and then they just go towards the other end where they try to. I mean,
Mhm.
it just comes to their mind like the whole thing is a setup and there's no good at all, so you go from like being overly positive about everything and like not accounting for negative stuff to totally going towards the other end and even being
Yeah.
skeptical about all the higher beings. And so I feel like, yeah, that's a dialectic that a lot of people are stuck in on both camps. I mean, there's a
Mhm.
lot of people who have been stuck in this new age false paradigm for a long time, and then now there's this entire
Mhm.
soul trap crowd which is growing. I mean, like there's a lot of other people also. It's not just Ike and West, but there's many others who've kind of started having followings now, and it's an idea that's appealing to people. And even I had it as my belief system for quite a while, to be honest.
Yeah. Well,
So
I think part of the problem is that generally conspiracy theorists, I mean, to be a conspiracy theorist in a way, you're almost like a contrarian to whatever is
mm,
mainstream or popular.
yeah,
So whatever becomes popular, you automatically get triggered into taking the opposite stance.
yeah,
So for the longest time, at least in the 1900s, people were materialistic or materialists. They didn't believe in an afterlife. So then the contrarian thing to do was to believe in the afterlife
yeah,
and to believe in reincarnation and talking about the light. Like, it used to be that the light near death experiences, like that was edgy. That was like being on the fringe.
yeah,
But then once that became too popular, oh, and now what? Now I've got to be contrarian to that again. It's like, ooh, the light is a demonic intelligence that eats your soul or something. Well, so here's the thing. Typically, when you have these two extremes, the truth is somewhere in the middle and a little bit
yeah,
above it,
yeah,
right? So any time there are these two, you call it dialectics, and that's a perfect term for it. It's like dialectics, dichotomies, false opposites. Whenever you have that, people generally want to take the lazy way out and rest themselves either on one side or the other because it takes too much energy to be in the middle and kind of taking a little bit from this and using a lot of discernment and thinking and careful judgment. See that's complicated. It makes your head hurt just trying to put it all together. So it's much easier to say, well, that thing has some flaws to it, so I'm just gonna go completely to this side.
mm,
And it's not that simple. Like you have to really, really critically think through it. So, for example, when it comes to incarnation, well, you and I are here right now. We were born. So if reincarnation is real, then we went into the light before and we're here now. We're relatively okay. Now, some people would say, okay, yeah, but you don't remember any of your past lives. So your memory gets totally wiped. So therefore, there's no point. So whatever you do in this life, it's not going to matter because it's all going to get wiped for the next time that you reincarnate. And I say to that, well, that's not necessarily true because while I might not remember the trivial details of my past lives, what does live on is how those lives have changed my being and my essence. So, so my inner intrinsic wisdom, my inner nature, like the way that I am, like my ability to recognize certain ideas as being relatively true and others as false, just on an instinctual level, that comes from a certain deeper subconscious intelligence within you that is actually more real and more important than simply having memorized a textbook from 2 lifetimes ago and remembering it now. You know what I mean?
mm,
So in other words, the things that get wiped, so here's the thing. It's not really getting wiped. It's more like temporarily put on a different hard drive in storage. So after you die, or if see that's why people when they have a near-death experience or when they go through a hypnotic regression or some sort of an altered state of consciousness, or even sometimes dreams, they can get past life flashes. So if you can get flashes of your past life, then obviously that memory wasn't 100% wiped. It was still there somewhere. It's just you don't have easy access to it here in this life, right? So our memories are there somewhere, but what we have within us right now is more like the essential, substantial core, the subconscious core of our past lives is what lives on in us right now and is what we operate from.
because
Yeah.
those emotional learning curves actually imprint that into our soul when we go through the suffering and kind of come out of that and become better people. Like, a lot of esoteric writing talks about how that imprints a kind of thing into the soul, which is what the spirit is looking for. Like, I think another thing that could help people a lot in understanding this is, how you talk about the fact that we can be in fifth density and we can just watch, people play
Mhm.
the game and try to intellectually understand it. But it's when we shoot ourselves down and, make it a little bit harder. I'd say a little bit is an understatement, just given how things have become in
Yeah.
the Matrix. Like, we're taking huge risks to come here, and it can really set us off on a negative path. But then our soul does take that risk, and I think what I appreciated the most is also understanding that the higher the risk also comes with a higher reward in terms of our growth and, facing these things and learning about things on a higher level and being able to transcend negative forces to such a deep level. I feel like that must be offering a lot of novelty to our spirit as well. So there's
Mhm.
like a contrast. I feel like I personally was able to change my mind a lot on this when I really understood properly that the astral realm, like, you're talking about last time how in the fifth density beings just don't interact, like they're on different frequencies altogether. So when we are there in fifth density after incarnations, like there's no suffering as such, or there's no dualities. Like, everything is of God. From whatever ND material I've read, or whatever accounts I've read of people
Mhm.
who go into that state, they're all talking about how there's no time and everything's simultaneous, and it's all infinite love, and you just don't have any kind of the dark negative stuff that you have here. So it does make sense that in terms of, if you want to grow there and have a deeper appreciation of the positive things, you kind of, test yourself by depriving your soul of it for a while, and then make it harder, which is kind of like what really drilled this into me. You wipe your memories out, you shoot yourself in, and then you have this subtle hand that's trying to guide you, and you test your conscience out that way, which is what actually tests you out, rather than, oh, if you
Mhm.
already knew everything, then it's easy to make the right choice. But if you make it a little bit harder and have this subtle way of guidance, then you actually get to test yourself if your heart and intuition and spirit are strong enough. So yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like, just these kind of points that really helped me to change my mind quite a bit. So I just want to share that. 'Cause I know that a lot of people are thinking on these lines.
Yeah.
So
I mean, because I mean, to create another metaphor, imagine if you're trying to test a mouse on its intrinsic level of intelligence. So you put the mouse in a maze and you time how long it takes the mouse to go through the maze, right? Well, if you want to run the trial again to see, well, if I give the mouse certain nutritious food, will it become smarter? If you want to test that mouse in the same maze, it cannot remember the last time it did that maze.
yeah.
So its memory would have to be suppressed
Mm.
so that its intrinsic intelligence can be tested in
Yeah.
this maze.
Yeah.
So I think we kind of potentially do that to ourselves by coming here into these bodies. See, I don't think our memories are I don't think our memories are erased like erasing a hard drive. I think what happens is when your soul goes into a human body, when your soul goes into a human body, the human baby brain just doesn't have it's not intelligent enough. It doesn't have enough neurons. It doesn't have enough of a psychic energy field to plug into the rest of its being. So it's very traumatic to be born into a new baby body, a new brain, and expect to retain all of your memories. You know what I mean? So I think the limitation is actually human biology. I think that if we were born with a different kind of biology that were naturally more intelligent, more psychic, for example, then we would have all of our past life memories accessible because we would have that Wi-Fi router in our psychic energy field that could plug in to the cloud network and access all of our memories and videos and photos that are stored on the cloud. You know, but as humans, I believe that we have been genetically modified by alien beings. So we've been genetically modified by alien beings to be born here, born into this mouse maze to without access to our cloud backup storage. So all we have is that little part that's written into our firmware, to use a computer analogy. And that by firmware, I'm talking about our subconscious, the subconscious part of the soul. And
Yeah.
that's where we're operating from. And that's where we're being tested from. And that's ultimately what we're adding to and growing. And so it's like I think I mentioned last time how when you go to a gym, the point of going to the gym is to move against resistance, right? If you're lifting a heavy weight, what's the point of someone else coming along and lifting it for you?
Yeah.
It's not going to make you stronger, right? So I do think that a lot of the challenges that we face here are that for the soul. But at the same
And even
time,
even the gym metaphor makes a lot of sense because you also talk about how it's not a guarantee that you won't like die in the gym or face
Mhm.
an injury, but it's a risk you're willing to take for that potential reward that you'll get in terms of being able to build your muscle and strength, teeth strength.
Yeah. I mean, the very fact that the only way that you can do this is by having free will and having to choose using discernment. Um, and by discernment, I'm not just talking about logical true and false. I'm talking about authentic self versus false values that have been grafted onto you. So I mean, so much of life has to do with testing how good you are and whether you make the right moral, ethical, spiritual choices. And that's a big important part of it. But it also, like I said, it also has to do with what values you align yourself with, because some values are in alignment with who you truly are and some are not. And so when you betray yourself for these false values, that's kind of like in the game of chutes and ladders where you fall down the chute or fall down the snake. You know, you go down a level whenever you make these false choices. So that's how I see it. But because there's risk, because there's free will, there's so many things that can go wrong here. And there's also so many ways that negative entities can kind of capitalize on these errors and try to make them as delayed or prolonged as possible so that we keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. And each time we make a mistake, we suffer more. We lose out on doing good for others. We get preoccupied with suffering the consequences of these bad choices. So it's in the interest of the matrix control system. It's in the interest of the moon force, the moon archetype, for us to keep acting on our programming and never truly being sentient and conscious, right? And never really making progress on a spiritual level. So if you wanna know what is the most valuable use of time that you can have in this life, it would be to follow everything that comes from your spirit or your soul. That includes your destiny. It includes what makes your soul or spirit happy, right? It includes exercising the abilities of the spirit and the soul.
Makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense, man. Even but if you think about this, to be fair, the skepticism that a lot of these people have in their mind with respect to this being made like a much harder experiment than it was initially, I think like
Mhm.
even you agree with that things
Yeah.
have got a lot harder than maybe originally it was set out to just test us in precise ways where the suffering wasn't this, like you wouldn't land up on such tedious side quests that you'd be spending lifetimes just trying to learn lessons and suffer through them. But I feel like even your understanding and your writing about how that's a natural consequence of having a free will universe, that you had beings who landed up kind of hijacking that and then trying
Mhm.
to use that suffering that could help souls to grow as a fuel for themselves to go towards the darker side. So even that did help to like put things in a lot of context. I feel like just the idea that over lifetimes the suffering can get so prolonged, like people, because of the amnesia and because of not being in touch with their spirit, and the matrix forces make it so hard for us to do that out here.
Mhm.
It's much more likely, I think it's fair to say it's much more likely that people are bound to make the wrong choices, which is why most people are asleep, right? Like if people were making the right choices, you'd see like a different kind of society with different politics and
Mhm.
different organizations and the ideas that kind of govern the culture. And that's changing, to be honest. Like it is getting better, but still far from where we need to be objectively. So I feel like those kind of ideas also make people cynical in that sense, from for I think, because this is the same kind of ideas that made me cynical earlier as well.
Mhm.
I feel like just understanding that the risk is super high, but then so are the rewards. I think it's reading your work about learning with respect to how even abductees and people who go through demonic experiences, like all of that, also adds a novel kind of learning experience for the soul, which wouldn't be there if these beings didn't exist or weren't there to test us in this way. So I feel like, yeah, overall, from a broader scheme of things, it does align, and reincarnation makes sense to me now that I think of it.
Yeah,
I think
and
our work has
right.
been really helpful for me to change my mind on that.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly logical to be cynical about a lot of it because you can just look around. You can look at your own life. You can look at just how much resistance, gravity, darkness there is in life and in the world. But it would be a logical fallacy to say that that's all it is. That this world is nothing
Yeah.
but a soul trap. That it's nothing but a hell that we're living within, and that our only task is to escape this place. Now, I mean, I believe in transcendence more so than escapism. Like escapism means you're scared to confront it. You haven't really learned what there is to learn here. You haven't really mastered this place.
Yeah.
Whereas transcendence means growing so powerful that this place loses its grip on you. And so that's kind of like graduating versus dropping out, right? So I believe in graduating. I do think that the way out is through, but I do think that we have the free will choice to back out of here if we truly want. But the problem is, if you came here on a mission, or if you came here with other as part of a team with other souls depending on you to do your job, then if you choose to quit the game, so to speak, and back out of you're backing out of contracts,
Yeah.
and you're screwing up their flow of things as well. Now, unfortunately, negative entities, I'm sure, can use that process to ensnare more people. Right? They can lure one person in, but he's part of a team, so others have to come in to rescue him or
Yeah.
her, and then so you ensnare more. So this is the complicated chess game that I think is being played. It's a spiritual chess game where you come here on a gamble, on a risk, either to grow yourself or to try to fight the darkness here. You know, because when you talk about how things are more difficult here than they originally were intended, I totally believe that. I do think that negative forces have overstepped their jurisdiction, and that there is a great imbalance that is happening here in this world right now, and that is why there has to be some sort of a positive intervention underway. I'm not just talking about people like you and me putting out shows like this or doing our research and writing and trying to help others out. That's not just it. I'm also talking about like angelic forces, just higher positive beings, also trying to subtly guide and help this game along, almost like referees or chaperones or some
Yeah.
sort of like moderators, you know, just trying to keep the discussion fair. They're trying to help out, but without violating the without violating
Free will.
the,
Yeah.
without violating free will, and without violating the fiction of this place. You know what I mean? It's almost like when it's almost like a theater play, And the play is ongoing, and the stage director isn't happy with how it's going, and so he has to like kind of like motion off to the side, trying to get the actors to subtly, improve the flow of it without like getting on stage and saying, "Hey, okay, everyone stop!" Or you move over there, you move over here. You can't do that because it ruins the entire play, right? You can't do. So you have to be behind the curtain, kind of like whispering in people's ears, like, "Hey, be a little more emotive in this particular scene." So I think there are beings here who are helping us intuitively, synchronistically, guiding us in life. Now, it is possible to not see their help or to not receive it because we are so wrapped up in our own darkness and our own attachments to negative programs and limiting beliefs.
So also, if you landed up becoming that cynical, then vibrationally also you would cut off from there because you lose your higher vibration. So in order to even like match with them and receive the help, I feel like we need to come from a different place in terms of our internal spiritual health. And if you get too caught up in your mind and you get in an escapist mindset where just seeing the negative side of things, like you talk about this a lot, where people who get into conspiracies and just researching darkness, they just get focused on the negative and start attracting that kind of phenomena in this feedback loop kind of way. I feel
Yeah.
like even people who adopt this mindset, this is all a trap. I know because I've been there, bro. Like when I used to believe this shit, I would just the negative stuff would just pop out at me, and like the good stuff in life would lose its importance. So I know the kind of effect it had on my psyche, and I feel like that was also responsible for me creating certain experiences I did in order to like learn the lesson and evolve my own state of consciousness overall. So another thing that really like give me a lot of insight on this is if you see the higher beings within, like after we incarnate and we ascend towards higher levels of consciousness, like positive alien or angel. Um, I've seen like you reference a lot of material which talks about how these beings have actually helped us out in terms of informing us about the negative alien agenda and giving us the tools and tricks in order to be able to like fight it and transcend it in some sense. So that actually like also helped to convince me that reincarnation does have some purpose, because it's through like progressing that way that these beings have reached there. And once like maybe that could be us in the future. Like if we keep continuing on this
Hmm.
trajectory, like we'll become beings like that, and then we'll be kind of helping out people who are early on in their soul evolution journey, and not just like I feel like a lot of people who get into this get the impression that we're just on our own and it's just negative forces, free for all, like they can just do whatever the fuck they want. But
Hmm.
that's not true as well, because if that was, then you wouldn't have these higher beings within these higher astral levels who would be trying to help us out and trying to counter the negative aliens. So even that did help, like, to make a lot of sense to me. Sure.
Yeah, yeah, and what a skeptic, well, what a contrarian would say to that would be that even these positive beings are part of the deception to make us think that we're doing good or make it to get us to engage in the game, right?
Yeah.
But then I'm thinking to myself, well, all right, well, if the negative forces have that much power to keep us here, then why do they even bother trying to trick us to make us to voluntarily stay here? Evidently, if they need to convince us and trick us to stay here, then they barely have any power at all. Because we could just easily see through it and boom, get right out of here. Well, I think that's a kind of a simplistic reactionary viewpoint
Hmm.
that doesn't take all facts into account.
Yep.
Because here's the thing: if you start out as a materialist skeptic who doesn't believe in any fringe whatever, okay, and if you have, let's say, alien abduction, or you see a UFO, or experience a ghost or a demon, okay, now you're a believer in the dark paranormal. But so far, you haven't yet experienced the guiding hand of synchronicity. You haven't experienced angels or positive, like your higher self. So now you're still a skeptic towards that positive stuff.
Yeah.
But once you do experience it, okay, now you got to expand your worldview to also include the positive, right? So my point is, as you raise your level of knowledge, as you become more aware, as you become increasingly further down the path of being a truth seeker, the new knowledge that you acquire has to be balanced. It has to include both the dark and the light. Because if you only do the dark, you're going to wind up in a lopsided higher awareness. So you only see, okay, now I'm totally hip to the idea of Illuminati and the pizza stuff. I'm talking about the whole like dark aspect
Yeah.
of it. But you don't know jack squat about spirituality, metaphysics, esotericism, mysticism, meditation, all the angels, the higher celestial hierarchies. You don't know anything about any of that, so of course you're going to be Mr. Cynical. You're going to be completely black-pilled about reality because your awareness is lopsided. You only see like, oh, this is a lie, that's false, this illusion has been shattered, but you haven't yet dug into the wealth of spiritual knowledge that's out there in books and videos and websites and so on. So you have to ground yourself in that as well. And if you don't, you're going to suffer the consequences of being a depressed black pill doomer.
Cutting edge insights, man. Also, one thing I want to get like your thoughts on is a lot of people who subscribe to Eastern religions. They have a similar way of seeing reincarnation, but it's like the original reincarnation is a
Hmm.
trap kind of theory where they believe that ultimately our goal is to transcend the cycle of reincarnation and move to a higher level where we don't have to do this, and we reach a state of consciousness where we don't need these learning lessons anymore. So, looking at that and their belief system, a lot of people like actually believe that they're going to merge with Source like right after this lifetime and be able to transcend the whole thing. Do you think it's possible that once we die, we can just straight away merge with the creator and not have to go through more lifetimes or move to a higher level in this sequence? Like, can someone just shortcut it and go right straight there, or does like from your research, do all souls have to follow this path and this curriculum that seems to be at
Hmm.
play with most beings?
Yeah. Okay. Well, to pull up another metaphor on that, when you have an acorn, all right. So you take an acorn, you plant it, it sprouts, and eventually it turns into a giant oak tree. Okay. That giant oak tree probably still has some of the original molecules of that original acorn somewhere in it. Okay. So the original core, the original seed, is still within the big tree. Okay. And what that means for us is that we are like this big tree, and our consciousness, our human consciousness, is like the big tree, but we still have within us the original God spark, the original connection to source.
Yeah.
So, in a sense, yes, we already are perfect. We already have the perfect God spark spirit within us. So then the question is, well, then why go through all of this? What is there to progress if you already are at the end? Well, The answer is that this giant tree, if this tree wants to return to source, that would be like hacking away all of its branches and whittling it down back into like a little tiny acorn shape. Oh, now it's an acorn again. Well, is it really? No, it's not, because we just cut away everything trying to retrieve the original molecules of the original acorn, but it's not really, that's not the way to go about it. What you have to do is you have to let the tree mature until it produces more acorns and grows an entire forest. You see, that's moving forward and fulfilling its purpose. That's fulfilling its that's its teleological purpose. And I think the same applies to us, where there are two ways that we can merge with source. You know, we can strip away everything that we have progressed and built up so far. We can strip it all away, reject it all, detach ourselves from our human self, and kind of look back upon our own self-awareness and meditate on it enough that we kind of turn our own awareness back upon its original source light.
Oh.
Okay, so that's one way to do it, but you're moving backwards to do it. You're going back to the starting line, you know? So the entire race that you've run so far, you're kind of like going backwards back to the original starting line. Or you can go forward towards the finish line, where now you're progressing, you're expanding so much that you become identical with, and therefore merge with the greater source at the end of your evolution, at the end of your personal spiritual evolution. And I think that's more important, because then you're not giving up anything that you've gained so far. And I'm not just talking about your ego memories, you know, the things you learned in school. I'm talking about things that you've become as an individual, all the lifetimes that you've had, you know, all the pain and joys and experiences and connections and friendships that you've built up over lifetimes. You add upon that, you grow that until it becomes infinity. And once that's infinite, it's identical to infinity itself. So it's like you become one with all, because you've become all. And I do think that that's like the way forward. I think that that's the end of our personal spiritual evolution. And that is just so much richer. That's just so much within the greater purpose of probably why creation exists in the first place, than simply, you know, backing up back into the bushes and disappearing like Homer Simpson, trying to return to source. You know what I mean? But see, the option is there. It's like you can always like push pause and push exit on the game, and then exit the game. But what are you really gaining from it? And I think a lot of people, they do that because they are weary of life. They're tired of the negativity and the suffering. And so that's why in the East, you know, they talk about the motivation for transcending the wheel of karma is to get out of the wheel of suffering, you know, to get to overcome suffering and to be free from the suffering of reincarnation. So evidently they think that every single moment of every day of our lives is suffering. It's a suffering to be here.
Which is why I said it's like the OG soul trap theory, you know, like before it morphed into whatever it is right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I could equally say, if I'm going to be the contrarian to that, then I could say, well, what if you have a purpose for being here? What if there's so much more that you can become? But if I want to deny you that, then I'm going to make you feel like you're miserable about every single moment of your existence, because your life is nothing but suffering, and your only job is to get out of here. You know, there's the same thing with Christianity, like the original, like medieval Christianity, where the church was offering, people could buy their way into heaven. You know, they could, I think they're called indulgences or something like that. People could give money to the church, and then the church would kind of make a deal with God, and the person's soul would get saved, you know, more than they would otherwise. But back then, the people's sole goal, oh, that's a pun, I guess. The sole goal was to get out of this world and to make it to heaven, you know, and they directed their entire lives towards escapism and kind of just doing what the church said and to escape this life. So in both cases, West and East, there is a remarkable lack of involvement and spiritual fight being applied to conditions right here, right now in this life. You know, there's a lack of embodiment. There's a lack of bringing the higher down into 3D and shining that light and fighting back the dark forces that are here.
No, I
So I
totally
find
feel
that
that,
interesting.
bro. I mean, like, I've been in both states myself. I feel like I'm much more embodied now and actually applying stuff that's helping me to be here and see things totally differently and actually be much more effective in terms of my impact compared to where I was. And I
Mhm.
also feel like that whole thing is maybe it's a knee jerk of just the ego identity while we incarnate out here, because that can't like see, the deeper stuff that we're discussing, if it's just coming from a very surface level materialistic understanding. So for a lot of beings, that could just be a knee-jerk reaction, as you said rightly, to the suffering itself. Because when we're out here, it seems very overwhelming, intense. But I feel like once most souls pass over, then they know that this is just a temporary blip, and they know their true nature. So from there, it seems like not so intense as it does. So I feel like even maybe this idea is just an artifact of the ego not being able to comprehend suffering correctly or see its purpose, which is why people tend to develop ideologies like this, where they're like trying to escape. But then when we move to a higher state, maybe then like people don't souls really don't think like this. They see the value in
Hmm.
being in like incarnating here. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, yeah. People do have to understand that we're seeing things from an ego intellectual perspective right now. We're limited by that. We're limited by the five senses. So we only have it's just like the electromagnetic spectrum, right? You can only see a small part of it. You can only see visible light, but there's radio waves, microwaves, X-rays, gamma rays, and likewise within greater creation, there's so much of it that we don't have knowledge of necessarily here, unless you do the research into uh, near-death experiences, afterlife studies, and so on, or even mystics like Rudolf Steiner, who use their occult psychic abilities in order to probe reality to try to figure out what's really going on beneath all the different layers. What the actual how did we get here? What this is all about? Like the Gnostics, for example, they were all about getting that higher revelatory knowledge
Yep.
that was behind the curtain. You know, so unless you seek that stuff, then you're not you're only going to see things from an ego perspective. And when you do dig into that stuff, what you're going to discover is that there's both a higher positive aspect to reality, but also a higher negative aspect, right? And as long as you balance yourself by taking both sets of revelations into
Yeah.
account,
Yeah.
then you're on the path of objectivity, right? But if you're just going to knee jerk react and say it's all positive or say it's all negative, then you're in the wrong, because you're, like I said, you're just resting in a lazy way of trying to understand reality because you're ignoring the entire other half of reality right there.
It's so insightful, man. I got like a lot of insights just talking to you about this. I feel like for most people, it's easy to recognize the dialectics that we often talk about in the conspiracy movement, like
Hmm.
just the different political parties, and how that's like false opposites, or the false opposites between religion and atheism, and things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like in a very broad sense, this is a very important dialectic that a lot of people haven't yet figured out and reached these kind of more nuanced, subtle understanding. So I hope this, like just watching this helps people in their journey of that. That's my intention.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
and you know what? Well, one more thing on that.
yeah,
There's so many different fields of data that you can draw from. Like even for example, when someone you love, like your mom or your dad or someone dies, and then they come through in synchronicities, dreams, maybe even like apparitions or visions or just little signs. Well, if that's real, then that proves that they survived death, that they're behind the veil, and if you get into like certain mediums that communicate with them, you can get a lot of information that way too about what it's like. And then of course contrarians could say, well, those are probably just demons pretending to be your parents coming through.
yeah,
But if
that's the
that's true,
narrative in that camp. Yeah,
yeah. But see, here's the thing: demons are already known to be imposters of New Age figures,
yeah,
Archangel Michael, whatever, and it's easy to identify when they do that because they're very simplistic. It's always very saccharine, a lot of like ego stroking language. They really try to be manipulative. So we already know that these negative forces, what it looks like when they pretend to be positive, and that is not the same thing as when a genuine positive entity interacts with you or gives you wisdom or whatever. It's never trying to manipulate. It's never trying to deceive you. It always leaves you more discerning, more empowered, more uplifted spiritually. Demons are incapable of doing that. So that's why if you study the anecdotal data as well as like demonology, occultism, esotericism, whatever, I mean mythology, folklore, you just study all of it and you start learning how these beings work. And at that point, you can definitely start to differentiate between the genuinely positive beings and the imposters, right? So if you're going to be someone who says that no, it's all negative, they're just nothing, all demons pretending to be angels or whatever, I think it's just that you don't have enough information yet, and that if you just studied more, and if you just like absorb more information and put more pieces together, you'd realize that you would have to expand your worldview to include genuinely positive beings. So,
Totally,
yeah.
man. I totally agree with that. That's exactly what I've done, and that's why I'm like, what I'm doing and believing what I am right now currently. So you're like, your work was fundamental and instrumental in helping me do that. Thank you so much, bro.
Sure.
Yeah. So let's see what's up next. I really want to talk to you about drugs. So
Mm.
I personally have had like, experiences with pretty much all psychedelics, and I've dabbled in like many different substances as well. So I feel like just doing all of that, there's some that have helped me get more into my element in terms of. I feel like there's this one um MDMA that really has helped me. Like whenever I've, like had it in the past, it really helps me to channel something from inside me, almost like my higher self, and I can just be in a great flow state. And like my mind remembers shit I've read like 4 5 years back, and I'm like my friends know me for like giving really long ass fucking deep
Hmm.
rants and talks on when I do that. So I feel like there's some that have actually helped me to exercise more of my spirit, and then there's some that that haven't really done that, like marijuana for example. It just makes you want to eat and laugh and just like laze around, hang out.
Mm.
So what's your take on like different substances? Have you experimented with a lot of these, and what have been your takeaways? I know your take on DMT because and ayahuasca because you like someone asked you a question and you wrote about that. But what do you think about everything else out there and like how it affects us on a spiritual level as well?
Yeah. Well, people who are extremely anti-drug, you have to you have to you have to consider the fact that we are already filled with drugs internally. And I'm talking about neurotransmitters, hormones, nutrients. Those are drugs that are coursing through our brain, our body right now. So we're always on drugs. It's just that our internal drugs right now are balanced in such a way that we can function within consensus reality.
Yeah,
So it locks us into this homeostatic balancing point that allows me and you to occupy the same consensual reality. But the thing is, of course, you can either do meditation practices, uh, or you can do electrical stimulations, or take chemical substances that alter that balance. And when you alter that balance, then that affects how you interface with consensus reality. So I myself don't have a ton of personal experience with it, but I've communicated with tens of thousands of people over the years, and a good number of them have been drug. I don't want to say drug users. It sounds bad, but people who have used
yeah,
substances.
different
Okay,
compound. Yeah,
so they've used substances to different effects. Some have been really hurt by it. Some of them have really benefited from it. So it's quite a mixed spectrum. And I mean, it's essentially all you're really doing is you're kind of screwing with your biological reality tuner. So how your physical form interacts with your consciousness, and how it interacts with your etheric body, your astral body, and with reality at large. That is what that whole entire feedback control system mechanism is what you're messing with when you ingest different types of substances. Now, the interesting thing though is that you can take one drug and it'll affect a certain receptor, a certain neurotransmitter. You can take another drug, it also affects that neurotransmitter, that particular receptor, but in different ways. Like I mean, it's quite complicated, the actual mechanism of how it happens, and so the end result of it is going to be vastly different between different drugs, even though they affect the same particular transmitter or neurotransmitter. So as I'm saying that, it's very complicated, and there's very many different subtle nuances. Like taking straight up DMT and smoking it is going to be different from taking ayahuasca, which has DMT in it.
yeah. DMT trip is like very short and too intense in a very very like tiny span of time. Whereas I've done ayahuasca myself, so it's like very
Mhm.
very spanned out and it takes a long time, and the journey lasts longer. So yeah, there are
Yeah.
differences in how we consume these things as well.
Yeah, I've known a lot of people who've done ayahuasca. I've known many who've done straight up DMT. Um, so, like in my case personally, there's reasons why I cannot do drugs. Like my body's quite sensitive to certain substances, so I can't even do cilantro and basil. I can't even do certain herbs, let alone
Yeah,
ayahuasca and DMT and weed and stuff. I mean, well, I don't want to get into it, but I have a little bit of experience. So it's just so that I'm not a hypocrite when I say that I'm not personally into it.
yeah,
I had to experience something in order to know from personal experience. Now, in my case, yeah, my body reacted in a very very weird way that others who take the same thing don't react to it. and probably genetic, probably biochemical or something. I've
I
got
can
that. I've
relate to
also
that. I react severely to coconut, and everyone does fine with it. So we
oh
all
yeah.
have like our individual things with respect to how we
Hmm.
handle these substances as well.
Yeah, yeah, and also like for occult reasons. In my case, I because of the info that I put out, because of all the people I try to deal with and help and so on, their entities that are trying to keep them down get mad at me. So I get psychic attacks. I have
Hmm.
to deal with certain negative entity issues, and because of that, I have to keep my aura like integrity high.
Yeah.
And if I take certain mind altering substances, it'll scramble that, and when it scrambles that, it'll open up, it'll create certain openings that these entities can get through and try to really trip me up. So that's why the first time I had an experience, I decided not to do any more because I could already see the signs of that starting to happen. You know. Now for someone else who doesn't have that level of negative entity attack, you know what, they might be fine. They
Yeah.
might never encounter problems. But of course, if someone else already has physiological or mental issues like being prone to schizophrenia or something like that,
Yeah.
then of course it's very bad for them to take too much weed
Yeah, there's too much
or some
research
other
on
drug.
that, dude. Like I follow some this one guy on Instagram. He's like a functional medicine doctor. He's been seeing brain scans of a lot of people, of just patients and chronic weed users, and it does have detrimental effects to the brain. Like it slows the
Mhm.
blood flow down to the brain and ages the brain much faster, even faster than alcohol. Like they've done comparative
Mhm.
analysis between the brains of people who smoke weed for a long time, smoke alcohol. Plus, there's this like subset of people who gets to get affected by weed in such a way where they become paranoid schizophrenics. Like
Mhm.
they
Right.
totally go on that spectrum. And I know personal friends of mine who I feel like it had that effect on, who are
Mhm.
this whole wake and bake culture, and they just keep smoking every day. I've seen a
Yeah.
couple of people go down that path myself. And for me, like initially, this was again more of a contrarian thing because I was waking up, and then drugs are so demonized and illegal in society, so you automatically like want to
Mhm.
jump to the camp that's like, no, it's all about expanding consciousness, and it's going to help you like in your spiritual growth. But then everything takes time to just come to like a more nuanced, balanced perspective. So I feel like they can benefit you in a certain sense. Like as I said, some of these things have helped me. Some of these things have also taken me out of my power in terms of maybe like having some bad trips that I've had, or not being in control of my mind when I'm doing certain things. So yeah, I feel like it's a double-edged sword, and
Mhm.
it does have risks, but at the same time, it can have some potential rewards depending on your individual case.
Yeah. Exactly. Like your individual case. A lot of times things like ayahuasca, they take you on an inner journey. So what you go into the experience with in terms of your karmic baggage, your shadow issues, your vibe, whatever,
Mhm.
that's going to affect your experience. And I know, like with some people who do ayahuasca, it really helps them purge the parts of themselves that they simply can't reach through meditation or psychotherapy or other types of healing modalities.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a psychedelic electroshock therapy to the soul in a way, like it really jostles the insides and kind of helps purge things. But at the same time, I noticed there's certain people who did it and they got addicted to it. So they've done ayahuasca like dozens, if not hundreds of times. And I think at that point, anytime you get addicted to something, it's going to start having diminishing returns and even negative effects. So generally, I don't tell people or don't recommend people to do substances, but because it varies so much from case to case,
Yeah.
and you can never know. You can never know ahead of time whether someone's going to react badly to it, right? So there's always a risk to it, and I would say people should only do it if they absolutely need to.
Mm.
You know, it's when it's almost like they have a spiritual, quote unquote, medical condition where only a psychedelic substance can help them shatter it. Well, the same thing with like military vets who have PTSD, right?
Yeah.
They give them like mushrooms or
Mm.
whatever, some sort of psychedelic, and it helps them overcome their PTSD. If the potential benefits are greater than the risks for a problem that in itself is very detrimental, then the cost benefit analysis is positive.
Yeah.
That's why you should do it. But in my case, it'd be totally negative because one, I don't really need it. I don't have such deep traumatic shadow wounds that I have to go to that level, just to be able to survive in life. And my risks are very, very high due to the occult forces that I've dealt
Negative
with.
entity interference that you face. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, yeah. So the cost benefit ratio in my case is like way too low,
Mm.
or I mean, well, it's too bad. It's like too risky. So that's why I don't do it. So everyone's an individual case, and you have to decide for yourself.
Sense, man. I feel like in your writing also, I think you quoted Rudolf Steiner, and he was talking about how you know, other people can reach the same level of understanding as him without ever having that access or the altered state of consciousness or clairvoyance,
Mhm.
psychic powers. And that kind of squares with what you wrote about DMT and ayahuasca as well. That, when people go into these altered states of consciousness, it's not like a necessity to be able to reach the knowledge that we've come to. Many times it can be an impairment where there are entities who use those states and get in and feed these false storylines, and then people just
Mhm.
like adopt that, and they don't square that with all the available research out there, and don't try to like fit their experience in the larger scheme of things. So many times like these things can also be a detriment in terms of our spiritual progress. These are insights I got
Yeah.
from you that I haven't heard anywhere else.
Yeah, that's a really good point because it kind of relates to the mental or intellectual or psychic component of it. Where, well, for example, earlier you mentioned how some weed users can descend into paranoid schizophrenia. Okay, I think for the most part, it's not so much a physiological brain change that happens, although brain changes do happen. But primarily, what happens is you're on the substance. It alters the way that you perceive things and the sorts of thoughts and beliefs that you have. And then after the drug wears off, you still hold on to those beliefs and those thought patterns, and
Yeah.
they become self-reinforcing. It's like once you suspect your roommate of being like an Illuminati agent trying to poison you on drugs, you believe that. Now you're off drugs, but you still have that sense about you. So the next time he pours you a glass of milk or something, you're gonna be a little paranoid about it. And when he starts making noises at weird times, you're gonna think, well, maybe he's really in on it. And before you know it, you're one of those targeted individuals who's got gang stalkers, jingling their
So
keys
this
and
this is how the feedback loop starts for so many people, in terms of like being descending into this whole negative spiral, and it makes so much sense. Like, because people don't know that they're supposed to be very mindful about their thoughts, and they're not doing their inner work.
mm,
They just go with everything that comes in their mind. So it makes total sense. Like someone might do a substance, and then they might have that thought that lingers around, and then they keep feeding that, and it
mhm,
develops into
right.
like a total gang stalking kind of scenario where they draw in that phenomena into that reality because of their paranoia about the thing.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it becomes like a feedback loop that just spirals out of control, right? It gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and before you know it, your own subconscious has become corrupted. So now you're altering probability of your life itself. So now you're starting to draw to yourself experiences that reinforce that thought more and more, and then now you've got like black helicopters showing up and negative entities and these things. A lot of times these entities they exist already. They're not just figments of your imagination. But in order to pull them into your experience stream requires a certain level of subconscious locking with
Yeah,
that reality,
yeah,
you know. So that's exactly what you're talking about. Another thing that's related to that, which you kind of touched on, is how, for example, with ayahuasca or I guess DMT as well, you have this experience, and not only is it possible for negative entities to start feeding you false storylines, but it's also possible for you to have an internally generated, it's almost like a dream, like your subconscious generates the storyline itself. And so you're just being shown reflections of your own subconscious energies or patterns or beliefs. And if you take that at face value and you take it completely literally, then you can get into a lot of trouble with drawing conclusions from it. I
yeah.
mean, just because you had an experience that was very vivid and had a very strong emotional impression to it doesn't mean that it's logically correct or that it's based in reality
True,
or
true.
truth, right? So people tend to sometimes get those things mixed up, like, oh, it felt so real, it was so vivid, it was so emotional, therefore it's true. No, it's not. That's a logical fallacy. You can't think that way. You got to exercise your critical thinking. So,
Yeah, which is people don't want to put the effort in. They just a lot of people just base reality on their personal experiences, and they don't actually delve into the literature out there on these things and try to balance their perspectives with people have been thinking and working on this stuff for so long, and that whole library of knowledge just kept building. So whatever we experience should kind of fit into that or add something to it, or
mhm.
we should at least be able to reconcile what we're experiencing in the context of the things that are already out there. I feel like that's really valuable, bro, to do that.
Yeah, I mean, personal experience is very important. It's I never discount anecdotal data, like people's personal experiences. I think that's actually sometimes I think that anecdotal data is sometimes more valuable than scientific data. The reason being that with scientific data, you can't get into a person's head. You can't get it from their perspective.
Totally
And
agree
then
with you. Not for maybe like the hard sciences where we're trying to assess, like
yeah.
the building blocks of reality and biology and chemistry and all of that, like that's where the hard sciences are, I feel like, definitely the most reliable thing to go for. But when it comes
Mhm.
to people's inner world and experiences and emotions and just like what kind of events people attract in life, like for those things definitely, and even conspiracies, I feel like that's where anecdotal evidence, circumstantial evidence becomes very important, because you're trying to make sense of people's motives and intentions, which you can't necessarily do with like a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trial. You kind of have to use your
Mhm.
discernment and critical thinking to be able to gauge and like reconcile that. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean the whole like scientific sphere with like you said, biology, chemistry, physics, engineering. Oh, yeah, that whole entire sphere. Yes, you definitely have to have all that, and
Mm,
scientific data is very important. And anecdotal data doesn't really count much for it
yeah.
because you're dealing with material phenomena that are repeatable because they don't depend on consciousness,
Mm.
right? But then at the
But
same
then, I mean, a
time,
skeptic would say that like it's actually consciousness is affecting quantum phenomena, which is what's involved in all these
Mhm.
experiments. So
Yeah, yeah, well, exactly. And the same thing with like the placebo effect or the
yeah,
nocebo effect.
yeah.
That's where the lines start getting blurred between consciousness and materiality,
The
right?
good thing, at least in scientific studies, is that they do like have a placebo group, so you can tease
Hmm.
out the objective kind of interference of the thing you're studying compared to the mind body effect that's happening. So I
Yeah.
feel like that's a common objection, like that a lot of people who are into this whole mind is everything and like physical stuff is all important. They try to dismiss all scientific studies by saying that, but then that's not true either.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Like each type of evidence or each type of method of investigation has its particular domain that it's best at,
Hmm.
right? And it's only when you start mixing methods into the wrong domain
Yeah.
that you start running into problems. So for example, like if you do the scientific method, or if you do the whole scientific method, you have to assume that whatever you're studying is under your control. So you're like in a controlled setting, a controlled environment, so you can have control, so you can kind of distinguish. Well, when you're dealing, let's say, with aliens or angels or psychic phenomena, you're dealing with intelligences that are not in your petri dish because you're actually in their petri dish. You're in their control. You're the experiment, and so you can't put them in a box, and that's why you can't really apply the typical scientific methods towards these phenomena, and that's why in those cases anecdotal data then starts becoming a little more valuable
For
because
sure.
that
Yeah.
that's a little more appropriate. Yeah.
Makes total sense, man. I've come to similar conclusions, and it's just fascinating to see, like the nuances align over there. Because these are insights. Some of these insights I've had by myself earlier, just thinking about different kinds of evidence, and like how something's good for one area and something can be good for another area. So it's like good to hear that coming from you as well.
Mhm.
Let's see. So let's get into sleep paralysis and astral travel. I know that you've written about different kinds of sleep paralysis. Like some of it's just purely physical, where your neurons stop sending a message to your, like motor
Mhm.
skills and like being able to move your muscles and all of that, and that's why you kind of stop doing that if you just suddenly wake up in the middle of a dream. And then there's sometimes the actual negative entities can induce sleep paralysis in order to like feed your energy or do weird kind of shit to you by getting you in that state. So what are your thoughts on that? And I've also heard you write about how you've come to the conclusion that you don't really recommend astral travel, like similar to drugs, because you feel like it changes people over a long period of time. What made you come to that conclusion as well?
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, so the best way I think to understand sleep paralysis is to kind of get into the idea of what is a process that we undergo when we fall asleep, because you have to fall asleep first before you can have sleep paralysis. So if you understand sleep, you can better understand what sleep paralysis is. So typically when you go to sleep, you close your eyes, your senses start to disengage from your surrounding environment. So already your consciousness is starting to detach from consensus physical reality, your external reality, and it starts to draw within yourself. Now, physiologically, your brain, as you know, it starts off probably around the beta brainwave state, and it goes, gets slower and slower.
Mm.
And right around the theta brainwave state, that's when you start getting gamma wave spikes. You get hypnagogic imagery, and that's kind of like the precursor before you eventually either slip into deep dreamless
Delta.
sleep, which is
Yeah.
like delta, or later in the sleep stages, that's when you switch into REM sleep, like rapid eye movement, like dreams. Okay, so, but the thing is, when you start going into this level, on an occult level, your etheric and your astral bodies start to expand and start to kind of disengage from the physical body itself. So your consciousness, which is inside the astral sheath, starts to disengage from the etheric and from the physical body. Okay, and typically, if you look at material like Rudolf Steiner and some other mystics, they have the psychic ability to not only see what happened to themselves when they went to sleep, but also to see what happens to others when they go to sleep. And they can see the astral body detached from the physical body. They can see it, go into the spirit realms. So when the human being is in stage 4 sleep, which is like delta wave sleep, which is dreamless sleep, like you're not conscious, you might as well be comatose in that state. Well, you're comatose and there's really barely any brain activity other than delta waves. It's because your astral body and your consciousness is in the astral planes, essentially. So the similar place that you go after you die, supposedly, according to these mystics, you go there
Every
in
night.
deep dream,
Yeah.
yes, every night in deep dreamless sleep. And so it's the same way that people supposedly do a life review after they die. You kind of do a life review in that state too. So for a couple hours each night, you're off somewhere else. You're outside of space time, and you're kind of looking down upon your life, and you're making course corrections to your life as you go from this higher state. So it's not like you're born here with a plan that then from the moment you're born, this plan plays out your entire life, from day after day after day. It's not like that. It's more like you come here with a general outline, and then throughout life, every night pretty much, you kind of return to this higher state, and you kind of review and you make adjustments. So yeah, you're like a ship captain, kind of making course corrections, periodically, while the ship goes in a certain direction. So
Yeah, I've read
that's
about
supposedly
souls, like when I've read Between Lives, books and past life regression, like the blueprint of life is set out before you incarnate, but then many times certain unexpected things happen and souls change like the plan for the life, even on a daily basis like this. You can course correct as you're saying, and depending on certain external circumstances, shift the kind of things to preserve your destiny, so to speak.
yeah, yeah. So now what? It's an interesting thing that happens though when you are able to stay conscious while you fall asleep. See, because normally what happens is you become unconscious and your brain doesn't record any memories of that deep dreamless sleep state. But Rudolf Steiner himself had the ability to stay lucid 24 hours a day. So even as he entered delta sleep, he was able to be conscious of what goes on in that realm. And so he remembers going to the afterlife spirit state where it's not even like there's other people there. It's just like energy forms, clouds of energy, archetypes. It's something that the human brain can't even fully comprehend because it's so different from this typical like localized space-time experience. This is more like a non-local time-space, like inverted space-time experience. That's what you're experiencing in the state. And the problem with the Steiner is that when he comes back, now he has to use 3D human language to try to describe what he experienced in this almost like fourth dimensional, hyperdimensional state, and it's very tough to do. But if we back up a bit, when you start falling asleep and your body lets go and your brain like disengages the motor control of the body so that you're kind of paralyzed, if you wake up into that state without fully switching off that paralysis, then you're going to be in sleep paralysis. So that's what sleep paralysis is. Sleep paralysis is a combination of not only your brain being physiologically or neurologically still disengaged from the motor centers, but it's also that your etheric and astral body haven't yet fully locked into the physical body. So you're not fully zipped up yet. And so that's why one of the methods for breaking sleep paralysis is to try your hardest to try to wiggle your toe.
Yeah.
Okay? So you're focusing on the most distant part of your body and you're trying to move it. And the reason why you can move it is because even though the astral and the etheric and the consciousness are somewhat detached from the physical, there's still a link that goes back to the physical brain. So a lot of times astral travelers talk about this cord that comes out of the forehead or out of the chest that attaches to their astral body. So no matter where they're astral traveling, they always have this silver cord that links them back to the physical body. Well, that's kind of like a remote control cable, or like the cable on a wired mouse. You got the mouse in your hand, but it's still controlling the computer through this cable. And so that's why, even though you're in sleep paralysis, even though you're somewhat out of the body, you can still wiggle your toe if you try. And then once you start wiggling your toe, that starts zipping up your etheric and astral body back into the physical body, like, from your toe all the way back up to your head. And so once you do that and you're fully locked in, then you can open your eyes and, you're back. You're back fully out of sleep paralysis. But see, that's a natural process. So that process happens every single time we fall asleep. Every single time we fall asleep, we unzip, we unwind, we kind of detach. And our body enters into sleep paralysis for two reasons. One, because of the physiological motor control shut off through the brain. And the other, of course, because when the etheric body isn't attached to the physical biology, the nerves, it can't control the brain, it can't control the nerves. So you're kind of cut off from it. And actually, it's like if you sit on your arm or your leg wrong and your arm falls asleep or your foot falls asleep, I think it was Rudolf Steiner who said that he was able to psychically observe what happens when that happens. And he says that when a person's hand falls, when a person's hand falls asleep, their physical hand might be here, but their etheric hand just kind of like flops down like this. So their etheric hand actually detaches from their physical hand and flops down. And he was able to see that clairvoyantly. That's what happens when your arm falls asleep due to lack of blood flow and lack of nerve conduction. And I think a similar thing happens, he said, when people undergo hypnosis. So when you undergo hypnosis, your etheric brain actually kind of like shifts slightly out of your physical brain. And so therefore only part of it is attached. And so therefore only part of your physical brain is active as it normally would be. And so you're in an altered state of consciousness when that happens.
Makes sense, man.
Yeah.
So from your understanding, it's like the etheric level is the more like the quantum matrix code of reality that's powering the physical processes, which is why like when it tunes out, then it can't really like continue the normal processes that would happen, which need the etheric body to be there, because not just the physical that's functioning, like there's a underlying code which is making it all work, which is like
So do
you think like the etheric body is synonymous to like our like quantum physics and the quantum phenomena and like how that manifests in terms of like it interacting with the physical body?
Yeah, I mean, I think some people, I forget who, I don't know if it's Rupert Sheldrake or Stuart Hameroff, but they sort of tend to imply that the quantum wave function is analogous to the etheric energy field that the mystics talk about. But me, having studied the works of, the later works of de Broglie, or de Broglie, however you say his French name, he talks about a quantum potential that is beneath even the wave function.
Okay.
So there's a sub-quantum medium that affects how the wave function turns into an observable particle. And I think that deeper subquantum medium, that's this deeper quantum potential, I think that probably is the etheric energy field. So if you think about the physical body, atoms, molecules, matter, that's all physical, but physical only comes out of the quantum wave function, and the quantum wave function only comes out of this deeper quantum potential. And so if the soul, the higher spirit, works through the astral body, works through the etheric body, then it's the etheric body, this quantum the subquantum potential that affects how the nerves fire. It affects how DNA winds and unwinds, and so our physical biological processes are most definitely controlled or modulated by a subquantum etheric energy field, I think, that is ultimately controlled by the astral body, which is then controlled by consciousness. So if you sever that if you sever that at any point in that, then the physical body is going to be limp. It's not going to be responsive, and that's what happens when we fall asleep. That the subquantum thing starts to decouple a little bit from the physical body, and so therefore you couldn't move part of your body even if you wanted, unless there's some neurological link still there, like trying to wiggle your toe. So you've got like minimal control over the body. But other than that, so you asked earlier, what is the difference between this
like a physical sleep paralysis, and I know that you've written about how demons and negative aliens can actually induce someone to have a sleep paralysis, which doesn't have to do with the physical process you're describing, but they can artificially do that for abductions and other reasons.
Yeah, and I will say on that point that generally aliens are more powerful and more skilled in doing this than the typical ghost or demon. All right, so ghosts and demons, they're more common, but they are less powerful than aliens are, which is interesting. So during the onset of an abduction, typically the most common scenario is that several grays would come in, and the reason why they use several grays is because each one of them is almost like an antenna array, where each one is psychic, but if you got multiple ones together, they can all exert their psychic power at the same time, and there's a lot more power than one gray by itself. Okay, and so what they do is they lock onto your etheric body, like psychically. Their own etheric body locks onto yours, and they do this weird pattern matching thing where they synchronize themselves with you, like almost like the same pattern and the same frequency, and thereby they're able to control your etheric body. and therefore they can kind of take control of the vehicle, whereas you can't. It's almost like when someone electronically hacks your self-driving car, and so now the car is driving under their control instead of yours. That's what they're doing. They're doing it on a psychic level. They're hacking your etheric body and preventing you from exercising physical motor control. All right, other than your eyes. So when you're in the sleep and when you're in this artificially induced paralysis state, they don't paralyze your eyes, which is interesting because when we are asleep in like natural and through the natural sleep paralysis process, the entire body is paralyzed, but your eyes are not, because during dreams your eyes move back and forth. That's a rapid eye movement. That's REM sleep. So it's interesting that during abductions the same mechanism is displayed. The fact that your body's paralyzed but your eyes can still move. So it's possible that the Greys are also flipping on that sleep paralysis switch that happens normally, but they're flipping it on artificially.
Yeah, and using it
So
to the
it's-
advantage in order to like make sense.
Yeah. And if someone is going through that, one of the methods that they can break that artificial sleep paralysis is to try and change their thoughts, their emotions, their inner state as rapidly as possible, like fluctuate it all like, cycle it all around.
Okay.
Or imagine a certain sound in your head, or develop like a strong emotional righteous anger, something that is very sudden and very intense and very strong and unexpected. What it does is it breaks the pattern matching lock that the Greys have on you, so they can't keep up with that, and therefore they lose that synchronization, and therefore they lose the ability to control your etheric body. So that's one way to break out of it. And that's not just, I've read that method in several different sources, one from a contactee friend, one from what's her name? Anne Druffel, Annndruffel, Anne Druffel. She has a book called like How to Resist Alien Abduction, something like that. A very good book for anyone who's dealing with it. It's got many different methods of dealing with alien abductions and how to prevent them. And it's very instructive too, because these entities, if you don't know much about them, you would think that they're all powerful, like, oh, they're aliens. They got time travel abilities. They can walk through walls. They can levitate you out the house on a blue beam. It seems like they're invincible. But when you study these cases, you see all the times that they run into limitations, technological limitations, spiritual, metaphysical limitations. The times that they have to call off an abduction because it didn't go as planned, because a person resisted too much.
They just acted unexpectedly. I've seen you write about that. Like the person just did something totally different than how they would typically react, which throws the Greys off because they're more mechanical. So they like the whole thing going in a certain process, and then if you throw a wrench in that, then they just like stop the whole thing.
Yeah, they're pretty much incapable of improvisation, and they also have a chain of command. So if something goes wrong, they have to relay their commands back up to the ship that they're from and some sort of superior that's there. So that takes time. It takes time, and a lot of times they're very risk averse. So they don't try to take chances. So if things don't go as planned, then typically they'll call something off, and which shows that they have limitations. They're not all powerful, and that gives me a lot of amusement and pleasure and hope, in being able to deal with these kinds of forces.
I'm sure they're really pissed right now listening to us as well.
Yeah. They're going to take note of these tricks and kind of revise their routine. I'm kind of joking.
I don't think they're smart enough to do that, but let's see. We might land up. I think you were mentioning somewhere that just by resisting evil, we're actually helping them in their evolution, because they're forced to come up with new ways to like get around these things in some sense. So it kind of contrasts with against the new age idea about like loving evil and all of that, and which really doesn't serve them, because they just like I've heard you mention about how some kind of negative beings can even feed off that gullible kind of love. But it's actually when we do our bit and evolve and resist them, like we actually land up not feeding them, at the same time forcing them to, if they really want to go towards the darkness, then they have to up their game as well. So makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if you're at a chess competition and your opponent is your best friend. Like, are you going to display your love by just handing your pieces over to them? No, you don't, because they're not going to get a challenge out of it. They're not going to grow. They're not going to have fun, and you're going to lose the game right away. Like, what's the point of that? So evil exists to be fought. Evil exists to be understood and resisted. Sometimes you yourself, you're going to fall off the path, and maybe for a couple of lifetimes, you're part of the dark now, and you're going to learn, you're going to grow, but it's a gamble, because if you go down that path for too long, you're going to lose your soul integrity. And eventually, if you keep going down that path, eventually I think you're just going to probably end up being...
demons.
Yeah, taken over by these demons, and I think the very end point of that would probably be some sort of like internal, kind of like when a star collapses into a black hole, something like that. On a spiritual level, you probably just implode and you probably get recycled as matter or something like that. I've heard that in different sources.
Yeah, and I mean, like a lot of souls do go through that, and I mean, like I can totally see why some of the soul trap people, like get concerned about that because it's a very real risk. Like there's many souls who come here and they lose their
Hmm.
path, and then they just keep doing lifetimes where they keep descending because they keep making the wrong choices, and then eventually they merge with evil and like evolve towards that. And I feel
Hmm.
like that view also takes away all the self responsibility and just makes us feel like, oh, we're victims and we made the wrong choices. Whereas there are a lot of like spiritual mechanisms to try to keep us on the wrong path. But then if we just shut our conscience out, I mean, I've read some spiritual books like early on in my journey when they were talking about how like our conscience is the highest at the beginning before we really mess up, and then
Hmm.
if we just keep going along with that, that voice keeps drowning out and drowning out to a point
Right.
where it becomes almost non-existent. So we do have the responsibility of, like our actions, and even there are some mechanisms to try to prevent us from going there, but then if we just keep resisting that and going against it, then it's our free will, I guess, overall. So yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that people make mistakes and go into a downward spiral, either in one life or multiple lifetimes. That happens. So it's not like this is a perfect school.
Yeah,
It's
I
not.
did my past life regression recently. By the way, I don't want to like talk about it publicly till I corroborate it with another source because that's just how I do things. I like having. I just don't like going off something based on one
Mhm.
person or source. But then like from what came back, like at least what I know like resonates with me for sure is that this person doesn't know me or didn't like know of my work, and she was like, you had a trajectory of lifetimes being a freedom fighter, like always.
Mhm.
So she took me back to lifetimes from Galileo's time to like, even in my country, the British colonization and the American Civil War, and she's like, you've been involved in like fighting for freedom, which just like intuitively makes sense given who I am and what I do. But she did speak about like a couple of lifetimes where I've fucked up and gone down the wrong path, and then other lifetimes where I've done better and actually made the right choice and been on the right side of history, and wherever these time points have been. So even like just linking it to my own personal study of my soul past, like I can see how these things play out. And I mean, I thought that for a soul like mine, I'd always ace it, but it doesn't seem to be that way. Like there are times when we do fuck up because of the
Yeah.
amnesia and like land up taking wrong paths and eventually like figuring out way out. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's a pretty messy experience. Like even though there's a higher order behind all of it, even though we get help, even though there's a kind of a plan to our life, and I say that sincerely because anyone can look back on their own life, and if you look deeply and objectively enough, you can see the invisible order behind it. You can notice the times where you were helped in very strange ways, almost like miraculous and magical ways. And so everything that we see here, as I mentioned earlier in that theater play analogy, we're on a stage. We're acting out these parts. We have amnesia of who we are and how we got here, but our parts are written into our souls. It's part of who we are. And if a certain actor is known for being a character actor, then in another play, he or she might play a similar role because that's who this person is at the core. And so same with you and your past life regressions and same with me. You and I and people watching, we weren't born here as blank slates.
Yeah.
We're not simply products of our environment. We came here with something that is beyond the environment. It's beyond both genetics and environment. It's beyond both nature and nurture. And so that is the essential core that not only matters, but is a thing that the more that we tap into that and nurture it and act along those lines, the more we escape the deterministic consequences of nature and nurture, which is evolutionary biology and alien tinkering of our genetics, and also the matrix control system working through society and culture and education system and media and everything to try to program us, right? So if you think about all that negative programming stuff, both biologically and mentally, what is left that is outside of that? Well, it's everything that we came here with, who we are at the core. So that's why it's so important to be authentic and to not integrate false values upon yourself and to start distancing yourself from your true values.
Totally, man. And about the astral travel thing, so what do you feel about people actually inducing out of body experiences by themselves and going out, because I've seen you write about how that's, in certain people you've dealt with who've dabbled in that, like they've changed in their personality or in some sense that you found
Hmm.
to be negative. So what are your thoughts on that, on people actually inducing astral travel to experience like the astral realms and out of body states?
Well, I mean, there are certain side effects that people have to be aware of. One of them is that the more you do astral traveling, the more the looser your fit between your astral body and your physical body. It's kind of like if you it's like Velcro. The more you Velcro, rip it off and put it back on, rip it off, the weaker it becomes. Because all the little hooks get weaker and weaker, and so you start finding yourself slipping out of your body more and more easily. Not only that, but it's also easier for entities to pull you out of the body at night. It's easier for them to do like a soul abduction. So people who do a lot of astral traveling have to be aware that they can fall out of their bodies more easily and they can be pulled out more easily. But not only that, but during the day, another consequence of that is that you're no longer as grounded or embodied or sharp as you would be because you're detached from yourself. You're partially detached from yourself. You're not fully integrated. So that's one issue. Another issue is I don't know what you would call it, but it's kind of like soul degradation, where it's like that the more you go out of your body and move around the astral planes or explore your local environment, the more little crumbs like soul fragments you start leaving behind in the environment. And so you might return as only 99.9% of yourself, but you lost that 0.1%. It's somewhere out there. It's like a soul fragment that you now would have to do some sort of shamanic soul retrieval to try to get back, try to integrate it. So so that's another issue. Third issue is the hitchhiker effect. So that's where you explore the astral planes, you meet with entities and stuff, and then you return to your body. But because you've interacted with these entities, so now you've become entangled with them. And now it's more easy for them to start attaching themselves to you while you're awake in your daily life. So you bring things back with you. Now, the problem is if you combine soul degradation, where you lose little chunks of your soul, with this hitchhiker effect, essentially what that means is that part of your soul, part of your psyche, gets vacated and something else takes its place. So it's almost like having a mild form of multiple personality disorder, where there's another, where you're kind of like, it's almost like having a personality overlay that's not your own. It's some other entity that's now interfaced with you and operating through you. And that can also happen through drugs quite a bit too. Like people who, especially LSD and meth, I noticed. But LSD especially, if you do just way too much LSD, it can like really like fragment parts of your soul and they get disconnected. And then there's some other, usually a dark force that can take its place. So there's this dark veil that I noticed among certain people that do LSD. So that is an issue. But overall, I would say that lucid dreaming is a lot safer than astral travel.
Okay.
Because that's kind of like,
You think that has any downsides as well?
not necessarily. Well, sort of, but not really. And the reason why I say that is for this. It's generally safer because lucid dreaming is it happens when the astral and the etheric are relatively together and close to the body. Okay, so you're in a lucid dream, you're dreaming, but your astral body isn't like off somewhere else, leaving the body behind. It's really, really close to the body. So it's still close to home. It's still close to the castle, the fort, I guess you could say. And you're more just like remotely jacking into other things. So it's kind of like being on Google Street View and looking at a really dangerous neighborhood for the safety of your own computer versus actually going there. You know what I mean? It's virtual. And so if you want to, interact with your subconscious or your higher self or higher positive beings or heck, even certain aliens, they can telepathically jack into your dream state and you can meet them in a lucid dream. You don't have to go into the astral environment to interact with them necessarily, Right. So you can accomplish similar things in a much safer way by lucid dreaming versus astral projection. Yeah.
Makes sense, man.
Yeah, yeah, and if you look, oh yeah, and sorry, real quick, like if you want to learn more about this, I would recommend Robert Bruce, the astral projection researcher,
Okay.
maybe Dion Fortune for some of the older stuff, Rudolf Steiner, and maybe Franz Barden. That's it.
Thanks, man. Like especially about the astral travel thing, I don't think you've elaborated on this anywhere that I've come across. That was very insightful for me to hear your specific reasons for why it can be dangerous. So
Yeah,
I
no,
was,
I
I was
mean,
thinking of like dabbling in that and getting to that at some point in my life. I'm not too keen on that now after listening to
yeah,
you.
I've done it. I mean, I've done astral projection, like sometimes for experimentation, A lot of times spontaneously.
Okay.
I've just astrally projected spontaneously. It's been educational, but I never like ventured far enough, or fully gone into the astral planes and interacted with entities. I haven't done that. I've just sort of like stuck near the body, or
Okay.
been around the house or something like that to do some experiments. But I don't really do it anymore. I much prefer lucid dreaming. It's a lot safer, like I said.
You also like was speaking about in your podcast with Carissa about how lucid dreaming can be used to enhance manifestation. I think
Mm.
you guys were citing an example where I think Carissa had like a detailed lucid dream and she got exactly, or it was maybe someone else you guys were talking
Yeah,
about.
it was a friend of mine. It was a friend of
Okay.
mine. Yeah, she had a lucid dream, and in the lucid dream, she had control over it. So what she did was she visualized, or actually created in the lucid dream itself, her perfect job, like the kind of job that she wanted. So the entire setup, who was there, the way it looked, and everything. She woke up, and I think within about 2 hours, she got a call from her friend offering her a job. She went there. It was the exact same thing.
Yeah.
People, the scenario, it looked identical, 100%. What does that say? Like, what does that say about reality? Was she merely picking up on the job that she was going to have? That's one possibility. The other possibility is that, yes, reality is a collective dream, and that when you kind of go into your own internal graphical user interface and you create a construct there, you kind of transpose it into the external collective thought construct, and now it shows up in waking reality. I think that's the more likely explanation of what was going on there. But, one thing I love to talk about because it's so important is how manifestation ties into different states of consciousness. Okay. Now, starting from the bottom, in a lucid dream, when you're dreaming, you're like directly in contact with your subconscious. Like when you touch a dream chair or a dream table, you're literally touching your subconscious because your subconscious is what's projecting that dream environment. So that's one of the closest ways that you'll ever interact with your subconscious. And your subconscious is what is plugged into the collective subconscious that generates reality, right? So if you want to do reality creation, that's one of the better ways to do it, is to get into a lucid dream and then kind of create that scenario that you're hoping to achieve in the waking world. But if you can't do that, the next best thing would be to enter into like a mind awake, body asleep state, like hypnagogic or hypnopompic state, where you're pretty much in like the mid to high theta level, maybe low alpha brainwave state. In that state, if you do like Neville Goddard type manifesting, it works really well. Like works really well from that state. Not as good as lucid dreaming, but it works really well. Now, what is even less effective than that would be to be fully awake like I am right now, and simply to close my eyes and to like summon a lot of emotion and visualization and kind of like put myself into that future scenario fulfilled. You see, when I'm doing that, one, I'm probably only in an alpha brainwave state, like a mid alpha brainwave state. Two, I'm not my etheric, my astral body isn't detached from the physical. It's not expanded. It's not energized. It's fully like stuffed into the physical body. So I don't really have much magical, etheric, astral, radiative power in the state. And so those are three examples of different states of consciousness, and how if you're simply like closing your eyes and kind of like visualizing with emotion, yeah, it sort of works, but not as good as like being in the mind awake body sleep state where you're actually in a state of sleep paralysis, and you're just kind of like visualizing and getting to that feel. And even that, as good as it is, it's not as good as being in a lucid dream. So the closer you are to the subconscious, and the more your etheric body is expanded or detached from the physical, the more powerful the effect is.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
totally explains why right before we go to sleep, right after we wake up, are those periods where the theta alpha like is kind of more active, and
Yeah.
eventually like we kick into beta. So those are the right times, and I've seen this as well, like in my personal experience. Also, I was speaking to you before the interview about L-theanine. I feel like people should try that as well. There's some good research on how it can like induce a deeper state. I've been using it before my meditations. It's made them like much better and much more intense and immersive.
Yeah, you
So I
said
don't feel like
L. You said L.
L-theanine.
Oh,
Theanine.
L-theanine. Theanine.
Yeah.
Got it. Hmm.
That's like a unique amino acid that's found, I think, in some plants only. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think these
Yeah.
tools are great to help us to try to get into these states where we can make it easier to create the kind of lives that we want to manifest for ourselves. Sure.
Yeah. And I will say this though. Earlier, when I talked about the Buddhist meditation of raising your vibe, like your inner smile meditation, any of these vibe raising meditations that you do, they're much more effective the lower or the deeper your consciousness is. So if you were to do it in a lucid dream, be very powerful. If you did it in a mind awake body sleep state, very, very powerful. And if you just do it in like a regular meditative state, yeah, not too bad, but not as powerful as the other two. So one of the methods that I like to use is I like to take a nap, like a power nap, let's say 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And as I'm drifting in and out of the sleep state, I go ahead and do that meditation.
Okay.
I go ahead and focus on a positive emotion or send my blessing out to the world or to someone in particular. Just kind of up my vibes that way. And because I'm kind of like drifting in and out of reality, not only is my etheric body more active and more expanded and sending waves out into the ethers, but I'm also on a quantum level, I'm kind of becoming more quantum fluid. Like I'm not observing physical reality. You know what I mean? I'm not like locking, I'm not collapsing the wave function of reality. And so it's more fluid, and so therefore it's more malleable to consciousness, right? So, you get a power nap, you get to raise your vibes, you affect reality in a positive way, all things at the same time, just using one method. So that's the method that I found is the easiest to do repeatably and also the most powerful.
Yeah, great tips, bro. So, do you have any resources on like what people can pursue if they actually want to study about how to make it easier to induce a lucid dream, or get into these kind of subtle states where it's easier to manifest things?
Actually, yeah. Well, some of the more offbeat ones would be Ted Owens, the psychic, Ted Owens. He's an interesting guy. I don't want to get into the full backstory of him, but he had some very extreme reality creation abilities. Like he was able to alter the weather and forget what else he did, but just impossible things. But basically, in his case, he had and he developed. Okay, so here's what he did. In his book, one of them is called "How to Contact Space Intelligences." Okay, he gives a method that he uses to contact what he thinks are aliens. But essentially, what he says is the first thing you do is you practice a memorization system. Like for example, if you want to like memorize 10 words, you visualize each word as a thing, and you visualize it kind of like interacting with the next thing. So imagine you try to memorize dog, candle, stick, tree, almond. You visualize a dog interacting with a candle, which is like lit up on a tree, which is what I'm talking about. Like you kind of like link it visually. It's like a mnemonic visual system. Mm-hmm. He became very, very good at that. And that has several things to it. One, Rudolf Steiner talked about how memory is intricately linked with the etheric body, okay? So when you exercise memory, like remembering your day backwards, or in this case, memorizing an entire list of words and going through them very rapidly, you are essentially exercising the part of your etheric body that has to do with memory, thereby improving its power and its quality, okay? And so he built up within himself this very good ability to visualize and to almost like have like a waking dream state, essentially. And earlier I mentioned how a lucid dream is one where you're very close to your subconscious. So because he developed almost like a waking lucid dream state within himself, he always had access to a subconscious. And through a subconscious, therefore, he's able to influence reality. Okay? So that was his method of doing it. That's one. Who else? Oh, I know. Jose Silva, the Silva Mind Method, or it's also called the Silva
I have
Mind.
that book as well recently.
Yeah, the Silva Mind Method. And all that method is where you lay down and you take yourself through a guided visualization, almost like self-hypnosis, and you put yourself into like a visually intense alpha brainwave state. Of course, he calls it alpha, but I think in reality it's theta. I think theta is what he's really accessing with that. So anyway, so the Silva method, you kind of go deeper and deeper within yourself, and you essentially end up in a wake-induced lucid dream state. That is the ultimate form of the Silva Mind Method. And once you're in that state, you create for yourself a graphical user interface, like a room with different tools, or like a mirror that you can look through. Like different visual representations, like icons or tools or archetypes or something that allow you to do certain functions. And all you're doing when you're doing that is you're creating a dream interface where you can interface through your subconscious through that, right? So for example, if like those Tibetan monks, they can be wrapped in a wet blanket in the freezing cold, and they can like up their body heat to make the blanket, lose all the moisture. Well, if you had this internal graphical user interface, you could simply visualize, let's say, like a steam valve, turning the steam valve up to allow more heat, more steam to radiate through. And that's just one example. That's an example of communicating to your body, to your subconscious, to go ahead and raise your internal body temperature. Okay, that's an example of doing something physical. But you can also, do reality creation, manifesting with it. You can do healing, remote viewing. What else? Yeah, you can do a lot of things from the state. So I think that'd be a good introduction to read the Silva Mind Method book. There's other books related to that, like the Silva Ultra Mind Method. Like if you're totally new to the subject, then those would be worth pursuing. But if you already know about this, you'll probably find those books quite elementary, introductory.
Right.
But those are some good ones. I think I think Neville Goddard, his books are really good in manifesting. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. I'm definitely
Yeah.
gonna check some of those out for sure.
Yeah. One caution I do want to mention on manifesting in general is like so far, you and I, we've talked quite a bit about how manifesting is about like kind of like getting what you want and making the life that you want. Well, as you and I both know, the New Age has taken that to a crazy extreme, like a totally ego-based, materialistic, almost like a black magic extreme. And there are certain people that are like experts or kingpins in that domain, like Joe Dispenza. I mean,
Oh yeah,
great guy,
big time.
great books and everything, but he's appealing to that materialistic New Age crowd who just wants the $1 million and the mansion and the fast car and the vacations in Tahiti or something. I mean, nothing wrong with that, but too much of that is too materialistic. You can kind of get sidetracked from your destiny, what you're here to do, by being caught up in nothing but material pursuits, right? And so it's almost like they're doing black magic or sorcery by using these intense self-programming methods to try to get what they want. You know what I mean? It's almost like that they're not dealing with their inner shadow issues and getting to the bottom of why they have lack
Certain
and negativity.
desire, maybe, or even like where their desires are coming from.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, they're not.
I
they're
know
not
that
yeah.
you've written a lot about this, about separating ego-based desires from spirit-based desires, and manifesting. Like, I really liked your whole take on it with respect to, people want to manifest, but where is that really coming from? And if we really try to manifest from a higher a spirit or a higher self, then that's when it can really serve our destiny and life path in a positive way. Whereas people try to typically manifest from the ego, and these kind of sources really fuel that whole thing, and the entire secret law of attraction. People trying to
Yeah.
manifest lottery tickets and all. It's too geared towards like creating those kind of issues, and I've seen that, like you've written about how even when people do manifest stuff like that, it comes at a price. Maybe you can speak about that a little bit, like the whole negative side of things, where someone might create something, but then it has to take away from something else as well.
Yeah, like if you try to manifest something that's not meant to be, like it wouldn't have existed otherwise, it's not part of your destiny, it's not part of your plan, it's not part of someone else's plan, then essentially what you're doing is you're taking a zero, something that is nothing, and you're making it into a one to make it into something. But if you're going to do that, you have to have a -1 to counterbalance it. So that -1 and 1 balances out to 0. So when you try to create something from nothing that shouldn't be, then there's a counterforce, a counterbalance that tries to pull it back. And a typical example would be, let's say you win a lot of money in the lottery, but it's not meant to be. It's not part of your path, and you weren't really doing it from a good place within you. Then what'll typically happen is forces, probabilistic quantum occult forces, will be set into motion to try and cancel that out and bring it back to equilibrium. So, for example, you might get scammed of your money. You might blow it all. Like you get like sudden compulsions to buy stupid crap, and before you know it, a year later, you're back to being broke. I mean, how often do we hear about people winning the lottery and then being bankrupt again within a year or two? You know what I mean? It's almost like it's not part of their plan, and so therefore they kind of wind up where they started because they manifested it illegitimately or mechanically, and therefore it didn't have sticking power because it wasn't meant to be. So that's one issue. Another issue is where the part of you that you manifest from. Let's say you manifest from like 80% of you that's good, and 20% of you that's like shadow, ego, darkness based, right? So there's a part of you that is like maybe doing it out of greed or spite, like I'm going to show up my dad who has yelled at me for being a loser. This sort of like shadow issue, like you're trying to prove something to someone from an ego basis, like from a trauma basis. So let's say you've got 20% of that mixed in with 80% of like, oh, well, I'll try to help other people and try to be good in life, use this money for good. Well, what you manifest is generally going to be 80% good, 20% bad. And that 20% might end up wrecking you if you're not careful, because the energy that you're manifesting from is essentially the energy that you're projecting and the energy that you're going to get reflected back, right? So it's going to be tainted, it's going to be contaminated. So yeah, you have to be careful with that.
One insight I want to share is that typically, even when I've looked back at my life and I've seen the mental states I've been in and the kind of people and relationships and everything I've attracted, I've got pretty much exactly what I wanted. Like I can look back at my life and say, my manifestation game's always been good. Pretty much been able to create whatever I want given enough time. So I can always see that even when like I was manifesting from that lower state of consciousness compared to where I am right now, and I always feel like we're just getting higher and better with that. But looking back, I can see that even the kind of experiences you attract, there are always lessons inside them that help to
Mhm.
like shift you. So you might like perfectly manifest and create whatever you want, but then it's going to reflect something about you that has a certain pain element or suffering element attached to it that can help you springboard you like to the next level. I've seen that a lot in my
Yeah.
own life looking
Yeah,
back.
that's pretty much what I'm talking about. That is
Yeah.
going to come with something that
Hmm.
that is a reflection of the dark part of you that you put out. Now, of course, you can react to it two ways. You can ignore it, not learn your lesson from it, and be wrecked by it.
Yeah.
Or you can use it to kind of catalyze yourself to the next level. And a lot of times I think that we have protective forces, whether it's our higher self or guardian angelic type spirits, who they know that what we're trying to manifest is probably not good for us. Like it's going to cause some pain, but they also know that there's a good gamble, a good payoff potentially that you're going to gain something from it. And so they're like, well, we're not going to stop it. We're not going to block it. You're going to manifest it, and you're probably going to never want to manifest that again. Because you're gonna learn from the experience, and then you're over it. Then you never
Yeah,
want it again.
I've seen that, man. Like so much shit I wanted earlier is now I get abhorred by it. I was like, no, my ideas have changed, my outlook, perspective. So it's kind of like in flux. Like the more you keep developing that and getting closer to your spirit, the more even like what you want to create changes as well
hmm
in life.
Yeah, and that's pretty much how life generally is, in the
Yeah,
sense that you can learn one of two ways. You can either learn proactively by saying like, I guess that thing that I thought I wanted is probably not what I really want, because when I really tap into the true part of me, I don't really get satisfaction from that. I'm really trying to just fill a void or some sort of a trauma, ego, shadow issue with that thing. So then you don't manifest it or you don't go for it. You don't even like create it physically, because you know ahead of time that you just don't want it anymore. Or you can ignore that and just do it blindly and say, yes, I do want that. I'm going to go for it. You go for it. And then now a year or two later, you're like, ah, shoot, that was stupid. Like, I don't want that again, right? So you can either learn the hard, long way or the easy, preemptive way. But either way, you're going to wind up with something gained.
that's for
Yeah.
sure. I
hmm
agree. So speaking about like the negative side to astral travel and things like that, I've seen in writing that you also talk about the negative side of like psychic powers. Like people typically perceive psychic powers and being able to
Yeah.
do this stuff as something like aspire to, and everyone should try to work to create that. But then you also talk about how that comes with negative like side effects sometimes which aren't really factored in or thought about by most people. So I just wanted to
hmm
like elaborate on some of those because I had never heard this like before I heard it from you.
Yeah. So I've gotten this information both from personal experience. I've gotten it from people who've written to me. Got it from my contactee friend who was psychic, and he has a lot of experience with this, and different books, right? So I'm like drawing on multiple sources, including personal experience on this. All right. So that's my preface to it.
Mm.
So essentially, in order to become more psychic, right? In order to become more psychic, you have to develop latent etheric slash astral organs within you that that have the functional capability of having those psychic powers. So it's not like you're just manifesting psychic abilities. It's not like that. It's like you're literally building muscles, like etheric muscles that can do those things. Like like the nose, right? The nose can sense smells. The eyes can sense visible light. Well, if you want to see into the etheric spectrum, so that you can see thought forms and demons and otherworldly beings, you have to develop an organ that is tuned to that level of reality. Okay. Now the raw blueprints or the seeds for these organs are already within us. They're part of our energy field, but they're latent. They're inactive. Okay. So they're not active except for at a very low level. So that's why we still have intuition. That's why we can still have precognitive dreams sometimes, because we have these psychic abilities already, but just, by like 1% of what it could be. Now, if you want to activate them, if you want to power them up, you have to stimulate them. In other words, you have to, all right, so just back up a little bit. So the body, we have an etheric body, right? But the etheric body is continually being replenished by etheric energy that comes from certain energy portals within us that manifest it or pull it in from another dimension. I don't know what that dimension is, but maybe just the plain old etheric plane. But it's drawing it in, it's infusing it into the etheric body, and that's how it keeps our etheric body alive and able to control the physical body and keep us healthy and so on. All right. But it's only drawing in enough energy in order to keep the body alive in a physical 5 sense reality state. So we, and you and I, we're operating at 1% of our true capacity. But that 1% is enough for us to, grow up, get married, have children, have a life, talk, become authors, whatever. We can live a full life on Earth with only 1% etheric power capability. But that's not enough to be fully psychic, to be able to bend spoons, go through walls, levitate, do all the things that these superhuman mystics and aliens and other beings can do. And so all these beings, what they all have in common is that they have an extremely active and extremely powerful etheric energy field. So we're operating at 1%, they're probably operating at 20 to 50% of their potential. And so they're able to have such a strong etheric energy field around them that energy field is able to take control of the matrix code that normally generates physical matter. So like my usual prop, see if I can do it, here we go. This glass of water, right? It's got the matrix code making it what it is. Well, if my etheric energy field, which right now is only confined to my physical body, is able to envelop this glass and really get to the very core of it, then I can start perhaps turning this liquid water into ice just through my conscious intention, because I'm rewriting the matrix code that right now is making this water, is controlling its intramolecular forces. But that's a very elementary thing. So that same thing happens when like you're trying to bend a spoon. Your etheric energy field is going into the spoon and is unlocking the molecular forces that would normally hold the spoon in place. So the spoon starts to, bend and droop, kind of curl around. But in order to even get to that point, your body has to be able to generate that etheric energy. So your internal etheric energy portals that draw it in from another dimension have to be ramped up in power. And there's certain ways that you can do that through certain energy visualization exercises. Robert Bruce has this book called Energy, what's it called? Energy Work, I think it's called. It's called Energy Work. You have Taoist Yoga, Mantak Chia, those types of authors. They talk about manipulating your internal etheric energy field. And if you do that enough for long enough, like consistently, if you do that several times a day for a number of months, who was the other guy? I forget. Yeah, anyway. But if you do that for a number of months, then you start circulating so much etheric energy within you that it starts waking up those latent etheric energy organs within you, and it starts feeding them. It's almost like putting water on a plant and giving it sunshine. The plant starts to grow, or it starts to unfurl, it starts to unfold. And then once it's fully active enough, it starts serving its function. So if like one of them is primarily attuned to sensing etheric visual information, like your third eye, like your third eye is open, then you're going to be able to see etheric energy all around you. You're going to be able to see etheric structures like cloaked UFOs and ghosts and people's auras, things like that. You'll start being able to see that. Whereas like on your hands, for example, if you start developing the etheric organs in your hands, well, now you'll be able to do energy healing very effectively with that. Or you'll be able to bend spoons, or be like one of those Qigong masters that can like start a fire in his hand just by generating so much, body heat, etheric energy, body heat in his hands. So, we have this whole other system, right? Because normally we just have the cardiovascular system, the nervous system, the muscular system, skeletal system. Well, we also have the etheric system and the astral system. But as I mentioned, those are normally operating at like 1% power, just enough to keep us alive. And so therefore, if you were to ramp it up to, 10%, 20%, that's when you start getting psychic powers. Now, the problem, there are just several problems with this. One of the problems is that the more energy you start circulating within yourself, the more likely you are to burn out something or break something, right? Because imagine you go to a junkyard and you find a car that's like 20, 30 years old, right? And the battery's dead and all the wires are rusty, the engine's a total mess, and you hook up like a ton of electricity to it trying to get it started. Well, because it's so rusty and it's got no oil and all the wires are rusted, there's a chance that you could blow out the entire engine, just because it's not meant for it, it's not tuned for it. So the human being right now, due to us being genetically designed or handicapped to not be psychic, because we've been genetically handicapped, if we do these psychic exercises, we are putting more energy into the system than it was designed to handle. So a lot of times people can run into issues like cancer, heart attacks, brain aneurysms, migraines. What else? No, those are primarily it. They can run into those problems because their body just genetically they weren't able to handle it. Now there are certain people, there are certain bloodlines, certain genetics that either by accident or perhaps by some other alien genetic modification, they are able to handle those types of things. And
Would
so
you say
they're the
those are the kind of people who naturally tend to be psychic from birth?
Yeah, I think so. I think so because generally, if a person is born with psychic abilities, it's usually handed down through a bloodline, right? And because their mom had it and their grandma had it, in order for it to even be passed down, obviously the person couldn't have had a heart attack before they had a kid because otherwise evolution would have said, you wouldn't be able to pass on your genes, right? So I think it does become self-reinforcing that genetics that can handle psychic powers would favor psychic powers developing, right? So they kind of go hand in hand and get passed down through the different bloodlines. And a lot of times those kinds of people, they end up becoming alien abductees just because aliens are interested in those kinds of genetics for their own
Yeah.
use. You know what I mean?
I've heard you write about how they scan people who are like psychic and then use them for remote viewing programs. Because they're positively oriented, like they can access many more, like probable futures and stuff compared to what they can themselves.
Yeah, yeah, and that goes for like MILABs, military abductions as well. So some military abduction programs, some of them, I mean, they have many different purposes, but one of them specifically they look for people who are psychic. So they have like psychic abilities in their family, and then they use them for remote viewing and remote influencing purposes. Yeah.
Interesting, bro. I'm definitely gonna check the sources out that you recommended, and it's like so much stuff that I was planning to do in life. Like I'm glad I discovered you. I'm like, no, maybe I'm not gonna do that. Like take some time to look into it, then think about it. So yeah, definitely your perspectives help a lot in shortcutting. Like so
Yeah.
many things.
There's one more thing I have to mention because it's a big one, which is that the more etheric energy you circulate within yourself, the more you also emit into your environment. And the more you emit into your environment, that's a problem because ghosts and demons feed on that life force energy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that like the negative entity interference would skyrocket as well, along with them opening up to the positive side of things. So even the interference gets harder once you get more psychic for sure.
Yeah, and then that's the reason why poltergeist activity is often associated with kids going through puberty. Because during puberty, there's a lot of very intense emotions. There's hormonal changes going on. And on an etheric and astral level, there are also reconfigurations and changes that are going on during puberty. So there's a lot of energy being emitted into the environment. And so if you have an entity already there who is probably in a weakened astral state, if that entity starts feeding on your etheric energy that's being emitted, it'll gain more and more power and more control over physicality. Because remember, etheric energy is like the underlying matrix code that codes for physicality itself, right? So when an entity that is normally astral and does not have an etheric body, it won't really be able to affect reality, like in a physical telekinetic way.
Right.
But if it starts getting more and more etheric energy, it'll start gaining telekinetic powers, and then is able to make noises and throw things around, and that's what a poltergeist is. A poltergeist is it's German for ruckus ghost. Like a raucous ghost, like a ghost that makes it's a big mess and makes a lot of noise. So it's because the ghost has telekinetic abilities. So be careful if you're going to do these psychic things, or even if you're just doing energy meditation exercises. If you emit more and more energy into your environment, you might start developing paranormal entity interference issues. So just be wary of that. And if you get too much of that, then you'll have to pause
Like
your
dial it
energy
down, maybe.
exercises. Yeah, dial it back quite a bit. Yeah.
Makes sense, bro. Yeah, great insights. I'm just gonna fetch myself some water. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, yeah, me too. So I'll pause this.
Hey, bro, you back?
All right. We're good.
Covered a lot of kick-ass ground here. I tried to like pick your brain on stuff I haven't seen you speak much about. I have more questions. Let's see. Like, just let me know whenever you're tired, and we can cut it. But until then, like, let's try to get to more stuff.
Yeah, I'm good.
So,
I'm
okay,
good.
cool, man. So let's see. Yeah, let's get a little bit more into the 3D physical side of things. But wait, before we get there, I have, like one thing I want to get out of the way, and then we can get there.
Mm.
So, in terms of timeline manipulation, I really want to go into that as well as some quantum phenomena I explained that I found really, really like insightful after I understood them.
Mm.
So let's start with the quantum stuff first. I think you were talking about a quantum entanglement experiment wherein they fired like different particles, and then this is one particle that used the energy from the others to like
Hmm.
jump up a wall, and then the others like crash into that. And then you were comparing that with how, maybe it's like some fractal principle of how negative entities feed off our energy to like get ahead. You want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah. So I could just never find that paper again, but I remember it pretty clearly. So basically, what he's talking about is he was talking about this quantum phenomenon where an electron or just a particle in general. So normally in classical pre-quantum physics, when a particle gets fired at a barrier, if it doesn't have enough energy to go over the barrier, it's just going to bounce right back. Okay. So it's not able to go through it. It's going to be stopped by the barrier. But quantum physics, though, says that as it approaches a barrier, even though it doesn't have enough energy to go over it, it still has some energy to go through it, almost like teleportation, or almost like how ghosts and aliens can go through walls, right? Same thing. But but what they did was they used multiple particles, and they fired them all at this wall. And what they found is that some of the particles could borrow or cannibalize quantum energy from the other particles to go through the barrier way more easily, but at the expense of those other particles not being able to go through the barrier at all. You know, and that's an interesting little mini experiment because it kind of reminds me of how we can have this alternate civilization, aliens or other dimensional, non-human intelligences, NHIs, that could be feeding on our life force energy in order to sustain their ability to do magical things
Yeah.
at our expense. Because then, see, that would make sense because that might explain why our reality is so heavy, dark, dense, and non-magical. You know, like what if
For most
they are?
people, yeah, I mean, because
Yeah,
we're living mundane lives and feeding
mhm.
the negative entities. Yeah.
Yeah, like why by default our consensus reality? I mean, the only reason why skeptics and mainstream academia and the mainstream view of reality can even exist is because by default most people don't have magical experiences.
Yeah.
We're locked at the five sense reality where we don't see that stuff, and so therefore it's very easy for us to be told that there is no soul, consciousness is a product of matter. All these lies, and people believe it because they are asleep in this illusion. You know, but what if that is the cost of another civilization being able to have superhuman or super trans reality abilities? At the expense of our
Yeah.
reality being fallen, right?
Mm.
So what if there was like an original level thing, but then one was higher, but only at the expense of the other being lower, and we're the lower ones? There was actually there was a movie. What was it called? It's not called The Upside Down. Maybe it was, but it's a movie about like two worlds. Like one is like the inverse of the other. So one is like when you look up in the sky, you see the other world above you, upside down, and you're the upside down of them. And the lower world was being mined of its resources for the benefit of this upper world that was richer. It's a pretty interesting concept, but it kind of reminded me of that. And I do think that something like that is going on. I mean, for all I know, some of these human-looking aliens that we hear about, the ones who have high technology, like the Nordics or Pleiadians, what if they are just a parallel offshoot of the human race who discovered this ability to harness etheric and life force energy? And so their world is magical and utopian, and they live for centuries. But then meanwhile, we only live for 70, 80 years, and we're full of diseases, and we're not psychic, and life just kind of sucks here.
It's
It's
really crazy,
possible.
man, when you look at quantum stuff and then how that, like, you see that mimicking larger things. It blew my mind when I heard that because I had never, like, heard that before. So I wanted people to, like, just get more insight on that. And speaking about time travel, in your writings, you've written about how like negative entities before entering your realm, they have to give warnings and they follow like a certain sequence through which they
Hmm.
try to breach and enter. So you talk about ear clickings, deja vu's, altering of timelines. So not the other stuff, but I wanted you mainly to like give your insights about time itself because I've personally like in my own journey found it very difficult to wrap my head around linear time and like how it functions outside 3D and higher realms. And
Hmm.
I think I got much more clarity from your work with the kind of examples you gave. I think you're talking about how we can imagine the constant time outside 3D being something like seeing the process of someone writing a book, but then like going back and making changes and just like editing stuff, and then us being able to see all of that at the same time. Whereas in linear time, you just be able to see the end product of that book. I feel like it's examples like that like help to ease it out, and even the examples you gave about different diverging pathways. Like in your book, you have good diagrams where you kind
Hmm.
of elaborate on that. So I just wanted you to expand on your perspective of time and how negative entities use that to like make edits. Also, in your like recent podcast series, you went a bit into this, and you were talking about how like our past is can be changed by our present and like future. Right? It can
Hmm.
interact with the past as well, and you're talking about some quantum experiments that go into that. Maybe you can elaborate on those a little bit and tie that in because I found it like really difficult to wrap my head around, and
Yeah.
especially since you talk about like how they can change a timeline and then your memories would adjust accordingly. The one place I do find it difficult to kind of extrapolate is maybe like my past did get altered because I want to manifest something now, and you give examples of how, like the easiest way we can kind of think about this is when we want to manifest something, the things that had to happen for that to happen like
Hmm.
occurred way before you had the intention to make it happen, which does like put more weight towards the kind of view that our past can be changed. But then in terms of the implications, I mean, like let's say I want to manifest something and I'll end up changing my past, but then wouldn't it have like such a strong effect on the potential timeline? Not maybe of everyone else, but maybe the few people who are involved in those actions. Like it would have to change
Hmm.
their timeline and trajectory in such a fundamental way that it would have to alter a lot of their memories to that point. Like I've heard your explanation about how it doesn't affect most people, but let's say like I want to manifest something and there's like few key characters in that script who were fundamental to that thing happening. Don't you think like their timelines would have to change that radically, that their minds memories would have to arrange a lot, and then you would
Hmm.
be able to kind of reconcile that with physical proof of the past and seeing that okay there's some difference in the memory and the albums and the like record that we have of things happening a certain way. How do you like wrap your head around that, bro?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, what if you try to manifest a person and you're very specific about personality, looks, history, interests, even like living location. You can go as detailed as you want. What if you do that and after a certain period of time you encounter this person down to every single detail? What does that say about their free will?
Mm.
About how real they are? How is it possible for them to be real? And I think that gets into a technical area of hyperdimensional timeline realm dynamics that I can't even conceive of necessarily. So that's a fancy way of saying I don't know. but but no, but
I
but it
like,
is
I like the
something.
honesty.
Yeah, yeah. No, but the reason why I bring it up though is because empirically, anecdotally, I know that phenomenon exists.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, I've
there's
heard you
also.
write about this strange thing as well, where you had like targeted inserts placed into your life who like scanned your. I mean, they were tailor made for you to lure you. Like you talk about this one incident where this guy tried to like get you into this whole theory about everything's fake and how reality is like everything is just a trap and a
Yeah.
matrix, and everyone's fake out there and you're the only real thing. Like that, something like that. And you talk about how you had experiences with those kind of people who seem to exact inserts to validate the exact thing that you're looking into, but then try to steer your path. They're like custom tailor-made
Mhm.
personalities for you, which does kind of
Yeah.
like jive with what you're saying right now as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It's a complicated topic. So let me put it like this: Imagine, imagine you're comatose but you're having a dream. So you're stuck in a dream. Okay. So you're in this dream, you're stuck in it. And there are people out, I'm going to sound like Philip K. Dick now, because I think it's one of his books of one of his plots, one of his books. Anyway, so you're in this dream, and there's people outside of it who can't reach you unless they jack into your dream somehow and appear as a dream character. Okay. But maybe they can't do that unless you offer up a dream character for them to take over. Okay. So what if in this dream you intend for, you're like, okay, I want this kind of, you do like a reality creation manifesting thing in your dream. And you're like, okay, I want this kind of person with that kind of trait, blah, 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 blah. You go down the list. You create it in the dream. Well, what you just created though is you created like an empty dream character placeholder. Okay. Because you manifested it out of your subconscious. But now you've got something empty that something else can occupy, can jump into. Now, in this particular metaphor that I'm using, maybe it's someone outside you in a hospital room wanting to interact with you. So they put on a mind machine that plugs into your brain. Now they jack into your dream as that dream character that you just manifested because you created that character. You wanted it. You opened that door. So that character exists, and now it can be controlled by this external person that's trying to reach you. That's a metaphor for when in real life might be a case of you reality creating, manifesting someone, and then perhaps one of your non-human spiritual teammates that you associate with before you came here into this life decides to take the opportunity to come here, incarnate here, but not incarnate here in the usual way, like, oh, I'm going to incarnate as a baby and go through life and so on. It's not like that. It's not an organic process. It's more like we have this character that was written into the script that shouldn't have been there, but it's an empty placeholder now. And he or she has got a history going back in time to being a baby. Now me, being outside of space-time, am volunteering to enter into this person's life and to enter into that body and take on that history so that I can interact with this person who manifested that character for me to possess or inhabit. It's kind of a complicated way of explaining it, but I do think that something like that happens, where you manifest something, you're pulling a timeline, but you're just creating like a holographic placeholder.
Got it.
And then some other consciousness can take that holographic placeholder. Now, in this particular example, it's a good thing. It's like a good soul, like who wants to come here as like a walk-in, or like one of those higher souls who wants to come here to help out. And there's an empty seat, and they're going to take it. Because you just manifested the empty seat. Now they're going to take it. So that's one possibility. Another possibility, however, is that no one wants to take it. Like no positive soul wants to take it. So now you've got this empty seat. And what do you know? You got a con artist, a demon, a ghost, whatever, aliens, using that holographic placeholder against you. So let's say you manifest the man or woman of your dreams, but she's got a very weird dark side, and she's always playing mind games on you, and she just kind of like wraps you, spins you like a spider in a cocoon, just like sucking your life force energy, and things get worse and worse and worse, and you feel yourself becoming spiritually weaker. Well, congratulations, you just manifested you essentially pulled a golem out of the quantum sea of probability, and this empty placeholder then was possessed by a dark demonic intelligence that worked through it, coming at you. Now that sounds crazy and paranoid, but if you really think about it, it's possible. Like the mechanics of that is all completely possible. Not only that, but it's also supported by anecdotal data. Like I've got personal experiences. My girlfriend, Carissa, she's got personal experiences with precisely that phenomenon that I just described. So I do think that something like that happens. Okay. But in terms of timeline, what is primary is the conscious experience that we're having right now in the present. We know that this is real. Like we know that we exist right now in the present moment. Like we know that. The future hasn't happened yet. And the past, well, the past only exists as a trace in the present moment. In terms of our external environment, in terms of things we've written in notebooks, in terms of our own like brain memories, okay? But if our brain memories, what we wrote in a notebook and what's in our external environment, what if that gets rewritten? What if the past gets rewritten?
Wait, so you're saying that it's not just our memories, but even the physical evidence would change accordingly, and that would get altered as well.
Yeah,
because it's fucking fascinating to wrap your head around.
Yeah, and I mean, and we can say it as being rewriting of the timeline, but you can just as well say that all you're doing is you're jumping to another timeline. So imagine you jump to another timeline where what you wrote in a notebook now is different, where your memories are different, where your external
Hmm.
environment is maybe you got a blue car instead of a red car, something like that. You know,
But
it,
then the skeptic would say to that okay, you can do that for your consciousness, but then you're also interacting with other people who have
Mhm.
something to do with that, so they have the free will to not jump with you to that new timeline.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And actually, I mean, honestly, I would say that I do believe that we all generally jump together.
Okay.
And so therefore, if I got a blue car instead of a red car now, then therefore the person who sold it to me is going to remember that differently now, as having sold
Hmm.
a blue car
Yeah.
instead of a red car. So their memory is going to change. But here's the thing: it might not matter to them necessarily. Maybe my free will trumps their free will. Maybe to them it doesn't matter if it's a red or blue car. Or for example, let's say I had the ability to change the weather. That I can make it. Well, yeah, you can do that with Oregon Energy and cloud busting. But
I know, I've read your articles on that.
yeah,
I
yeah.
want to try that
So
sometime for sure.
all right, but let's say that someone's having a wedding or something, and now because you did that, it's going to rain on their wedding. So you're screwing a lot of people over.
Yeah.
What's happening there? Well, number one, they never they never said, "Hey Tom, don't you dare rain on our wedding, because if you do, you're going to violate my free will."
Mm.
They didn't do that. They were like, "Well, I hope it's sunny today, but if it rains, well, I guess it's just how nature works." There's an acceptance there. There's an acceptance, and therefore not a free will resistance to that. But what you do end up violating, you're probably going to get back karmically. So if I've ruined someone's day, I'm probably gained some degree of karma or some sort of subconscious guilt over that, and that's going to affect me negatively. So violations can still happen, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not saying violations don't happen. I'm
Got
saying
it.
that.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, if you do manifesting, and you update the entire collective timeline, move everyone to a new timeline, and it affects everyone, there are going to be consequences to that. You know,
Say that
like
again.
number.
Your voice went for like.
I said there's going to be consequences to manifesting. I think that's why
Okay.
manifesting can create consequences, because you're creating either changes to the current timeline, or you're pulling everyone into a different timeline, some of whom might not be in their best interest to be in that timeline.
Got it.
Okay, and that would be a violation. But the thing is, violations happen all the time. You
Yeah.
could go up to someone on the street right now and shove them in the chest and call them a bad name. That's a violation, but you can do it. So if you can do it physically, then why not also synchronistically through the
Man.
reality creation? You can do it, but you're going to get the consequences.
Wow. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I was kind of wondering, okay, if there's some corrective mechanism in case we do interfere, but like, it's not
Yeah, yeah, there is, and for example, if you were to manifest in such a way that someone's life would have been changed long ago, let's say like 5 years ago, in order for your thing to manifest, their life would have had to change 5 years ago to make it happen, right?
Yeah.
I do think that yes, you created that change, but I also think that their higher self and things that are protecting them can create counter changes right after that
Okay.
kind of
Makes
steer
sense.
them in a bend. So it's not the original timeline anymore, but it still steers them back on course to what the original thing. It's kind of like throwing a rock into a river, right? It creates a ripple, but then eventually the water settles down and kind of calms down and flows over smoothly again. So we can create ripples in the past, but there's much bigger forces than us than that create these corrective counteractions.
Yeah, because their destiny would have to be preserved, so they would have their own higher self and angels and everyone like trying to guide their paths, which would take corrective action. I've seen you write about this as well with context to like negative entity and positive entities, like how they interact. Like so, a negative entity
Yeah,
might try to steer you in a certain way, but then the positive one will come and like give a
yeah,
knock-on
that's yeah,
opposite
right.
effect, which will balance it out. So makes sense.
Yeah, that's an important principle. That's an important principle because when we talk about changing the past, it's not so much that we remember one thing and then we change the past so that our memory gets rewritten. That's not really how it works in quantum physics. In quantum physics, it's more that there are areas of our past that we never experienced, like the Schrodinger's cat. When the cat is still in the box with the lid still on, we don't know if the cat is dead or alive. So according to quantum physics, it's actually both in this weird quantum superposition state. Okay. And only when we open the box and look inside do we see one or the other.
Yeah.
Well, there's so much of the world that we haven't seen. There's so much of our past that we haven't seen, that there's so much that is still up in the air. Our past is so much like Schrodinger's cat that exists in a superposition of multiple states. And so if you try to manifest something right now in the present, if you do like a little manifesting thing, all right, it's not so much that you necessarily undo the past and rewrite it in a new way. It's more like you are selecting a part of the past that hasn't yet been chosen or hasn't yet been observed by you, by you, the changer, the observer. And so you're just kind of like solidifying or picking out or precipitating a part of the past that hasn't yet been fully remembered or
That
experienced.
was more open-ended, you could say, like someone hadn't done something there. And
Yeah.
I've seen you write about this in the context of free will also, that when you have someone has like lack of knowledge or awareness about something, then a being who has it, like their free will trumps the lower person. So maybe it's
Yeah,
like a
and
similar
yeah.
principle playing out.
That's what I mean. Like one person who can alter the weather versus one person who doesn't even believe or know about the weather being alterable.
Yeah, yeah.
That other person is not aware of it. Therefore, their free will doesn't have a stake or a claim on it.
Makes sense.
It's not being applied in that direction. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's fucking mind blowing to like just try to wrap your head around that, just try to just like comprehend it. It really does blow my mind.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah. Well, I mean, the weird thing about it though is it sounds theoretical, but it's backed up by experience. We experience synchronicities. We experience manifesting.
No, for sure. Like that example made the most sense to me. Just practically thinking about it, like in order for me to manifest something, like the changes have to happen way before. So it does make sense that something like that would have to happen.
Yeah, and usually that's why when something does manifest or when you get a synchronicity, it's always a surprise, Or actually, I mean, how common is it where the weird thing only happens or switches when you're not looking at it?
Yeah.
It's like if you're looking for something, let's say you lost your keys or your phone or something, and you check all over your desk, it's not there. You go to the back room, you come back, it's on your desk now in the exact place that you looked. But it only appeared there when you weren't looking at it. It's not like you're looking at the table and suddenly it materialized. You rarely, you rarely never see that. And I think the reason why that is, I think it's because the collective consciousness or the matrix program that generates reality, it always tries to maintain a plausible continuity. So if you go into the back room and you come back up to the front, you never saw that it just magically materialized. So plausibly, you might have just overlooked it the first time. You know what I mean? There's always this plausible, deniable way out.
Yeah.
And
You always have doubt about how certain things went, rather than like have concrete proof that no, I did see it and then it's not there. Like your mind does leave that doubt open.
Exactly. And so like in quantum physics, when you have this wave function and you do an observation on it or a measurement on it and it turns into one particle, right? Well, quantum physics is very simplistic about it. They're like, okay, you just do a measurement on it and it was a spin up electron or whatever. What if the person doing the measurement isn't sure about the measurement? It's like, wait a minute, did I turn the machine on at the time? Was I looking at it at the time? What if their consciousness isn't sure about the reading they just did? Well, then they're no longer observing it to the degree that they did before, right?
Yeah.
So now it's looser. Now it's more quantum. Now it's more fluid. And I think that reality in general might be acting exactly the same way, where if you're not looking at it, if you're not aware of it, then weird things can come through that otherwise wouldn't. And I think actually that's probably one reason why aliens have to erase our memories or come during the night when we're asleep, or why weird things happen when cameras are turned off or the batteries are dead on the recorder or whatever. I suspect that partly it's not only to cover their tracks, partly I think that is that it opens up this window of plausible deniability that creates almost like a free will quantum observer opening that allows improbable things to happen that otherwise couldn't happen. I think there's just a connection there.
What do you think about things like Simpsons predictions? Like if you just watch some of the older videos, and they're like fucking on point with respect to exactly capturing what's going to happen, like or what's happening now with what they predicted. How do you think stuff like that plays out in such great detail? Where it's like the Trump, clip that Trump walking down a escalator. That was in The Simpsons before, and there's a lot of other stuff like that. Even like I think there's this one where Homer goes and like pulls off the face mask of these politicians, and then there's like a reptilian inside. There's a lot of shit like that.
Yeah.
So how do you think that's working out in terms of how it's happening? Do you have any theories on that?
Yeah, well, I think there's two components to it. Okay. On the one hand, you have like the physical deterministic component, which is the writers to some degree, maybe they're Masons, maybe they're in on it, maybe they got connections to Black Ops or the secret shadow government, and They can't talk about it due to non-disclosure agreements, but they can still put it into a fictional form. I mean, that happens all the time with
Yeah,
movies
yeah, yeah.
and
That's
books, right?
pretty common. I know. Yep.
And there's plenty of movies that have classified info in them, but portrayed in a fictional way, so they can get away with it.
Yeah.
But then you also have the synchro mystic aspect of it, like not synchronistic but synchromystic, and that's where symbolism, synchronicities, things like that they happen, but not without any specifically human intention behind it. You know, they just happen just like any synchronicity happens. Where, I mean, for example, let's say that The Simpsons was organically produced and the writers had no clue whatsoever that what they're coming up with was going to one day become true. Okay. So in that case, the only way that it can come true is if there's a synchronistic manipulation happening. Okay.
Yeah.
Just like if you're thinking about a blue dolphin and then all of a sudden I talk about blue dolphins. For you, that's a synchronicity. But maybe for me, it's only because in a mindless state, time itself or the universe or other worldly forces manipulated me into saying blue dolphins in order to communicate that synchronicity to you. Like maybe it has a spiritual meaning that you need to hear. So now I become the instrument for synchronicity. Now, interestingly enough, though, I've had it in the past where I did create synchronicities for others in terms of what I was doing or writing or saying at a particular key moment. And I can reflect back on that exact moment where I did or said that particular thing that was synchronistic to someone else. And I remember what it felt like. And it felt to me like I was definitely being subtly nudged by something,
Yeah.
to do it or say it. And I don't know if that's like another worldly intelligence or whether it's the natural pull of the timeline nudging my probability to say that to make it meaningful for someone. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's like naturalistic or intelligence based, but I definitely felt nudged. So I do think that we are constantly under the pull of different probabilistic forces that have consequences that we ourselves may never realize. You know, like something you and I are saying right now might end up being the most synchronistic thing ever for someone listening right now.
And we might be being nudged right now to like say that, which will impact someone in the future in a certain sense.
Yeah, right. Because essentially we're just like a postman, like delivering mail. Like we don't know what's in the letter. We just know we're just doing our jobs. We're just doing whatever. But see, within the envelope, there's a message, a key message intended for that particular recipient. And so I think synchronicities are constantly being generated and exchanged amongst people, and our timeline is constantly being influenced from the future, from the past, from other timelines. But unfortunately, we're not usually aware of it because it's very subtle. And it's fine if it's subtle because it doesn't need to be so in your face. Like it doesn't take much at all for me to say one word instead of another. Like my particular word choice, or maybe some example or metaphor that I'm thinking of, it could have been this metaphor, it could have been that metaphor, it could have been this, could have been a dozen different metaphors, but I just happened to choose metaphor number 5 out of my 12 options. But that 5 happened to be the one key metaphor that someone needed to hear to really make a click for them. So to me, it doesn't matter. So earlier when I talked about the whole weather example and how to the wedding being rained on, to them ultimately it doesn't matter if it's get rained or not because it doesn't violate their free will in a beliefs kind of sense. Well, likewise to me, it doesn't matter if I chose metaphor number 5 or number 8. So something made me choose number 5 so that the person can get that message. You see, so things that we think are meaningless might end up having all the meaning to someone else.
Yeah.
And so that's basically how synchronicities work. Like you get a synchronicity, I get a synchronicity. Whoever is involved in that, like if I see a big sign on a van, like a sign of a particular animal or something for some business, they could have easily chosen another animal. It wouldn't have mattered to them, but it mattered to me. You see, so maybe that's what got flipped in the past, just to send me that message. Big deal. Like what's the big deal that it's a raccoon instead of like a dog or something? It doesn't matter.
Totally, man. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, what do you think about the practical takeaways of understanding timeline dynamics? Like, have you been able to get any practical changes that you've made in your life by understanding these concepts? I know that you'd given one example of how you react to deja vus when you know that it's happening. You
Hmm.
can kind of sense that your timeline has been tweaked in the recent past, and you've connected that to negative events happening. So
Yeah.
maybe just like elaborate on that and any other takeaways in which people can understand, like apply the understanding of time in this sense to making practical changes in something.
Mhm. Well, typically the only thing you have to worry about is when negative entities or negative forces try to manipulate the timeline in their particular direction.
Mm.
And to deal with that, I mean, you really don't have to understand time too much.
Okay.
You just have to understand that it's kind of like in the Matrix movie where Neo has a deja vu, right? He walks past an open doorway and he sees a black cat. And then a moment later, he sees the black cat again. So he sees it twice.
Mm.
And he's like, whoa, deja vu, right? And then and the other characters said, like, what? What did you say? Because to them, they know what a deja vu means. It means that they, meaning the agents in the Matrix, changed something.
Okay.
So they altered the code of the Matrix in some way. And in the movie, of course, it was that the entire building, all the open windows were now bricked up. So they it was like a brick wall. So they couldn't get out of the building, and it was a way to trap them in there. So of course Hollywood has to make everything more visually obvious than it is in
Yeah.
real life, and so in my case, I've logged a lot of my deja vus, and pretty much 90% of the time, my deja vus always correlate with an unexpected, improbable obstacle coming up within about 24 hours, maybe 36 hours, And by an improbable obstacle, I'm talking about like a negative synchronicity that the only way that it can happen is either some sort of an external timeline insert or one of those times where the past gets rewritten or influenced or selected, like post-selected, in order to make that thing happen. Like let's say you're about to go somewhere like a little road trip, like 2 hours away, and you really want to go, but you had a deja vu the night before. You go and you get in the car, you go, and about like 45 minutes later, the entire road is completely blocked off in the most improbable either accident or construction project or detour thing, and it just blocks you from going to your destination. Now, would that have originally happened? Maybe, but maybe not. You see, it's things like that, these improbable obstacles, and even weirder ones than that. I mean, that's just like a pretty mundane example. I've had weirder ones where it seems to me almost like like someone took the plot of reality and like whited out a line in the past and like wrote something in so that it creates an obstacle later on in the plot. You know what I mean? So for me, a deja vu doesn't mean that they changed something. So now when I get a deja vu, I'm a little bit more cautious, like I'm making sure to be more prepared. Don't leave home without my phone or without extra money or whatever in case something happens.
Yeah.
Just be aware that plans can change, something like that.
Got it.
That's for the deja vu. But at the same time, you can also use timeline manipulation just through the concept of reality creation itself, right?
Yeah.
Like if you set your intention that a particular project or a trip will go really well, or if you're Christian, you can do a prayer. It ends up having the same effect as long as you believe. If you set your intention, then you're kind of altering the past, present, and future to reinforce that particular outcome, right? But the thing is, like a lot of manifesting stuff doesn't really get into timeline dynamics. It doesn't get into quantum physics too much necessarily. So, like I said, you don't need to know the ins and outs of timeline dynamics. You just have to deal with things as they come.
Got it, man. Also, I had a practical question with respect to manifestation. What's the appropriate time that you recommend with respect to prayer and with respect to trying to manifest? Because I think one of the best insights I got from your work that helped me actually manifest the kind of life I have right now, where I'm being able to create things very effortlessly in many areas. It's kind of mind blowing sometimes what's been happening of late since the last couple of months. But I mean, what's helped me the most is not anticipating the outcome, just putting it out and letting it go. I feel like that insight of yours really has helped me to pull a lot of stuff into my life. That I remember that when I was in college and I was just had my spiritual awakening. That time I read a couple of books and seen a couple of documentaries on this, and I was trying to manifest, but it's daily, just just trying to have this ritual where just non-stop repeating and have certain visualization techniques and exercises on a daily basis. And that time it wasn't anywhere near what's happening now. Now it's just crazy. But that time it's barely anything happened. So I kind of gave up on it and thought the whole idea is bunk because it never really worked out with respect to how these people are teaching it. But then when I did it your way, it really worked. So with respect to that whole concept itself, how often would you recommend that we should try to put our intentions out? Is it just supposed to be a one-time thing where you do it and just let go and never revisit it again, which is practically hard to do? Also, I would appreciate like if you could give some tips with respect to how do you just let go of that? Because if it's a desire, then somewhere like there could be some anticipation which might come
Right.
in at some point. So what have you found like the best way to just get your mind off that and move on with something else? And how often would you recommend that people should try to engage in manifestation techniques?
Yeah. Good question. So let me start by kind of giving the biggest bird's eye, most important view on this, which is that there are two types of manifesting, right? There's the type that you just talked about where you try to do it. Like you sit down, you lay down, you do your meditation or whatever. You're doing something, right? You're actively this is what I hope to achieve in life or attain, and I set my mind on it and I kind of draw it in, right?
Yeah.
There's that method which I call specific manifesting. And then there's also general manifesting where you leave it up to the universe what particularly comes. But all you're doing is you're holding a particular mindset or vibration right now in the present moment. Okay. So for example, if you hold the mindset or the energy of, let's say, gratitude combined with happy surprise, well, what type of experience would you have to experience in order to induce those feelings? It could be seeing an old friend for the first time in many years who you're so glad to see them again. It could be a call from a loved one. It could be money if you need like some sort of money thing, whatever. Well, those are the things that you will manifest or draw to yourself without ever specifically intending for any of those things. You see?
Yeah.
So you're just magnetizing yourself to a particular energy pattern or vibration or whatever you want to call it. And you're attracting particular examples of that just naturally by the higher wisdom of your higher self in the universe. And I think that is ultimately the better and safer way to go, because then there's no ego involved in selecting that particular thing. Like for example, what if you try to manifest that one thing, but little do you know there's a much better thing that you didn't even know about that could have come your way, but it's not going to now because you kind of
Like the opportunity cost of manifestation.
Yes, right, exactly. But see, that only happens though because you already had your mind set on a particular form of it,
Yeah.
right? So, yes, you can be very specific in what you're trying to manifest, but you have to be careful because it can go wrong in a number of ways. Or, you can not intend for anything specific and just hold a particular vibration, and then things will just magically work out. And typically that's what you see with really spiritually devoted Christians, for example, who every day they're just devoted, or Sufis, or I'm not limiting it to Christianity,
Yeah.
but just people who are just very emotionally, they got their heart chakra open, they're in the state of divine grace and love, and they're really plugged into that, but they're not really intending or praying for anything specific. But for them, the universe always just keeps working out. The Lord keeps providing for them and keeps bringing happiness and abundance into their lives without them specifically praying or intending for any of those specific examples, right? So I just want to get that out of the way, just to say that there are two modes of it: a general, safe way, and a more specific way that it's probably more powerful, but it can also go wrong, more easily.
Yeah. More risks, for sure.
More risks, yeah. So let's just talk about the specific way. In my experience, you're correct. I noticed myself too that if you try to manifest something, but then you keep expecting it, you keep anticipating it, you keep checking up on it, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And the reason, and I think there's two reasons why it doesn't happen. One, I think it has to do with quantum physics, where the more you anticipate and you keep focusing, like you keep expecting it, the more you're looking at it. The more you're observing it and looking at that probable future, the more the observer effect comes into play, and the more you keep it from being quantum, right? So it becomes rigid, becomes frozen, becomes locked out. It lacks the fluidity that's needed, both in the past being fluid and the future being fluid, to kind of work its way into your present moment and manifest.
Got it.
Right? So observation freezes things.
Yeah, which kind of jives with your whole law of awareness thing as well, right? Like when you're aware about the negative stuff,
Yeah.
you kind of like freeze it and stop it from happening.
That's pretty much what I'm talking about. That you can attract things. See, when you attract things, you're attracting things through a subconscious emotional resonance. How you feel about it, like what you need on a deep down emotional level. That's what you're kind of attracting. But what you're just consciously, calmly, intellectually aware of, you repel. Like you actually block it using the quantum observer effect by getting rid of the quantum aspect of it, and having it only be like a material thing. So for example, someone who's like a real go-getter type who loves physical action, like starting a business and doing all the paperwork and putting out the advertising and just going through the motions and mechanical motions, they can attain success that way, and they can be fully consciously aware of their end goal and be thinking about it every moment of every day, and it's not necessarily going to block it because they are physically materialistically moving towards it. But if you're dealing with synchronistic phenomena, like you're hoping that this thing you're trying to manifest just happens as a surprise in your life. When you're dealing with things that are up in the air, that are, they could happen, they might not happen, they're sort of quantum, they're sort of synchronistic. At that point, you don't want to constantly be observing it, constantly be observing that probable future through your expectation, your anticipation. So that's why you have to put it out of your mind. And earlier, I also talked about, remember I talked about the plausible deniability aspect, about how you might find something only after you looked away and then you look back, and then there it is now suddenly. Well, when you looked away, that's when the magic happened. So likewise with this, when you stop thinking about something, that's when the magic happens. It's almost like reality can only do the weird stuff when it's surprising, and when you least expect it, or when it happens in a unexpected way. So if you anticipate the nature of the thing, the timing of the thing, where it's going to happen, if you have all that in mind, you can pretty much be guaranteed that it's never going to manifest synchronistically that way ever. Like if it is going to manifest, it's going to manifest in a different way. Either it's going to be a different thing, or it's going to be at a different time, or it's going to be a different place that you didn't expect. And the reason is because that's the part of the entire reality timeline spectrum that you're not observing, right? So it's still selectable. It's still in a quantum superposition state. It's still fluid. Therefore, it can manifest.
Yeah, man. Yeah. That's really insightful. So in terms of even prayer, like a lot of people pray on a daily basis and they ask God to make certain things happen.
Yeah.
So do you think like that will fit in the same category? If we believe that we should be praying daily, but the prayer should be just focused on more general stuff and not actually asking God, because it might have like the similar effect?
Yeah. It kind of depends on. It's kind of complicated because it depends on what you're going for. So it also depends on who's responding, right? Yeah. Because like the kind of reality creation or manifesting that we've been talking about so far, we're talking about it more in a kind of mechanistic way, where I'm working through the subconscious, which is plugged into the collective subconscious and is precipitating this element of the dream, or we try to phrase it in terms of quantum language, like fluid paths and so on, retrocausality. But some things manifest not because of that, but it's because there's a higher being who hears your request and grants it and makes it happen. You see, that's different from that mechanistic, etheric, quantum resonance stuff, right? Both of them can actually lead to synchronicities. Both of them can lead to things manifesting, but it's via different mechanisms. Yeah. And so when you talk about daily prayer, for example, it's possible for a person to make a prayer, a request to divine beings, and not necessarily have the deepest emotional resonance, projecting it, not necessarily have the subconscious conditioning that's conducive to manifesting it, but because the entity hears it and feels as a just cause, it can still make it happen because it's choice, it's determination, right? It's not all just a universe that we manipulate. There's actual higher positive beings who, out of their own wisdom, decide whether or not to help you out or not. So that's an additional layer that we have to take into consideration.
So have you figured out any ways where you've tried to manifest something in your life, and like I've seen it personally for me, it's like when someone tells you not to think about something, your mind tends to go there a little bit more. So it's like I don't know. I've just been able to do this effortlessly now because the way I do it is I just focus on my mission and working out, and then I just like keep in my flow with respect to what I'm doing, and that's the way I'm able to get my mind off whatever I try to manifest. You have any personal insights that you've had with respect to being able to get your mind off whatever you're trying to create and just like leave it fluid? Because it's easier said than done. Like a lot of people might just think about that because you're telling them to not think about that.
Yeah. Well, it kind of speaks to a deeper aspect of this, which is that a lot of times when people want to manifest something, not only do they want it really badly, but they also have a lot of fear and doubt about it not working out. Yeah. Okay. And it's that particular fear and doubt that makes them keep returning to it, like mentally.
Got
You
it.
know, like they keep hoping it. But you know, but every time they do that though, deep down they feel like, oh shit, this isn't going to work out. This is just a bunch of bunk, or you know, or maybe works for others, but it doesn't work for
Yeah,
me.
I know
So
I've been there in the past for sure. There's a lot
yeah,
of
me too.
uncertainty and doubt. Like despite how much of a conviction you have, there's this underlying subconscious kind of narrative that maybe it's like not legit.
Yeah, right. And the reason why that narrative exists is because that is the base subconscious vibration that you're resonating at
Mm.
currently, right? So in order to overcome that, you have to change your being to begin with, right? Because there are times in life where reality isn't all that magical, and we are just very caught up in the material, or
Yeah.
you know, dealing with hassles and dealing with problems. And in that state, if you try to manifest from that state subconsciously, vibrationally, you're not in the right state to not only manifest it, but to have the conviction and the trust and the
Yeah.
faith to let go of it. So, like for example, let's say someone is in a very fearful money mode, like you know they're really low in cash and they're really desperate. They're like, oh shoot, I got to manifest this as quickly as I possibly can. Well, you try to do that, and now you've got fear, doubt, rushing. You know, you've got panic. There's this underlying layer of negativity,
Yeah.
and of course that's going to screw it up. So it's almost like you got to take the horse and the cart and flip it around. You know, the cause and effect. You got to flip it around, and instead of saying, "Ah, my life right now just really sucks," and therefore it will always suck, you almost got to like turn it around and say, in spite of my current conditions, in spite of the past, I choose a new future. I choose to adopt a new state in spite of what's right in front of my eyes.
Got it.
Because only by doing that do you break the feedback loop between mindset and experience.
Mm.
Because normally people are caught in this feedback loop where their mindset attracts a particular experience, and the experience reinforces and confirms that mindset. You know, so that's why everyone who is a cynic, who is depressive, who, you know, is a black pilled person, they always refer to themselves as a realist. I'm a realist. I just see reality as it is. Well, all they're doing is they're seeing the reality that they've tuned into and tapped into and want to see. It's
Yeah.
selective evidence. It's selective experience, right? Because I swear to you, if they bump their head and they lost all that fear and that negativity, all of a sudden their experiences would start changing too.
Yeah.
They would start pulling in miraculous experiences that then creates a new feedback loop that confirms to them that, oh wow, reality is magical. It's like wonderful. You know what I mean? Like you
I know,
can be
like
in
what
that.
helped this to like make the most sense to me is you can read about other people's experiences, but when you look back at your life and you see certain mental states you had and the kind of things you got in response to that, and you shift that, and your worldview shifts, and then the experiences start shifting. Like you can practically prove it to yourself that it's exactly that at play by just looking at your past life. Because we've all grown. I mean, like we've just
Mhm.
kept
Yeah,
learning and changing our mindset and moving up. So it's
yeah.
pretty
It's
like
weird.
yeah.
It's weird. It's almost like the things that I'm concerned about become my concerns.
Hmm.
You know, the things that I'm always preoccupied with, like emotionally resonant with, and that I make my primary concern. Those are the things that I draw to myself. And one of the things I mentioned in that Mind Over Reality podcast series I recently released with Carissa,
Hmm.
I talk about how if I'm really into alchemy for like a week or so,
Yeah.
I'll start getting alchemy emails. I start hearing from people that are into alchemy. And if I'm not into it for a couple months, I don't hear from those people.
Yeah, I have like similar. Like, I was just telling you before the interview as well. I heard you talk about the heart chakra, and then suddenly, like, someone popped up in my feed who's talking about exactly that, and then
Hmm.
I heard you talk about Yandex, and then suddenly, like, Yandex stuff started coming at me from different places. So it's just like it's crazy, man. Like once you understand these truths and like understand the implications of how it's playing out, we can actually shift our realities in such a powerful way. Because I was like
Hmm.
unconscious of this stuff, but I always had a feeling like I'd intuitively noticed like whatever zone I get into, I start drawing in phenomena like closer to that. But I'd never heard anyone like elaborate on that or treat it as something that's actually can be studied and understood that way. So yeah, that's
Yeah,
very
yeah,
interesting to hear.
right, and it's not like, see, like I personally, I don't believe that we 100% create our reality. Like you know the New Agers, well,
Hmm.
a certain sector of the New Age, you know, they have this thing called YCYOR. You create your own reality.
Yeah.
Just the idea that you literally create 100% of your own reality.
I really love
Uh,
the article on that. I think you have like an in-depth article where you've gone into
yeah,
the pitfalls of like the you create your own reality and all the problems with that
hmm
narrative. That did help me a lot as well for sure.
Yeah, and notice that we can we can criticize it, we can look at it and see all of its flaws without rejecting the entire thing.
Yeah.
Without saying that the entire thing is bunk.
Hmm.
Because someone who doesn't have that nuance, they could listen to you and I talk, and to them, we sound like wacky New Agers talking about, oh yeah, I create my own
Yeah.
reality, I'm manifesting millions,
I know they just
that kind of thing.
like dumble everything together, and all of us on the same lens, even when we're saying like radically different things and have different perspectives.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to put a number on it, I would say that me right now, I'm probably creating about 10% of my life, 10% of my reality, like through synchronistic means,
Yeah.
and then just through plain physical action, probably another 50%, and then the remaining 40% is just external influences and astrology and entities and karma and destiny and so on. So, but the thing is, people who don't see, look, there's certain people that say we shouldn't do reality creation, we shouldn't do manifesting because it's satanic or black magic or whatever. Well, I tell them, you already are. Every single thought, feeling, mindset that you have every single day is already creating your reality, or that, at least that particular portion of your reality that is that's responsible for. So you're already doing it, and I'm just saying, well, instead of doing that stuff, why don't you like tune it up a little bit so that you attract more positive things instead of the usual crap that you always attract. So I think it's only black magic if you're doing it from an impure place for impure reasons, like from the ego, the shadow, like deep down, your conscience knows that it's probably not a good idea, but you just want it so badly anyway that you just kind of squash that away and you pull it in. See, that's black magic. It's also black magic to try to violate another person's free will. Like, let's say you're a single guy and you want that particular girl, but she already has a boyfriend. So you're like, I try to manifest that she breaks up with him and starts dating me.
Yeah.
Bad idea. Never ever do that. That's like so horrible. Yeah. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, man. Like even looking back, when I've gone through my breakups and I've wanted something, I was like, just let the highest thing happen. That's the best for everyone involved. That way. Or even when I've like wanted to pursue women, it's like the similar mindset. So it's very important to value the free will. Like that's a very important thing, which a lot of people don't really appreciate. Is that you have to value the free will of others when you're trying to manifest and not trample on that, because that can have negative karmic consequences, which come back to bite you later on. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's an important mode of action to have, because I mean, think about it. How many of us, for example, want to, I don't know, make the world a better place, or expose the darkness, or help kids who are being human trafficked or whatever, but we can't because we don't have the financial resources. We don't have the connections to make it happen. Well, if you can't do physical action, you can still do metaphysical action.
yeah.
So within the religious sphere, you can say, oh, pray for them. Or in our language, we can say, well, intend that they get liberated, or, that the highest possible thing could happen, in their favor, for their spiritual well-being. You can still do that, and you can still have effects in that. So it would be a mistake to kind of dismiss all of that and only think that the only way to really get anywhere is through, political activism or something, which is important, because, the physical matters, but it's not the only means of action. We also have to be aware of our other tools that we can use to make the world a better place.
Great insights. Well, I wanted to get into the physical stuff a little bit. There's this one topic that I want to pick your brain on last time as well, which is all about greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide and the entire climate narrative that's going on right now. So I know that you have a science background, so I wanted to know your take on this with respect to the research that you've done into the greenhouse effect, and whether human greenhouse gases actually have the kind of impact on warming or changing the climate in a certain sense, which these elites are trying to use as an excuse to radically transform our lives and create the entire dystopian new world order, great reset society.
Yeah.
Everything is kind of hinged on the demonizing carbon dioxide. So, what's your take on that? Do you think that it's true that it does have a certain effect, but these people are misusing that to create a slave society, or do you think that it's just greenhouse gases don't have an effect and it's more externally driven, or is it like some hybrid kind of thing? What's your take?
Yeah. Well, I've read a lot of papers on this. I try to figure out what's true and what's false. But so my current conclusion is I do agree with the idea that if you look at the historical record going back hundreds of thousands of years, CO2 levels, like carbon dioxide levels, they actually they're actually more of a consequence of temperature rather than the driver of temperature. You know, so it's not like CO2 goes up and therefore you get the greenhouse effect, therefore the temperature goes up. It's more like there's another cause, which is pretty much the sun, like solar radiation, which causes temperature variations over time, and then those temperature variations affect, plant matter, like the amount of life that can exist on Earth, and that affects carbon dioxide levels.
Yeah, and I've also read about how like that the heating itself actually liberates the carbon dioxide from the oceans, which is where it's trapped, and that's how like a lot of that does get released and the levels increase. Like it follows temperature that way.
Yeah, exactly. And like in the Siberian permafrost, like the tundras, there's a ton of gases that are trapped beneath the permafrost, and but it's just trapped in there because it's frozen. So when the temperature starts going up and it starts to defrost, it releases a ton of these so-called greenhouse gases, which also then affects. Well, it correlates with temperature. It adds to the temperature cycle, but it's not the primary driver of the
So
temperature.
that it makes it worse, but it's actually the external phenomenon that are like increasing the gases, which then like create like a feedback loop and make it
Yes,
worse.
right,
But
exactly. Yeah, and there's other things too. I mean, when they talk about reducing carbon footprint, anything that people can do pales in comparison to the amount of carbon that's released through volcanic explosions, fires, forest fires, and so
termites.
on. Yeah, like natural things. I mean, it takes just one volcano or one super volcano to undo all the carbon reduction footprints that measures that we could do for 100 years. You know what I mean? The human impact is so small that it's not the primary driver of the thing. And here's the
And
thing.
I've actually debated this with some leftist men like over the
Oh, yeah.
years, and their kind of responses are that but we should do whatever's in our control, and like the volcanoes and all of that is like external phenomenon. So we should try to do our
Yeah,
bit, and then let nature take care of the rest. Which is
yeah,
I
but
mean,
but
if you're actively advocating for literally radically transforming our lives and like creating a society where our standard of living is like crushed based on all this shit, then no man, like that's
yeah, yeah. Basically, they're advocating for the genocide of billions and billions and billions of people in order to make like a 2% impact on temperature over the next 100 years. So yes, you are doing something, and you are helping lower the temperature, but it's not. I mean, if it's only such a small fraction compared to the cost, there's
yeah.
literally no reason to do it. And in fact, the more important thing to be doing is to be preparing for the natural cycles that we'll be facing in terms of climate changes and
Yeah.
like a little mini ice age that we'll be heading into in the next like 1, 2, 3 decades.
Yeah, I
Geomagnetic.
really wanted to go into a little detail on that because I found it very insightful to read your writing, and you were talking about how the aliens and like the Illuminati have actually planned this
Oh yeah.
because they knew that like something like this is going to happen, so that's why they've created this at this point. And you talk about how multiple singularities are like converging. Maybe you could
Yeah.
elaborate on that a little bit as well.
Yeah. So if I mean, you do any sort of research at all on catastrophism, and you find so many examples of why uniformitarianism, which is the idea that there's never been any disaster throughout history, well, except for like the the thing that wiped out the dinosaurs. But after that, everything was relatively smooth and constant. So there's a lot of skeptics who don't believe that Earth has ever really gone through major cyclical disaster cycles. But you find out that that viewpoint is totally false. That there have been cyclical disasters, and not just like cometary disasters, but also just, for example, how close the Earth is to the sun in terms of the way all the planets and the sun, they exert a gravitational pull on each other. It's a very complicated dynamic. And then over time, over the centuries, sometimes the Earth is a little bit closer to the sun, sometimes a little bit further away. And when it's closer, of course, radiation goes up as a distance squared as you get closer to something. So the Earth gets more radiation, like more solar radiation, the closer it is. And so that's why over the centuries you might get warming periods and then you get cooling periods. And the Zarkova and some others, they've done a lot of research on this. And they pretty much figured out that over the next 600 years we are moving into a warming period overall.
Okay.
But over the next 30 to 40 years we're going into a mini ice age. So imagine like the temperature cycle kind of like goes like this. First goes down, but then it continues going up for like more and more centuries. Well, we're heading into that dip real soon.
Oh, okay.
So for a period of several decades, we are looking at reduced temperatures, cooler weather, more droughts in some parts, more like floods in others. So it's gonna be really bad for
Less food
food.
production as well, which is yeah.
Yeah. The calories of the earth is gonna go down, And unfortunately, that's also being coupled with the solar magnetic field weakening in conjunction with the Earth's magnetic field weakening as well. So the Earth's magnetic field has been down about 40% over the last 4 centuries compared to what it used to be. And its rate of decline is accelerating. And actually, there's different researchers who've done a lot of good work on this. The Diehold Foundation guy, Suspicious Observers.
I know you
And
recommend that channel quite a bit.
yeah.
check
I
them
mean,
out.
he's pretty good. He's pretty good because he does like reference the latest scientific studies, which
Right.
show that what he's talking about is legit. You know, it's not just it's not like flat Earth stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little more credible than that. But so basically, the Earth's magnetic field is declining at an accelerating rate, and it may reach the level of just a few percent within right around the 2030s to 2050s. Okay, and when that happens, it's going to be it's going to be pretty bad because the Earth's magnetic field is what shields the Earth from solar particles like solar protons and electrons, which cause auroras and which cause like solar EMP effects. So the Earth will be way more vulnerable to solar electromagnetic pulse effects, which can fry out the electric grid. It can destroy cars, destroy power lines, fry computers. So our electrical infrastructure is very fragile currently and may get severely disrupted within about 10 to 30 years due to the magnetic field decline coupled. And so you got that, and you also got the mini ice age coming. So you've got a disruption to the electrical infrastructure, to food production. And once you hit those two things, man, it's like, then you get political instability because people rise up against the governments who can't, keep prices down on food. And you get major upheavals during that time period. Now, if you're someone who is aware of these cycles coming up, you can do two things. You can either dig yourself in, so therefore you would have underground bases and you would have bunkers and islands somewhere and in mountains, which is exactly
That's
what.
exactly what they've been doing. I mean, I've read so many reports about these elites, building bunkers
Right.
for a long time. So, yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what you'd be doing. You'd be doing that, and if you're even more of an evil genius than that, you can try to rework the state of the world using the chaos as a catalyst. You can try to take advantage of the chaos to create a new order of the world out of that. That's why you got that Illuminati slogan, order out of chaos.
Out of FKO, yeah.
Yep. So that's essentially what they're going for, I think. And I think a lot of the things that are happening right now are in anticipation of this disruptive period that is coming up. So, for example, all that WEF stuff about eating bugs and getting off meat and killing off cows and not owning anything. Well, that is what you would expect of a human society that is trying to live through a mini cataclysm in a very calorie deprived state,
Yep.
where the standard of living has plummeted to almost animalistic levels, but the governments are still trying to keep control. And the way that they would keep control is by running the world almost like they would run a concentration camp or a prison. Because if you think about it, whether it's a Japanese concentration camp or those German Nazi concentration camps, the prisoners, they subsisted on a very low calorie count, like just potatoes and oatmeal or something like that. It was a very, very low, poor diet, and they were herded into bunkers or like bunks and barracks, and it's like a very rough life. Well, that model can be applied to the entire world if you're about to go through a very difficult time. And so I think some of these elites, I think they want to maintain power during this time of chaos. And the analogy that I like to use is like a farmer that knows a tornado or a big hurricane is coming, and takes all his cattle and locks them in the barn and puts like protective stuff around the barn. Well, the storm is coming. That the cattle might get killed or might run off. You lose them forever. So you just round them up and you stick them into a controlled environment and you just feed them hay during this time period, like the cheapest material possible, so that you can come out of it with all your cows intact and then therefore maintain your farm. So I think they're trying to do that to us. I think they're trying to get us chipped, injected with transhumanist nano type technologies to make us part of the Internet of Things so that they can still control us electronically and monitor our thoughts. And the reason why they want to lock us down is because when we're going through a period of chaos, it's very easy for them to lose control of us
Yeah.
amidst all the chaos. So they have to get all the control mechanisms into place as soon as possible, so that when the chaos happens, they can still maintain that iron grip over us. So they do that. They put us into like these walled cities. Because like walled cities, feudalism, that kind of stuff, you get that when you're living in a general dark age. So a lot of these walled cities in the medieval times, well, they originated during the dark ages when there was just lawlessness and people had to defend themselves, by walling themselves off in the city. So now they got these 15-minute smart cities,
Yeah.
which is the beginning of that particular idea. Just take everyone, herd them into like a small, dense, concentrated thing. Same thing with in Dubai, that really long wall structure that they're building, right?
That's how Saudi Arabia, I feel.
Oh, was it?
Neon. Yeah.
Yeah,
Neon.
and what was it? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, see, those guys, they're rich and they're smart and they're thinking ahead. And they're thinking, well, we need to herd everyone into a small space and manage our resources and run it like a prison pretty much. And that's what they're working on right now. They've already, starting to lay the foundation for that because they expect that's what's coming. But as I like to say, that is only one solution to the problem. See, that is a solution that you go for if you assume that humans are useless eaters and are just animals, just a natural resource you're trying to manage. Then, of course, you're going to treat them like cattle. Before you've got free-range chickens, but now a storm is coming, so now you're going to put them all into cages. So now we're all going to be caged chickens, and being injected with chips to keep track of us.
Yeah.
But that's just one solution. The other solution is to have faith in humanity and to believe that if you give humanity knowledge, like disruptive knowledge and disruptive technology, and maybe like spiritual help as well, then instead of being locked down like animals, they can be strong, mature, spiritual adults. And with enough unity and cohesion, we can make it through this cataclysm without falling apart. You see, but that requires faith and trust in humanity. And a lot of these corrupt elites don't have that. But I do believe that there are factions, maybe it's only within the United States government. I don't know. Maybe it's, secret societies, certain Rosicrucians or something that do believe in humanity and that do want us to have a sort of like a great awakening and to have this unity through awakening rather than unity through, forced concentration camp control mechanisms.
Yeah.
So that's why I think we've got the Great Awakening and the Great Reset stuff happening simultaneously, because they are expressions of this dualistic approach to solving how to have humanity survive this impending crisis.
Makes so much sense, man. Funnily enough, I've actually seen like some people who we've got like tried to approach to take action around like all the tyranny that's been building up. A lot of them know about this cataclysmic future, which is fact. I mean, like I will look into it as well, and I'm pretty convinced that it's going to happen. Like what we were saying, the mini ice age and all. I think this guy, Ice Age Farmer, some I started following a couple of years back, and he's pretty on point with like a lot of shit that he shared. So I've gone and spoken to people like that, and they have a very nihilistic kind of attitude with respect to, they dismiss taking action or wanting to do something about what was going on, even though they know that like it's wrong and we should be doing something about it, because everything's going to go bust anyway. Like all these climate cataclysms are going to happen. I know some people from a movement also who like take that stance, like everything's going to go to, so like why do anything? What would you say to people like that? And like, what's your take?
Yeah. Well, I would say this. I would say that if you look at the alien sphere. So if you look at aliens, if you look at the different types of secret societies, the different types of forces that are investing their influences in our world right now and trying to shape our beliefs, our thoughts, our structure of society, they're trying to influence the future. If you look at what they are doing, they have faith that humanity, well, maybe not even faith, maybe because they're precognitive. They probably know that humanity will survive this. So it's not going to be an extinction level event. It's not going to be where everything is pointless, that, we're all going to be wiped out by 1,000-meter high tsunami and, Earth is going to be barren. It's not like that. Because if it were like that, then you wouldn't have any of these forces trying to even bother with disinformation and trying to shape our beliefs. See, because what they're doing is they're trying to, try not to use technical language here. Okay, I might as well. They're trying to control and stage the initial conditions that will determine the next phase of human civilization.
Good.
Okay, so by controlling our genetics right now, by controlling our beliefs, the knowledge, the technology that we have that we will bring with us into the next phase, that's going to decide how the next phase is going to go. Like what's going to come out of that, right? And so that's why there's so much attempt right now to manipulate us through, let's say, mRNA technologies. Because mRNA, it affects us genetically. You know, initially they said that it can't affect your DNA, but indeed it can through reverse transcription and other effects, you know. So it affects us, and so genetically, that'll ripple forward into time. What the alien abductions are doing with like hybrid breeding programs and seeding certain humans that have part alien DNA in them. They've got two human parents, but there's like a third alien genetic component. Well, that genetic is going to survive any cataclysm that's going to come up if that person survives. So, you know, things are being done right now to kind of determine the course of the future through this chaos period.
Right.
And so therefore they think that we're going to come out of it, you know? And so therefore I think we should have some faith too that we will come out of it, depending on who you are. So that's part of it. But the other thing too, though, is it's easy to expect, let's say, that the Earth is going to totally end in, let's say, 10 years, and maybe the sun will explode and we're all going to die. Because in that case, when it happens, it'll be sudden. You don't have to prepare for it. It'll be quick, right? Big deal. Okay. But what if it's a slow collapse? What if you don't die? What if your community doesn't die, but things just get extremely hard and you're alive? You're alive for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. What? You're not going to prepare? You're going to have a very difficult time for decades because you're still alive, because things didn't get as bad as you thought they would, right? So that's the reason why it's good to be a prepper, is because you're preparing for quality of life in the event that it's not some instant extinction level event, which is very unlikely anyway. So things do matter. You probably will survive. You probably will live, but your quality of life and how much you suffer will depend on
How
the
much effort you
preparations.
put into prep.
Yes,
Makes sense.
prepping physically and spiritually.
Interesting. Well, great insights. And I also want to take your get your take on how you reconcile the hybrid breeding program with transhumanism. Like we know that there's you know like abductions and that whole set of things wherein they've been trying to create like this hybrid race that you talk about that they want to introduce in society, and that makes it like easier for them to take full control over Earth if they spread those genetics throughout the population by like inserting them and then breeding overall. And then we also see right now like there's a outright push for transhumanism. Like all the elites are into that, and they want to create a society where we are like bogs basically. Like we merge with AI and get tech inside our bodies and all of that. So do you think like those two things are working simultaneously in the sense that they want to also genetically engineer us to become like a hybrid with the Greys, and at the same time also infuse tech into our bodies and upgrade us like to transhumanism? Like are those both like timelines playing out at the same time and like intersecting with each other?
Yeah, pretty much. Because see, here's the thing. You can use a cow or a bull to plow a field, but if you want to, let's say, weed a big strawberry field, you can't use a bull or a cow because they lack the dexterity to pluck the weeds, right? So you're going to need a human to manage the more technically subtle things, like plucking the weeds, to making sure that your strawberry crop is free of weeds. So there are certain things that the alien collective need humans for that perhaps we're not currently capable of performing. There's certain tasks that they might need us for. And so they can upgrade us in those areas, right? Maybe like some sort of an Asperger's technical proficiency on certain things. They can upgrade us in that level while at the same time reducing our ability to think independently or to have the strong emotional, drive for freedom and creative expression. So what I'm saying is transhumanism can upgrade humans in one way while dumbing us down in another way, right? It's not just like a uniform superhuman upgrade, right? And so the reason why I mention that is because if you look at a lot of these alien factions and how they behave themselves in the literature, they are structured almost like a caste system, where you've got the Greys at the bottom who are like robotic task workers, and then the worker class, and then you've got like the management class, and then above that you've got probably like some weird occult priestly class that kind of manages the entire thing. And so their plan for humanity, I think, is to slot us, to fit us into that caste system as a certain compartment of it, So if they need us, for example, to be a worker class, maybe we're going to be even beneath the Greys. So we'll be upgraded, perhaps in psychic powers, perhaps in certain intellectual functions, but we'll be dumbed down in other areas that'll make us more hive-minded, like the Greys are, less able to be spontaneous, less able to resist, less able to think for ourselves.
Yeah, you talk about the spiritual qualities declining, like all the inner stuff that we're trying to resonate with our spirit on a daily basis, and the inner moral compass and conscience, like that is something
Yeah.
that would decline at the expense of other things, more
Yeah, yeah,
intellectual
yeah.
power not going up there.
Yeah, because those things are not useful to their agenda or their functions
Yeah.
at all. And in fact, it's a threat to it. Because because it's that component within us that gives us our ability to have Gnostic revelations,
Yeah.
to kind of like turn the tables on propaganda and lies and see through it. To have the splinter in our mind that starts to question authority and start to question the narrative.
Yeah.
And if you have that within that particular alien society, it would be total chaos, because that society depends on every single being doing its part in a robotic Borg-like fashion, right? You can't have them to start developing individuality and stepping out of line. So they want to breed or program or somehow genetically manipulate that out of us, if they can, if they can. And they're trying, So I think what'll happen is, well, I think what they're planning for is to have the hybrids that they're breeding right now, to have them be sort of like our royal class, to be the royal caste that kind of manages everything on Earth.
I have read that. I had like one question about that though. How do
Sure.
you think that jives with Ike's research about the bloodlines and the fact that they've already seeded these and they've been running the planet and they've been hybrids for all this while? Like, why
Yeah.
would they have to create a new? I don't know. It could be a continuation of like what's been going on, maybe.
Well, yeah, I see. It's a matter of proportion, because I don't know what the exact percentages are, but let's say that the royal families are, let's say only 2% alien, and then these hybrids that they're going to be trying to be seeding the Earth with are like 30% alien.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, you know what I mean? So in fact, the caste system that they have is almost like 100% alien at the top to like 100% human at the bottom and 0% alien at the very, very, very bottom, which is us for the most part. And then all the other different alien types are like different proportions of whatever the prized alien genetics are at the top. So
Yeah.
it's just a really twisted kind of horror sci-fi thing that they've got going on. Trying to take their own genetics and putting it into us in order to control us, to be more like them, so they can interface with us.
Yeah.
It's weird how it works, but I suppose that if humans continue to develop along materialistic technological lines, within 1,000 years we could be colonizing other worlds and putting human DNA into those beings in order to make them more like us, so that we can communicate with them more easily. Maybe turn them into menial task workers for our spaceships or something. We could be doing that in 1,000 years. So I'm sure these beings have already been doing it for way longer than that.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a logical way to do it if you have that weird insect-like mechanical empathy-less mindset. I think that's how you would go about it.
So you
but-
think that they're driving the hybrid breeding program for the elite sections, and then the transhumanism is like for everyone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, and right now, currently the typical elites that we hear about, like Bill Gates and Yuval. I mean, those people, they're into transhumanism, but for a different reason. I think it's because they've swallowed the lie of materialism, that consciousness is a product. See, here's the thing: aliens, they don't believe in the materialistic conception of reality, because they work with etheric energies all day long.
Yeah.
They manipulate it. They phase between realities. So whatever they believe in, it's clearly something different and more advanced than what some of these stupid elites that we know about, that we hear about in the news. And the fact that we know the names of some of these supposed elites means that they are not the true elites,
Yeah.
right? It means that they're just more like mid-level, like lower level management. And so, of course, they're the ones who probably bought into the lie as well. And they think like, well, if consciousness isn't real, then if I just replace my brain with a computer, then I'll live forever. Well, no, you're dead, because your soul went back to fifth density, and now there's some robotic clone living on in your image. If you think that's immortality, then you're an idiot. But that's what some of them actually think.
Yeah, it's really. I've known some people on the inside who like have, from big families and have connections and all. And when you actually see like a lot of people who I thought were in on it are actually just dumbfounded, or they're just brainwashed, it really sobers you down, because I've had some personal encounters with people, and I actually got to verify like what some big guy who other people, like the conspiracy people, are thinking something is like just brainwashed basically. So yeah, that's something I've seen in my own experience as well.
Yeah. I mean, just because they're rich and just because they might have money and power, that
Yeah.
doesn't mean that they're necessarily
Mm.
wiser. I mean, some of them are because, funny enough, like typically billionaires are more spiritually aware than millionaires. Just because
Because
they,
they'll end up figuring out that so much money doesn't give you happiness.
yeah, right, yeah, because millionaires are still climbing to the top. There's no top
Mm.
yet for them, you know,
Okay.
and and typically to only be a millionaire by that particular age, it means that they've had to dedicate a lot of time to getting there. Versus billionaires, typically they inherited it, or you know,
Mm.
so they've had an easier life. They've had more time, so yeah, they're definitely more fringe minded in general. They're more open to fringe
All right.
things. Yeah.
Interesting, man. So there's this thing I want to get into, which is free energy. Like
Hmm.
I've seen you write about that, and also artificial intelligence. Like I always used to think that AI is just a very negative thing that can never have any kind of like good sides, and free energy can never have any downsides. It should just get out, and like. But then, like I was reading your writing, and you gave like insightful takes on both sides, like the positive sides of artificial intelligence as well as some of the detrimental effects that could happen if free energy gets out. I'd like it if you could expand on some of those.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first let's cover the positives. Like, what would happen if we did have free energy and it was used in the right way? Well,
Also,
we
maybe
would.
you can talk about why it's never come out,
Yeah.
because there have been so many inventors, but it's just like never made it to like mass market. So,
Yeah, and actually, this is sort of how I got started researching all of this because back when I was 13, I was reading all these UFO books, and I was really trying to figure out how the anti gravity drives worked in these ships. And so I started researching fringe science, like suppressed inventions. You know, Rex Research, they advertised in the back of Popular Science magazine, and I ordered so many of their Infolio info packets. It was pretty cool. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, this is like my core thing that I'm really interested in, like free energy, anti gravity, invisibility, fringe technologies. So I mean, if we had that stuff like, and it was all positive, I mean, your cost of living would be so incredibly low. You would be everyone would be living like a billionaire essentially. I mean, a billionaire lifestyle. That's what we would have. Earth would be a utopia in that case. You have a totally raised standard of living. You would have an end to hunger, poverty, pollution. You'd be able to make it through any ice age that you wanted without a problem because you'd have infinite energy to grow food, have lighting, have warmth. You know, you could just produce calories by having free energy run greenhouses and such. You know, it wouldn't be an issue at all. You could live underground, have all the lighting you want. You could live in Antarctica if you wanted to, just have like a little home that totally is self sufficient because it's running off free energy. So you could have that, and of course, it'd be the key to space exploration, because right now, without free energy, if you try to do space exploration on chemical rockets, it's almost impossible to really do it. To try to colonize other planets using chemical fuel, that's limited. So yeah, you'd have like you essentially have a Star Trek type civilization arise out of it pretty easily. But the problem is getting to that point, because there are so many things that can go wrong before you even get to that point. For example, once you start raising the standard of living and you have infinite calories, you would have a population explosion. And when you have a population explosion, sure, you have energy to grow food, but the question is, do you have the space for it, the minerals, the fertilizer? So you still need raw materials, raw resources. Still need space. And so you might have infinite energy, but you don't have, but you still have finite other things.
right.
And therefore you're still going to run into resource issues and therefore potential resource wars over it. You know, that's one issue. So resource depletion, population explosion, that's an issue. Another is if you think about totalitarianism, the police state, war machinery. Can you imagine what kind of weapons can be made from infinite energy devices? Imagine having a bomb with almost unlimited energy. Imagine having laser rifles that never run out of charge. You never have to reload. Like how many people you could kill with that? It'd be insane. Or imagine the kind of wars that countries might have, not over resources, but even just over political or ideological or cultural differences. And now each side has intense weapons, energy, resources to try to fight against each other. But the problem is, once people start dying, you can't just make people out of nothing. It takes time to grow a population. And so you could easily have a World War III or a World War IV that leads to actual global annihilation with these types of 0 point energy bombs and free energy weapons, and not to mention you can have humanoid robotic drones that are like enforcers that run on free energy. They never run out of energy. You could have surveillance drones that are constantly circling overhead forever, not running out of energy. You could have a total police surveillance state that isn't limited by energy resources. So you could easily have the world also turn into this world, almost like a Warhammer 40K kind of a nightmare, constant war type reality if you're not careful. And so that's why if you want to overcome that, you kind of have to get the political, ideological, cultural, political, nationalistic differences ironed out before you introduce free energy. So once the culture is good, once people are united, then you can introduce free energy and have things be orderly enough that it's not going to devolve into that. So I think that's the reason why positive aliens and why positive angelic forces haven't been trying too hard to get free energy disseminated en masse.
Which is what I'm thinking. Like, there's been so many inventors, and for sure, like, some of those have been spiritual people who've tapped into this. So, if it was like something that could really help us and was part of our destiny, maybe like positive forces would have, made sure that those people don't get killed or the inventions come to light of day. But that hasn't happened. Like, I was seeing this one documentary thing by Foster Campbell, like the second part of Thrive, and he was showcasing like a couple of inventors who he went and tapped and like vetted that they actually have tech right now. But even that documentary like came out, I think, 1.5 year back, and the guy who's supposed to make these devices, like, he hasn't been able to fulfill like the orders that have come in. So I've never seen like really anything happen with it, which is like always made me skeptical with respect to like why it never really comes out if it's so revolutionary and it can just transform our lives. It makes sense.
No, totally. Because, obviously there are 3D forces that are arrayed against it as well. You've got the oil industry.
Yeah.
You've got the U.S. government or, different governments with national security reasons for not having that sort of thing be out. I mean, if someone were to release free energy tomorrow, it would not only wreck the oil industry, but also the entire electrical industry. Yeah. And the economy would then be pulled down from it too. There's all these complicated financial interleavings and hooks and webs that are connected to all of it. So it's not like you can just wreck one part of it and everyone be like free. Oh, look, we're all free of the oil industry. Like, life is great now. No, there's so much tied into that it pulls everything else down with it, unfortunately. Yeah. So it's going to lead to a major political societal upheaval to have that. But here's the thing. You might have chaos and political upheaval first to other reasons, climate change, wars, alien invasion, whatever. Once things are already wrecked and already on the pathway to being remolded in a new image, sure, introduce free energy at that point. Well, like, what is there left to wreck when all that stuff has already happened? So I do think that that's coming. I think that if we go through, let's say, a mini ice age or some sort of very difficult period, I do think that black ops / free energy technologies will be put out there, not only because it's safe to do at that point, but also because it's needed. So earlier when I talked about there being a potential positive faction that wants to release higher awareness and higher technologies to kind of help humanity out, I think that technology would be part of it. That would include some level of fusion technology or just 0 point energy stuff or whatever, and it would be part of it. So, not to get too much into politics, although we can if you want, but if you look at what Trump says, for example, the values that he kind of lets slip out, it's this weird ultra-nationalistic Americanism combined with technocratic utopianism.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the name of it is. I mean, you could call it conservative futurism or futuristic conservatism, techno-conservatism, something like that. And I mean, me personally, I sort of stand on that part of the political spectrum as well. Like, I'm not averse to technology, but I do think, because you mentioned AI earlier, I do think that technology, just like fire, is something that must be controlled and used wisely. Like, I'm not in favor of being like one of those Christian conservatives who wants to return to an 1800s homesteading lifestyle on the farm, and you just live like you're straight, like like you're some Amish person. I'm not really into that. I mean, it's cool when they do it, but me myself, I'm trying to look more forward. Like, how can we use technology and higher spiritual awareness to solve a lot of the problems and threats that we're facing? Right?
Together in conjunction. Yeah. which is
Hmm.
like tends to be diametrically opposed. A lot of people are deeply into tech; they're mostly atheists, and then the people who are
Yeah,
spiritual,
exactly.
they're like totally, want to go away from all of this. And
Hmm.
so, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
the blending of both that can really create novel
Yeah, yeah, and
opportunities in the future.
right, and there's like the wrong ways to blend it. Like you can have people who are into AI, into transhumanism, who say that that's a way to be more spiritual. Like we're enhancing human potential by putting a Google search engine in our brains or something retarded like that. Like that's how they think,
Yeah,
but that's like totally backwards. It's like the Luciferian Antichrist deception kind of a way of going about it. I want the more Christly way, which is to put spirituality first,
yeah,
but to use that to control matter, energy, technology, to almost like have like a heaven on earth situation where it's spirit who works through the mechanism of matter itself to, know, to kind of make reality better and more like heavenly, more conducive to spiritual evolution, I guess. So that's sort of where I stand. Like I want to use both technology and spirituality, but in a balanced and positive way. So, you know, AI, for example, in the case of alien factions, whether positive or negative, both of them use AI to some degree, but they don't take it to a ridiculous extreme, like, oh, let's just make a bunch of self-replicating nanobots that can turn everything into gray goo. They never went that route. What they do is they just have their ships be, partially artificially intelligent. And you got Greys who are like cybernetic bio robots who are artificially intelligent, and that's pretty much it. They don't really go too far beyond that. And so I think it's possible to use AI in a very limited, healthy, helpful way. But we have to be so careful with it because, like a fire, you can use it to cook, but it can equally burn your house down. And so, yeah, I think technology should be used. I definitely take a more Promethean stance when it comes to technology. I do think that free energy, anti gravity, invisibility, phasing technology that aliens have, I do think that that's something that we should have, as long as we are wise enough to use it.
yeah. So
You know?
maybe not at this point. Like once shit hits the fan, and then as you were saying, like once we start to regrow after the apocalypse, maybe then
Yeah,
it makes sense to have that.
right. And not only that, but these are types of technologies that it's not like the current transhumanists who want to go in the direction of, oh, let's put more and more wires and chips and stuff in our brains, like that is really complicated, like let's do synthetic biology and turn ourselves into weird androids or something. That's going in the wrong direction. That's using technology in increasingly sophisticated ways in the wrong direction. What I want technology that uses a different kind of physics, like a higher, like scalar physics,
Yeah.
longitudinal waves, all that kind of stuff, like etheric, astral energies, demiurgic technology. But it's simple. It's simple, and you only have a certain suite of technologies, and that's where you stop. That's all you need. You've got planetary defense. You've got all the energy you need. You've got visibility if something tries to hunt you down, and that's it. And then now from that point on, all of your devotion should be towards consciousness development, towards spirituality, because you've got all your needs met. You got your defense met, whatever. So why do you need to then keep on inventing the latest iPhone or the latest virtual reality headset? You don't. You don't need that crap. You just need the basic technologies that cover all the essentials, and then from that point on, you just become more and more sophisticated on a spiritual level. So that's what I'm hoping for. For the next 1,000 years of human evolution, is to go down that route that I just talked about.
Amazing, man. Such fucking unique perspectives, bro. I've never heard this stuff anywhere, and it's really helped to like make sense of a lot of things. So, yeah, it's like crazy stuff.
Yeah,
And in terms of free energy, like, do you want to recommend some resources for skeptics? Because I know, like, I have, other than the Thrive movement, like, I haven't personally come across, like proper credible stuff that I can dig into and, verify for myself, like, free energy is legit and it exists. So, what's your like best resource base for some people who are like not convinced, maybe because of the second law of thermodynamics or, various reasons people think it's not possible. Like, what would you recommend to someone like that to explore?
I would start with Thomas Valone, Valone, Thomas Valone. He wrote several books on that, and he's an electrical engineer. I met him. He's a real nice guy. Like, yeah, he's a cool guy. But he's good. Once you start with him, essentially what you need to do is you need to start looking into the different suppressed inventors and to start studying their technologies. Like Stanley Meyer and his water technology, for example. But an even more important one would be Stefan Marinov, Stefan Marinov. I think he was a Croatian or Hungarian guy. Hope I got that right. But man, So both Stan Meyer and Stefan Marinov were killed for their work. Stan Meyer, he himself claimed that he was poisoned, seconds before he died. Now, skeptics will always try to contradict that, but
Hmm.
you know how it works. They got heart attack guns, they got
Yeah.
poisons and stuff that are very deniable. And then Stefan Marinov, he was thrown off a university building, and he was still fully conscious and alive when he landed, but he mysteriously died on the way to the hospital by a hospital van that probably wasn't even registered to the hospital. So it's like a hit job, essentially, like a deniable hit job.
Hmm.
But Stefan Marinov, he had invented or he had replicated a certain device. It created a rotating magnetic field that was so intense that it starts to electrify the air and create like a force field of electrons around itself. And it started to bend space and time itself. And it was like a free energy force field generator, essentially. And he showed it off to a couple people, and within about 2 to 3 weeks, he was thrown off a building and died. And I myself, back in Virginia, I had a friend, Meisner, his name was. He was an inventor, also a very smart guy. He invented an engine that ran on water. Well, it wasn't an engine; it was a generator. He had a generator that ran on water, and he called me up on the phone saying he finally got it working. And then within about a month, he suffered carbon monoxide poisoning from some defective heating unit in his home, and then
Hmm.
he had a sudden onset of cancer, and then he was dead within a month after that.
Damn.
So these things happen. It's because there are negative powers that don't want it out, and there are positive powers who probably don't want to protect the person just yet because it'd be premature to release it right this
Makes
moment.
sense. Makes sense, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a dangerous field. I swear, like, if you want to get killed, invent a free energy device, try to put it out there. Number one. Number two, try to put out negative press about aliens that hasn't yet
Yeah.
been put out there before. Those two things will get you killed faster than anything.
You're alive, man. So I'm sure the second one doesn't work that easily as the first one. Like there's
Yeah,
more
I'm careful.
positive forces trying to protect people exposing the alien agenda than the free energy stuff for sure. Seems like it.
Yeah, but I will say this though: if you're someone who invents a free energy device or an anti gravity device,
Yeah.
the one thing you don't want to do is tease it to the world. Number one, tease it to the world while keeping most of it secret, while trying to attract investors to help you build up your production ability to get it out there. Because that takes a long time, and you caught the attention by dangling it out there. And you're still killable because you haven't released your secret info yet. So if they kill you, the secret dies with you. So that's all the motivation for you to get killed. You don't want to do that. What you want to do is you have to give it away for free. You have to give it away instantly. So what you do is you create like a data package, PDFs, videos,
Yeah.
diagrams, parts lists, whatever. You put a data package.
Exactly
you
how they made it and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and you seed it out there. I mean, hire a junk mail company, like a spamming company, if you want to. Email it out to hundreds of thousands of people. Put it out there. Email fringe journalists, whatever. Post the links everywhere, and that's it. And then you kind of like fade from the world because your job's done. But the thing
Yeah.
is, not a single inventor has done that up to this point because they work so hard to get that discovery, and then as soon as they do, they got the dollar signs in their eyes.
For sure, yeah. They want to get paid
You
and
know?
recompensated for that.
Yeah, or yeah. So the
That's
first
it,
thing
yeah.
they do, yeah, and they don't want others to steal that work, something that
Yeah.
precious. So what they do, they patent it, and once you patent it, or once you try to patent it, you can get a national security gag order
Yeah.
slapped on your patent.
And then you start
And-
attracting the attention, like the feds are going to come after you if you.
No, yeah, and then they do. They do. There are probably like 5 or 6 thousand patents that have been put behind national security gag orders, and their inventors can't talk about it. And if they do, they go to jail or get killed off. And actually, a lot of them get bought out. So the government, or it's not even the government. It's like the Black Ops military or the Black Ops parts of the Department of Energy. I think they're the ones that do it the most. They buy out the person, they threaten them, almost like the mafia. Give them a deal they can't refuse. Like, if you refuse, we kill your family. If you take it, you get the money. Potentially, you work for us in an underground base. You get to continue your work, but we own you and we own your research. So that's typically how it happens, and that's how the world order is maintained, unfortunately. But if you want to be an info terrorist, then come up with something like that and you just spam it out there and then watch the world burn.
Crazy, man. Also, what thoughts do you have about nanobots in the future? Like, these cycles are talking about releasing this tech. I was watching like Kurzweil's clips from a couple of months back. I referenced
Yeah.
some of that in my seminar where he's talking about the self-replicating nanobots being out there and like being infused into people, the chemtrails they're spraying and like many
Yep.
different sources. So just in terms of us moving into the future, like how vulnerable are people like us to something like that that's invisible and we can't even like defend ourselves against it in a
Mhm.
tangible way. So other than the spiritual protection, like do you have any insights on how we would be navigating something like that?
Yeah, it's a threat. It is a big threat. I mean, in a way, COVID so far has been that already,
Yeah,
in terms of it being a spike protein mRNA modifier, like the virus itself. Not just. Okay, I know there's a debate about whether the virus even exists, and the virus has never been isolated, but that's a whole.
that's bullshit.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. That's a whole separate discussion. I mean,
yeah.
if yeah, it's like
I,
flat
I, had a
Earth
de-
and
I had
whatever.
a debate with some of those people myself as well. That's like I'm on fully on top of that, and I'm like fully on the side that it did exist. And like I've
Hmm.
seen your interview with Bernard as well. Like our takes are very similar in terms of like the understanding the body's host defenses, but also like the external attack vectors in the form of infectious microbes. So, yeah,
Hmm.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, yeah. And the reason that I mentioned that is because it's an example of something that was potentially bioengineered and released, and then once it's released and people catch it, well, you think about like if some negative force tries to kill you, but you have spiritual protection, that spiritual protection will keep that from happening. Okay, it'll somehow keep it from happening or give you a leg up on being able to avoid it. But when you have something like a bioengineered virus that gets released into the wild and spreads amongst millions and millions of billions of people, then how does that protection work if it's just a virus? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, how does that work? And in this case, um, not to get into too much detail, but people can be intuitively guided towards certain prophylactic measures, certain supplements they can take
Yeah.
that they just synchronistically hear about, which ends up keeping them from being put in the hospital, being
Mm.
put on a ventilator, being given, the kidney killing drugs that end up killing them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So things can happen synchronistically to kind of steer you out of it. But I also do think that the body itself might develop defenses, whether biologically or theoretically, to deal with threats. You know, so that can happen too. But if I knew that something like that were truly coming up, what I would do personally is I would start to gather the tools that are needed to diagnose and detect the problem. So really good microscopes, dark field microscopes, spectrum analyzers to determine whether there's any sort of electromagnetic emissions that are coming from it. Like, for example, if it's like a self assembling nanobot circuit network that tries to go into us and turn us into like an internet of
Mm.
things, like and try to interface us magnetogenetically with the local cell phone tower, for example, or local 5G tower. Well, if you have the right spectrum analyzers, you can detect those signals that are going back and forth, you know? And if you're good enough, you can decode it. You can probably even hack it to program it to self destruct. So those are like the hardcore technical electrical engineering ways of dealing with the issue. But
Mm.
outside of that, you've just got your own biological defenses and also your synchronistic protection as well. Now, if I knew like right now I had nanobots in me, I would probably experiment with TDCS, transcranial direct current stimulation.
Okay.
Because when you send electrical current through your body, actually it literally goes through your body, like through your brain, or you can put it from one arm to another. It's like maximum of 2 milliamps. But that current might be enough to either retard or upset or disrupt the growth of certain nanobot technologies.
Hmm.
That's one option. Another is magnetic pulses, which are like, they use it for treating depression in the brain. Sends magnetic pulses into the brain, but you can use a pulsar in some other part of your body. And it's such a sharp pulse that it creates like a mini EMP effect in your body. So if there's any sort of electrical circuitry in there, you'll likely fry it out. Because I mean, if you hold one of those devices up to your phone, you'll fry out your phone because
Mm.
it creates like internal currents and stuff. So you can use that on there. What else? You could also try building a Faraday cage around yourself to block out all external signals. That's just in case you've got something within you that is communicating with something outside you, like it's like the local 5G tower. So you want to block that stuff out in order to almost like cut it off from the network. Maybe make it go into sleep mode. So I'm just tossing out these ideas just to say that there are things that you can try, things that you can do
Right.
if you were faced with a threat like this, and it's just something that you'll have to deal with as you get there, and try to use the tools that we have available to kind of diagnose it, troubleshoot it, and defeat it.
For sure, I'm sure like there'll be a lot more smarter minds. When the issue
Hmm.
becomes more of a like problem and people start experiencing the effects, like people will try to come up with stuff. So yeah, I mean, like thanks a lot for guiding people with the options that like probably are already out there right now, which could help us in the future as well.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's your take on CERN, HARP, and chemtrails? Like, how do you?
Mm,
I've read your article on chemtrails, and I think that time you're talking about how, which is I think quite a few years back, you're talking
mhm.
about how they're using the chemtrails to infuse certain like infectious agents that will go and change our DNA and make us more
Right.
conducive to like what's going to happen. Have you
Yeah.
changed your take on that overall? And
Not not
how
really.
does that like whole thing tie into climate change as well? Because I've read a lot about how chemtrails are used to actually kind of magnify the effects of these ionospheric heaters around the
Hmm.
world.
Right.
What's your take on all of that?
Okay. Yeah. So it was Cliff Carnicom, I think, who back in the early 2000s did a lot of research on chemtrails including getting samples from the air of what's in them. And what he primarily found was a combination of aluminum particles, barium particles, and and also like dried human red blood cells. Interestingly enough, which is used in certain biological applications like growing certain bacteria or viruses. Use them as a host mechanism. So you'd find them in there. So he found that, but see, if chemtrails truly are a thing, it'd be used for a multispectral purpose. So in other words, if we've got the planes that are probably like automated, so they land and take off from secret military bases and they're automated, so there's not even any pilots in them. They just kind of go on their grid pattern to do their thing. Then they're going to be used for multiple purposes. So one of those purposes is to spread conductive particles not only as a cloud layer above us, like a flat cloud layer, which what that does is it creates like a giant flat antenna. So anything that you beam up at it will be reflected back down, and likewise anything that beams up at it will be reflected back down. So it's good for a large number of things. You can use HARP type technologies to modulate that, to modulate electrically, which creates longitudinal scalar waves, which then beam down on the population and can alter the population in terms of mental states or emotional ability. So if they want to incite a riot or make people sleepy or broadcast mind control messages, that's doable through these flat sprayable antenna cloud layers that they seed. That's one option. Another thing that they can do is they can use it to amplify over the horizon radar or use it for radar stuff. So like cell phone towers, whatever the cell phone towers are emitting, it's way more concentrated when you have a reflective layer above it that kind of reflects it back down to the ground. So if they're using cell phone towers for radar applications to be able to surveil people inside their homes or track movements of cars and stuff, it would be more effective if they do have that antenna layer above, to do that with. Not only that, but one of the theories that I had, which I haven't been able to confirm it, but just logically speaking, it might make sense, is if you spray aluminum and barium particles into the air and it comes down to the ground and people are breathing it in, when you breathe it in, it's going to go into your lungs. Okay, it's going to coat your lungs. You can have reflective particles in your lungs. And so now when a cell tower uses as a radar mechanism to kind of x-ray you, like do like a cross scan of you, it can detect your lung patterns way more easily, which is almost like a fingerprint. So it can actually generate an ID based on your what do you call them, your air
Unique
passages.
dispersion of the particles inside, like create like a barcode of sorts. Yeah.
Your bronchial passages, to use that as a biological fingerprint that can be remotely 3D scanned through
Yeah.
radar to know that, okay, that's that person, this is that person, and so on. If they can scan your eyes or your thumbprint or your palm print, then likewise your lung print, is what you would have to use if you wanted to use CELDAR for that type of technology.
Yeah.
So I think that's another application. And then of course you got the biological aspects which was the theme of my chemtrails article, which I wrote back in 2001. So 22 years ago, I came up with this idea based on research and actually quite a bit of like intuition too. I don't know where the thought came from, but it was very strong, like this nudge to go look into this particular thing. And it turned out to be quite legit, which is that back then they were talking about using viruses as gene modulating. Well, they call it viral gene therapy. So that you take like a typical cold virus or some sort of other virus, you replace its DNA with an artificial, genetically modified DNA. You give the person the virus, they get sick, but then the virus injects that DNA into them, into their cells, and so their own DNA starts getting modified. Now, it can be used for good, like if someone has some weird genetic disorder, it can be used to correct that part of their DNA to help them overcome that genetic disorder. But at the same time, you can also use this for, I don't know, targeting specific races of people, targeting specific bloodlines, or targeting certain genes, turning them on or off. You want to create mass cancer, or if you want to shut down psychic abilities, or you want to turn on this or that gene or whatever, you can do that through viral gene therapy. And if you want to do that across a large population through an aerosol, you have to encapsulate the virus in something so that the ultraviolet light doesn't, destroy it. So you have these thin hollow fibers that you mix with the viral particles, and you kind of like spin it, through a combination of liquids. It's almost like making cotton candy. You get the sugar, it becomes a liquid, and you spin it around because it's something like that, where they can spray that through the chemtrails. It radiates down, and these little fine little fibers contain the viral and gene therapy particles. You breathe it in, and the fibers get lodged in your lungs and dissolve, and then the virus, comes out and infects you and alters your genes. That was the theme that was the main thesis of my article from 2001. It's called Chemtrails and I forget what it's called, like gene therapy or something. So, and I do think that the people that were behind that are still behind that general theme, and that's where COVID and the jabs came from ultimately. I think it's all part of the same transhumanist, totalitarian, technocratic agenda. They're just trying out different mechanisms. So it's unfortunate that they're doing this, but that's the nature of the world we live in.
So you do believe it's like a multifaceted thing. They're using the chemtrails to modify the weather as well, in the ways you mentioned, like in conjunction with these ionospheric heaters, along with also modulating us in terms of like transhumanism. And
yeah, although ironically, the one thing that I don't think chemtrails are used for is for cooling the earth, for fighting global warming.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because yes, they are conductive particles. Yes, they do reflect heat. But the thing is, so many times I've seen them being used at night, being sprayed at night. And what, like you're going to reflect sunlight at night? I don't think so. If anything, you're creating a conductive layer to kind of keep the infrared radiation in that's radiating from the ground that needs to be radiating into outer space, right? So it doesn't fit the idea that they're just using it to fight climate change. I mean, they're using it for everything else besides that.
Well, that's just that talking point anyway. They were acting as if it's a conspiracy theory, and then randomly, like one day they flip the script and they're like, yeah, we're using this, to stop global warming or whatever. That's typically how they behave.
Yeah. First they deny, then they lie. You know what I mean?
Like gaslighting people.
Yeah, totally. So as far as like HARP goes, though, and let me quickly touch on that.
Yeah.
So we all hear about HARP, like HARP. It's a little facility in Alaska, but there's another facility not too far. Well, it's in Alaska too. It's called HIPAS, HIPAS, and that one is actually like 70 to 100 times more powerful than HARP, and we don't really hear about that. You know what I mean? So there's that. There's what else is there? There's the Ice Cat in Tromsø, Norway. There's another ionospheric heater that's there. There's another one in Russia called the Sura facility. Somewhere
Apparently
in Russia.
there's one in India as well. I've seen that map. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, so there's multiple ionospheric heaters that are out there. And the thing about them is they use a phased array antenna system. So it's like a grid of antennas, and each antenna can put out a signal that's carefully timed. So they can time the signal of all the antennas so that they all add together in a particular way. So they can they can alter the timing of the different antennas to, let's say, make the beam go this way, or make it go this way, or go in a circle, or cancel out. They can actually make electromagnetic waves cancel out, which is called phase conjugation, if you're familiar with Tom Bearden's work. So these phased array antennas can be used to create scalar and longitudinal waves. And interestingly enough, 5G antennas use phased array antennas. So 5G is also capable of creating HARP-like effects, but more on like a localized scale. Because it looks like a flat panel, and it's got like 100 or more antennas on there, and the timing of each one can be controlled, and that's how they can create beams that point in a particular direction. We call it beam steering. So that's the kind of technology that they're using. And the bigger HARP facilities, they call them ionospheric heaters because what they do is they send large radio waves up into, well, not outer space, but the ionosphere. It's like this layer of conductive particles that are above the Earth. And they use it to modulate, which means to change or alter the density of the electrons that are in there. So it causes the charges there to expand and contract, expand and contract. And anytime you take charge densities and you modulate them, you get scalar waves. You get longitudinal waves. You get like electrogravitational, time altering, reality altering, psychoactive waves when you do that sort of thing. So they're doing that on a mass scale, I think, to try to alter mass consciousness and possibly to alter the probability of the timeline. So when we talk about like Mercury retrograde or the effects of the moon and how it can cause things to break or bad luck to happen, I think that's a natural. I think those are natural scalar waves that are being generated by the different heavenly bodies that combine in different ways. And I think these gravitational scalar waves create almost like a holographic effect. Like waves combining creates like a wave pattern that encodes a certain signal or a certain pattern. And in the case of Mercury retrograde, it ups the probability of miscommunications and things breaking. But through HARP technology, I think that they can do that artificially so that it creates certain energy patterns that have a holographic effect on, this reality.
Like steering us more towards the negative timeline, basically.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know how global it is. I mean, it's probably localized. So I'm sure they can beam it down upon a certain part of the planet and make it more easy for something negative to happen,
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's I mean, this is some pretty far out stuff, but
Yeah, where
once you-
most people have heard like talk about HARP, they're just talking about the climate effects and the weather effects, but this is
yeah,
very,
they can do that. They can use it as a weapon. I think some years ago, I don't have the article up on my site anymore, but I did an article on HARP and how it relates to earthquakes and hurricanes.
yeah.
Because during those days, you could see the HARP energy output on their website, so you could track it. And I was tracking it in conjunction with different hurricanes, and I found a very good correlation between the strength of the hurricane and sudden changes in its movements based on HARP output. So I do think that it was being used for that, and also I correlated it with some very anomalous earthquake stuff. Like for
That's
example,
really cool, man. Why do you take that article down though? It's not in your book as well. Like I haven't come across it.
Yeah, it used to be in my book. I think that's because I wanted to add more things to it, but I never got around to it.
Got
Yeah,
it.
that's mostly it. Yeah, but so I do think there's something to it. But then the question is, why are they doing it? Why do they want to steer hurricanes? Why do they want to create earthquakes? And I suspect it's because they're going to try to engineer an artificial apocalypse,
Okay.
or try to make this upcoming global crisis worse than it actually could be, just so that they can kind of target where the chaos goes and have their things in place in order to make use of it.
Got it.
Right.
Makes sense.
So I think that's why they're really ramping up the climate change propaganda, try to blame it all on humans, trying to say like, because of climate change, that's why you have to give up everything you own and eat bugs. You know what I mean? It's like that's their excuse for it. So if they can use these artificial disasters as motivation to back up the propaganda, then that's how they can, do social engineering, cultural engineering, and get their totalitarian and stuff. I mean, same thing with the wildfires. They can use space-based microwave lasers for that. They can have their stupid Antifa agents go out there and burn the forests, like, so many of them have been caught doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're always problem, reaction, solution, just like David Icke says. They're the ones who offer the cure in response to the very disease that they caused, sometimes literally, like in the case of COVID.
Wow, very cool, man. Also, what's your take on CERN? Like I've seen a lot of videos about like portals being open because of the kind of activity going on there and the rituals they've done like before the facility opened up. So, how do you think like what's the purpose of CERN and like the Large Hadron Collider? Do you have like any insights on that?
Yeah, well, I will say this about CERN, okay? So CERN, right, it's huge, like a huge ring. And they've got these really high energy particles that are circling through it. And typically what they say it's for is they collide these beams together and they collide particles against particles, and the energy collision causes other particles to come out of it, and that's what they use to kind of like study what particles can be generated by reality. You learn about reality that way. That's what they say. But here's the thing. When you get these beams that are going around, what do they do to de-energize these rings? Like when they need to shut it down or power it down or like put it on a pause mode, what they do is they do a thing called a beam dump. And that's where they take the beam and they redirect it off to the side into this huge block of carbon graphite. Okay, like it's huge, like the size of a school bus. So
Yeah.
they fire the super high energetic beam into this huge block of graphite, which is supposed to act as an absorber. But the problem is, when you do that, you create an immense, huge outburst of high energy neutrinos. Okay, so what they merely say is, oh, we're just getting rid of the energy in the beam, we're just putting it into an absorber, we're just putting the brakes on, is actually generating something. It's generating high energy neutrinos that don't exist in the natural environment. And neutrinos, they're one of those mysterious particles it affects radioactive decay, it affects certain quantum processes, so it affects reality at a quantum level.
Okay.
So I believe that these beam dumps are being used to do something to this matrix construct, this reality. Just like with HARP, just like with chemtrails, I think that they're trying to do hyperdimensional effects using something that people think is just, oh, we're just getting rid of the energy. So it's like the secret use of it. So that's what I think is being done there. But in terms of portals, the ones that are doing this, they're Masons, they're Satanists, they're Luciferians, they're Prometheans. So of course, they're going to do these rituals, sometimes just symbolically, and sometimes because they themselves think that they are the servants of this higher negative power. Like it's their god. It's like their priests, and that's their god.
So you don't think that like something like CERN could actually be used to open spaces where other entities could seep into this reality, or like vice versa, make the veil thinner between different entities?
Yes, I do think that it can do that. Yeah. But there's another way of looking at it. If you look at it from the viewpoint of, let's say, simulation theory, all right? So let's just say theoretically that we do live in a simulation, all right? Then a simulation runs on something. It runs on computing power. And a computing power has limits. So there are certain things that it can't fully compute. Things that might cause errors. Like for example, in a computer program, if you divide by 0, you get a NaN, like it cannot compute. It'll crash the program if you don't do it right. So I think it's possible that when they take such high energies and they produce such high energy neutrinos, it's doing something that is unprecedented within the simulation.
Okay.
And it is a possibility that it might jam it. It might cause it to reset. It might cause an attempt at a timeline correction to occur, which creates an opening, creates an opportunity to steer the timeline in a new direction. Right? That's just that's one possibility. Besides the occult thing about opening portals and thinning the veil between dimensions.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I mean, this is probably my last question. So I wanted to like really talk to you about your political kind of leanings. I know that you've resonated with Trump in the sense of like his presidency and the kind of shit he did. Personally, like I'm on the far end of the libertarian spectrum. Like I'm an anarcho-capitalist, so I totally lean like all the way right. And I've seen in your writings that you lean towards libertarianism and the Second Amendment and everything. So, firstly, like, what's your take on anarcho-capitalism or anarchy in general? Like, have you explored the like authors and academics who've like written on that? I mean, like Rothbard and Ron Paul is not like a ANCAP; he's more like libertarian. But then the people who inspired Ron Paul were like all really hardcore anarchists, but not from like the left perspective, more from like the right libertarian perspective. So, have you explored that? What's your take on just politics in general, like your belief in the institution of the state? Do you think the state really even needs to exist? And yeah, like your take on that.
Well, see, there's no real term for what I am exactly.
Okay.
But okay, so when I take these online political tests, like that 4-quadrant political spectrum test, I always test right exactly at the center. Well, so I guess I'm a centrist, but here's the thing. I think that thing has a third axis which you can't see, which I'm an extremist on that third axis, right? So I look like I'm a centrist, but I'm actually an extremist in a weird direction. But I can tell you what I'm not for. I'm not for Marxism, socialism, communism, liberalism, wokeism. Not for that. I'm also not for like socialism, including National Socialism. Now I know there's a lot of people who are socialists who want to distance themselves from Nazism.
Yeah.
But in my view, Nazism is just socialism 2.0.
For sure, man. I totally agree with that. I've done a lot of research into that as well. Jada, crazy guy, like he has a lot of work out on that as well.
Yeah. Like it's definitely to the right of communism and Marxism, but it's still to the left of center, in my view.
Yep.
So that's where I stand on that. I mean, I'm against feudalism, monarchy, autocracy, tyranny. So I'm definitely not an authoritarian by any
I mean, from
means.
what I've gauged in your writings, you seem to be more of like a constitutionalist, limited government kind of person.
Yeah, right. So I mean, if I had to give myself a technical name, I would say I'm a hard right, Gnostic, futurist, conservative. If that's even a thing. That's even a thing. But not like,
You
but
can
not
make up
like
your own religion. I'm sure like people will join your cult too.
yeah. But like instead of a conservative, I'm more perennialist. Like perennial philosophy, the idea that all religions, all spiritualities have a higher transcendent truth to them.
Yeah.
I want to base my politics on that, and not on Christianity, or on paganism necessarily. Now, there's some people in the history who have tried to do something like this, but they're kind of like limited by their tools. One example being Julius Evola, who was, he was an Italian fascist, but he was also an occultist and a mystic. So he's trying to create a political philosophy that was based on pagan esoteric mysticism and based on his occult understanding. I think that's going in the right direction, but at the time, fascism was a hot thing. It wasn't as taboo as it is now. So he unfortunately went in that fascist direction, and I'm not authoritarian like that, but I do think he had the right idea. So me, it's like if you were to combine the founding fathers and the Constitution, if you were to combine that with Rosicrucianism, with the Jetsons in terms of futuristic stuff, with a little smattering of Julius Evola. That's where I am. So Gnostic and futuristic perennialist, something like that. Yeah. So yeah, I'm all for technological progress in the right way, but at the same time, I'm also for having a citizenry that is armed to the teeth.
Yeah, I'm with
You
you
know, like
fully.
yeah, like I think everyone who's not insane or a psychopath should be armed to the teeth, like literally. Be part of a be part of a fully capable, unorganized militia, just like the Second Amendment intended.
Yep.
So I want that. I want a small government, but at the same time with a strong national defense, strong borders. I want free speech, private property, free market, but no monopolies. So there has to be a little bit of regulation to prevent monopolies, because if you don't do that, then you don't have a free market anymore. If you have just one monopoly, right? So yeah, I mean, I think I think the ultimate form of government to me would be a constitutional republic based on the right values, where citizens have to pass the citizenship test in order to vote, in order to run for office.
So you're
If you,
basically what we call in like the libertarian circles a minarchist, But then we have the like anarchist minarchist debate, and I'd love it if you could like maybe when you're like have some free time explore the like hardcore people who've gone all the way. For a lot of people, like anarcho-capitalism is a progression once they kind of see the flaws with the minarchist perspective. So maybe I'll
hmm,
like send you some debates between
sure.
people who kind of resonate with your thing and people coming from my camp. So yeah,
Yeah, I
I'd
mean,
love
I
to
will.
like
Yeah,
if
I
you
will
could
say. Yeah,
go into
I'll
that,
definitely,
and then I'd
definitely
love
will.
your take on that for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, definitely.
and I also wanted to take on Trump, man, because
Hmm.
like your evidence did change my mind quite a bit on like the entire Q phenomenon. And I was like watching one of your podcasts with Bernard, and I think even he was like me in the sense that he just dismissed the whole thing, and then I interviewed him. He's like, your reasoning really helped to change his mind as well. But I mean, bro, if you just see like what Trump's done in office in terms of the entire vaccine rollout, he's headed that totally, the 5G rollout, and
Yeah.
there's even like so much stuff he said he'd put Hillary in jail, that never happened. So how do you like reconcile all of that? Like there's stuff he said that he'd do which he didn't do when he went into office, which is like if it was maybe Obama or someone, then we'd be calling them out saying like this guy's just a liar. He said some stuff and then he didn't like deliver in office. So what makes you more I don't know, like sympathetic towards Trump in terms
Hmm.
of like the same phenomenon kind of playing out?
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely not a Trump fanatic. I do not own a MAGA hat. I don't. I don't consider myself a MAGA person, but I do sympathize with a lot of the values that it espouses. All right. My general view on Trump is that I think he's a well. Okay. Well, we know that he has very good business acumen. I mean, it takes that to become so rich and so successful, right? But he's only an expert within his domain, which is business, money, being a reality TV star, being an actor, being someone who has a lot of charisma. He's able to sway a crowd. So he's good at that. He's good at being a mascot, at the face of something. And I do think that he's always been associated with a certain faction of the American intelligentsia or elite that were associated with the Philadelphia experiment, the Manhattan Project, John F. Kennedy, the whole like 1950s technocratic space exploration camp. Like the future. I don't even. I guess it'd be futurism. That'd be one way to describe it. I think him and his bloodline has been associated with that, and it also includes Masonic elements. There's also like secret society connections, and likely like black ops stuff. Like I mentioned last time, I think his uncle John G. Trump was in possession of all of Tesla's secret papers.
I know. I read about
Right?
that.
Yeah. So there's something going on there, and Werner von Braun is in that mix as well. So if you take all that, that's certainly a particular mindset or philosophy or culture. It's kind of like a breakaway civilization culture, if you really think about it. And I think that Trump is an instrumental part of that particular agenda, whatever it is. Now, ultimately, from a Christian perspective, I would say that Trump is likely the Antichrist. I do think that he is espousing what will end up being like an Antichrist type agenda. But the Antichrist has to create world peace, has to solve a lot of problems in order to become as popular as he does according to biblical eschatology. So if Trump is that Antichrist, he's got to do a lot of good things in order to even get to that point. And those good things are good and necessary. Like who wants to have the the World Economic Forum agenda stuff and own nothing and eat bugs? Like who wants that? No one does.
For sure. Yeah.
Who wants prosperity and technological progress and like a utopian world? A lot of people do. I mean, generally that's a good thing up to a point. Up to a point. I mean, the cheese on a mousetrap is delicious and nutritious up until the point that it springs, right, and then the mouse gets killed. So I'm very cautious about the ultimate end goal of the Trump agenda, or the whatever the agenda is that's behind him. That's really truly ruling him. So in the short term, in terms of it taking down the deep state, in terms of it exposing and taking down a lot of the corruption, I'm all for that. So I'm for the Trump agenda in the short term, but I'm very, very cautious of it in the long term in case it ends up being like a bait and switch. So that's my view on it. Now, in terms of his actual like national policies, I agree with most of them. In terms of the vaccine, for example, is it an explanation of why he did it, or is it a rationalization of what he did it? That's the question. See, my explanation, which I've heard others say, and I generally agree with it, is that I do think that COVID was launched as a genuine attack by the deep state that wasn't accounted for, or it wasn't part of the plan necessarily. Like it was a genuine attack by dark forces on humanity. Okay. And in order to deal with it, there were limited options on how to respond to that threat. The problem was that all of mainstream media and most of society at the time was slave to the idea that COVID was an immense threat and that everyone had to be locked down for the longest time until the vaccine could be devised. So, which would take typically vaccines take between 3 and 10 years to fully develop and vet and so on. So imagine if we had 10 years of constant lockdowns, of increasing big tech censorship over it. Like, it would have gotten to a point where by the time they rolled out the vaccine, it wouldn't have been possible to even have a resistance movement against it in terms of the protocols against it, the online discussion groups, Facebook groups I'm talking about. I mean, even as it is, so many people got censored over the past couple of years, and they got censored in a way that was, I think, using premature censorship technology, because the AI censorship hadn't fully gotten online yet.
Yep.
They hadn't perfected it yet. So I think if we had waited another 3, 4, 5 years, I don't think we would have had a chance. I think we would have had compulsory forced vaccinations for pretty much everyone, like no option to resist. And I don't think there was any way to fight that other than to do a kamikaze move, which is to basically entrap the pharma companies into producing a vaccine way ahead of time, to where they screwed up all the safety trials and they, got really sloppy. to where I think now it's becoming possible finally to actually sue them for the only thing that they can be sued for, which is fraud. Okay, so I think it was a legal maneuver to not only wake up the population to the reality of big pharma and how bad the vaccines actually were, but to, you know, but to take down that part of the control system, which
I
unfortunately,
hear you. I hear you. But do you think that reconciles with like the other data points we have? So we know that Trump, like when he's running for office, he's made some noise about the vaccine autism connection, and then he got Kennedy on a panel, and he was supposed to like do stuff with him in terms
Mhm.
of like having Robert Kennedy lead the Vaccine Safety Commission and all of that. And then like news broke out that Trump had connections with Pfizer, and then he landed up distancing himself from Kennedy and never really went forward with that. And then like Gates came and told
Yeah.
Trump that you shouldn't have anything to do with Kennedy, and then he just dropped that. So like
Mhm.
you can look at it like this, or someone could look at it in a way and say that maybe his intentions weren't like right to begin with, and he got
No.
he got bribed or influenced by like pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, I don't think so because the decision that he made, actually, interestingly enough, even so during the time where he was getting in contact with Pfizer and about to launch this aggressive Operation Warp Speed, or was it Warp Speed or Warp Drive? No, it was Warp Speed.
Okay.
He said publicly that he had to make the most difficult decision of his life, and he looked extremely disturbed during that time period too, like kind of depressed and downcast. So I can only speculate on what the decision was, but if I had to take a guess, I would say that he knew that he was going to have to make a call that would end up killing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, in order to save potentially billions.
Got it.
I mean that sounds outrageous. It sounds like a rationalization, but to me, that kind of fits with the mood and the statements at the time.
Okay.
And now the problem, here's the problem. The problem is, if he did it knowingly and willingly to do Operation Warp Speed and kill thousands, if not millions of people, then there's no chance whatsoever that after that point, he can give any hint that he knew or he did that. So personally, I think he overcompensated by being too pro-vaccine after that, in order to distance himself, in order to make himself look like he was this gullible fool who put his naive trust in the big pharma companies, told them to like save America, deliver the vaccines as quickly as possible, and but then he got taken advantage of by what? By pharma fraud, which is the only thing that pharma companies can actually be sued and taken down for, like, in an Enron kind of way. So that's how I view it myself. Of course, a lot of people will be rolling their eyes, trying to say it's a rationalization, but I would say it's a hypothesis that fits a lot of the data points. And I would say that I think that's another reason why he would have distanced himself from Robert Kennedy, and also why Robert Kennedy Jr., and why he would be sort of touting the vaccines more, saying, oh, it's a great vaccine, it's a beautiful vaccine, I recommend it. He does it while at the same time championing the idea that people should have the choice to take it or not take it. You see? Unlike Fauci, unlike Hotez and all these other propagandists who don't even allow for that option. They want everyone to take it, and they want to use force and propaganda and lies to force people to take it. If you look at DeSantis, Trump, and then all of like Trump's circle, including General Flynn and Sidney Powell and all those types, most of those people were very much anti-vaccine, right? So you got Trump in the middle, who did Operation Warp Speed, and from that point on, basically said like, I believe in the vaccine and so on. It's a fine vaccine, there's nothing wrong with it. You got him, but you got everyone else around him, closely affiliated with him, warning people to stay away from the vaccine. And you got Trump saying like it should be people's choice to take it or not take it. Now, we should also keep in mind, my final point on this, is that there were so many people at the time who were desperate for a vaccine. And if they didn't get it, if they didn't have the option to take it, they would have panicked, and they would have supported any totalitarian measure that would have been sold to them in order to do it. So ultimately, I think it was the worst. I think it was the best of all worst choices that were presented at the time. And if we look at it now, like where are we right now? We've got more people awake than ever before. We've got finally a resistance movement pretty organized against mass vaccinations. So it'd be very difficult for them to try it again, and they are trying again. I mean, definitely trying to do that whole thing again.
Yeah.
But people aren't buying it like they used to. And there's all these lawsuits that are being spun up now against the companies that were trying to do compulsory vaccinations and the lies and who did Trump put in charge of it? Dr. Fauci. And now Dr. Fauci has become a household name for medical Satan because people know what he's been into. And
Yeah.
not only that, but it also exposes his involvement with the whole AIDS scam and the
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. So he's a pretty bad guy. And if you look at Trump's business practices and his art of war tactics, he has a habit of putting people into positions of prominence that causes them to fail. Like it reveals their failure and the evilness, and then
Right.
he's able to turn the population against it, and then eventually take them down. It's happened before. I think it'll happen again. I think a lot of this is like psychological maneuvering, but unfortunately, if it is like a military operation in some sense, like some people believe, then the military has a thing called acceptable losses. You go into a battle, you accept that one third of your forces are going to die. You accept that a certain portion of the population is going to be wiped out in the conflict, and you're okay with that. That's what you got to do to win. So if this is like a military thing, then it kind of makes sense that they would have this kind of military thinking. That yes, the facts are, if we don't do this, then we're going to get this many people dead or enslaved or whatever. But if we do it, then you're going to get this many dead people, and that's okay. So that's one way of looking at it. I'm not saying it's a definitive truth, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying it's a hypothesis that to me fits better than a lot of other hypotheses.
No, no, definitely, man. Like, there's offer food for thought. I'm gonna contemplate on this more, like later on, and see what I make of it. But yeah, definitely novel insights. I haven't heard this shit anywhere, and just like helps to get these perspectives out to more people to consider. So
Yeah.
yeah, I guess maybe we can end on this. So, being psychic not being synonymous with no, not that one. So I want to talk about, like, since we spoke about the 3D conspiracies, like right towards the end of this, I just want you to end on the note where, like you can stress the importance of getting into all of this conspiracy and negative side of the research, but also having like a positive spiritual core, because a lot of people just get into this stuff that we've been speaking about for the last 2.5 hours, and they just totally warp their realities and they create negative feedback loops, and
Mhm.
land up having crazy shit happen in their lives. So I think that'd be a good note to end on. Maybe just you can stress the importance of having that positive spiritual core and then delving into this, because a lot of people who go into conspiracies without having a background in like spiritual research and all, they get
Yeah.
wrecked. So
Mhm.
what's your like your word of advice for people like that?
Yeah, well, one of the issues is that when we talk about spirituality, people who don't know spirituality, let's say they come from an atheistic or materialistic or just like a normal average perspective, they think of it as either religion, like Christianity or whatever, or they think of it as the alternative, which is New Age,
Yeah.
and they're not into either of those. They don't want to go to church. They want to like memorize the Bible, but at the same time, they don't want to be, some New Age crank either. So, but then they don't know of an alternative. They don't know of an alternative. And I'm telling you that there are alternatives out there, but it's not like a prepackaged solution that you can just buy into like you can with Christianity. Like with Christianity, I mean, it's all prepackaged for you. You got the Bible, you got the church, you study at a certain time of day. It's all pre-made for you. But the thing is, you can just start browsing different spiritual authors and seeing what resonates with you. And if something doesn't resonate with you, if something just doesn't fit, then put it aside and go for something else that does. Because the worst thing you want to do is try to fit yourself into a belief system that you don't even really buy into. Like it doesn't make sense, it's not applicable, it doesn't resonate, because then you don't have the heart to follow through with it or to make good use of it, right? So everyone has the thing that works for them, and you just have to find yours. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. Another is that when you go down the conspiracy rabbit hole, it gets darker and darker and darker. And it's easy to get lost at the bottom of the rabbit hole, but you have to remember that there's another rabbit hole that goes upwards. So there's two rabbit holes, and the dark rabbit hole has no bottom. You can keep going down darker and darker into cynicism and whatever. And likewise, the upward rabbit hole goes into brighter and brighter light. There's more and more that you can learn about that makes more sense, that really gives you a sense of fulfillment and purpose and happiness in life if you go in that direction. But to only get there, you have to like turn away from the darkness and start looking for the positive as well. Like true spiritual wisdom that's practical, that's applicable. Like if you go to my site, montauk.net, and you go to the books or the resources section on my site, I've got a bunch of like suggested reading things there. You can read the descriptions, see what makes sense to you, check it out, and find the thing that really that hooks you in, that kind of like makes sense to you and kind of leads you in. So that's important. I also want to emphasize that the level of darkness in this universe, in this world, is It goes deeper and darker than the human mind can even imagine. Okay.
Yeah.
But likewise, the light, the divinity, the positivity, it's more positive, more wonderful, more magical than the human mind can fathom. So there are two singularities or two infinities, positive infinity and negative infinity. And so you don't want to like keep going down this hole and never like you can get swallowed up in the abyss. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You definitely want to balance your intellectual, spiritual pursuits and practices in the other direction as well. Now, if you want to ask me like Tom, like what are the spiritual authors that you like? Then I would say I like Paul Brunton personally. I think Paul Brunton is the one that's most palatable to me. I like Rudolf Steiner. And I like several others. So like check out my recommended reading section on my website, my resources site, and see if there's anyone that fits your style. Like some people like a more conversational, everyday, like happy-go-lucky style, and see certain authors in that direction, and you got others that are more intellectual, like Steiner and Paul Brunton, which I like. But there's someone for everyone, and you just have to find yours. And you have to remember that reality is more symmetrical than you might think it is. You might only see the pain of the darkness and the suffering, but you're only seeing one side of it. There's a whole, I mean, as much darkness as you see, there's that and even more positivity as well.
Yeah.
As long as you study it, as long as you engage yourself with it. See, that's where the proof is in the pudding. It's one thing to read about it in a book. It's another thing to change your mindset, to flip yourself around internally,
Yeah.
and to start living it, to start attracting it, to really see the proof in
Like
action
the
every
proper
single day.
embodiment in your life. That's what's missing. Like the intellectual understanding is not synonymous with properly embodying that spirit.
Yeah, yeah, and I can only say one more thing, which is the positive spiritual thing. It has to be more than intellectual, right? It's not only just lived, but it has to be felt. Because when it's felt, that's when it's coming from the heart, and that's when it actually gets imprinted into your astral body, into your subconscious, and reflects back outwards into reality. So that's when you kind of complete the loop, start the flow, really get it going, is when you do that. So that's why it's so important to find a spiritual source that you can feel, right? Because if it's just kind of like intellectual, like, okay, I'm just going to do some Zen meditation and try to escape the suffering of the wheel of karma. I mean, if you just do that, you're going to be at it for decades, and you're going to be as cranky as ever. You're not going to necessarily be a better person. And I've known people like that. But yeah, you definitely want something that fulfills you at the heart level, and also educates you with wisdom at the mind level. So if you got both the mind and the heart in these sources, then you've got it made. Then it's just a matter of not forgetting it, not kind of straying from it gradually. To always remember to kind of return back to it, and to remember the good things, the magical things, and to try to always get that flow going again with it, because that's when you really live it, and that's when you ultimately, in the end, become it.
No, I'm glad I lost mine for a bit, but I'm like super happy that I got back on track, and I can relate to what you're saying because in the spiritual authors who have explored, like Ike's been one of the biggest, and I think it was the inspiration that I got from him, and just like looking up to him as someone which like really moved me and made me change my life quite a bit with respect to what I'm doing now. So definitely like the intellect doesn't jive, or some like very inferior compared to what can happen when you're reading someone and you actually really like look up to them and respect them. And yeah,
Totally.
dude, I had such a blast doing this, man. Like my intention with just like doing this whole thing was to get all the stuff in your books like out in video format, so people can like explore everything, because not a lot of people are readers. So I just have taken the time to like dig your books and ask you questions accordingly, and also try to like bring out new perspectives from your side that people haven't had. So what do you think, man? I think like this is really cool. You put out like a 9 hour whole thing, and if people watch that, like it can really shake up someone's reality, man. I'm really happy with how this has gone and the kind of stuff we've covered.
Yeah, we covered so much, and I'm really grateful for your time and your questions and your opportunity to allow me to put these things out there.
For sure, man. I'm glad you feel that way, and I really hope that even like people watching this have benefited from like the kind of stuff that we've covered. And yeah, I just hope that people keep doing the work, following the inner path, and trying to make change in the world in these dark times. So, bro, thank you so much, man. It's been fucking 5 hours today. We beat our thing last time, and you're still like I feel like I can still ask you questions for like 2, 3 hours and you'll still be good. But I wanna be kind, so I'm gonna let you go now. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on, dude. Like
All right.
really like doing this a lot.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me on.
See you, man. Take care. Bye.
Yep.